right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful morning. It is April 23rd, 2026, and we have a wild day ahead of us. Not only is it a Thursday, not only was there a bunch of earnings, and it actually was not your best earnings so far, even though a lot of the chips in memory did good. It was kind of our first little hiccup here with earnings. I don't think enough to derail everything, but once again, we are talking about war headlines. Donald Trump, he had a lot of stuff this morning talking about boats, minesweepers, the Iranian leaders having a difficult time, the infighting, but I was just explaining it right here, man. What happened last night was truly phenomenal and actually fascinating. There was a rumor of Iran getting attacked, and it caused a 5-6% move on oil, almost brought the SPY down about 1% in a couple of minutes, and then people found out nothing really happened, and now there's talks of like a defense drill. Ironically enough, coming into the morning, most media, they're not really talking about this. It was a very odd one, but I do think that we have a wild day ahead of us. I do think that was a trial balloon, so it does give you at least a test run, and it shows you what would happen if we did get a surprise escalation following this ceasefire dynamic that we've been going over for almost 2 weeks now. So other than that, we got Intel earnings after the bell. I mean, you saw even yesterday the market's reaction to earnings, and even though we did get a lot of headlines, everything kind of chilled out there. So we will see where it leads us, my friends. But other than that, Chad, it's gonna be a good one, gonna be a great one. And before we begin, my friends, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America, baby. USA, USA. So for real, Chad, everything going on, I hope it's just more testament, bro. You guys got a lot of freedom. We enjoy it every day. And even then, when things go down, when things happen, you know, there's people out there that are putting their lives on the line, their time, their sacrifice. And while we all sit here on our computers, working our jobs, doing everything else we do in our daily life, there's people who have literally gone over there and going all over the world serving. So whether or not you agree with the war, man, it's one thing I always say. I don't think you could ever take that honor away from somebody. You can't take away the honor from one of those soldiers deciding to give up so much for their country and their fellow man. So God bless every single one of you veterans. We love and we thank you. I hope any of this stuff we do can help you out, because you have already helped all of us out. So God bless America. God bless the vets, and big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Happy Friday, Junior Chatadonia. Oh, are you ready? It's going to be a weird one. Yesterday was so weird, bro. I can't shut up about it. It was so weird. Out of all these days. And now we got Intel. Oh, Chad, we got just under a minute. I'm going to be watching Intel, ST Micro, a cheaper forward one there on some of the chips in memory. Procter & Gamble, that's technically going to be a pre-earnings into tomorrow. Weed, again, the DOJ did confirm the news today that they will be doing the reclassification. Apple, Amazon, keep in mind some of the bigger techs there. I know Apple, they've had a lot of drama there with the CEO, and then IBM post-earnings might be on the table, and then some of the squeeze plays from yesterday alongside of Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines does not have pre-market. I don't know if you noticed. Game time. Hold on. I got to get to it. We only got 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I don't know how many seconds. Yeah, the stream alerts. I don't know why it says that you can't do that. I guess usually it works after a while, but yeah. He wants to fight you mad. Oh. Game time. Round 1. Fight. You tried for over an hour? No way. All right, well, we'll see. Let me see if I get a fix to that. Let's get through the day, and we'll try. Did you try it on, like, an incognito browser? Tesla. Again, even Tesla earnings, bro, they were good yesterday. And then the CapEx news scared them. So where are we? Down about a quarter on this SPY. Russell's actually in the green. NASDAQ down by 0.39. And then the Dow down by 0.3. So again, a little chill. And this is the irony of right now. You are literally right where those candles played out yesterday on what I am calling the trial balloon. So keep your eyes out for that. There's damn STM. So that one already took off. Habibi, up 9% at STM Micro. Why does this one look like that? It look crazy. And then big tech kind of chilling. Microsoft had a decent sell-off. Where's the weed stocks? They're up by 7. So again, they did like 18% yesterday. Let me see. Or a little cuckoo. Make the long term go buku. Oh shit, there's not much on those. Yeah, they already jacked those up. They hate AI art because it's not really art. Yuri, so watch out for those. Again, some of these post earnings, like Yuri was up, I want to say 15% at one point. So see how that one plays. And then again, Keurig, Dr. Pepper, they had a good earnings as well too. What's the price? Alright, I don't like them as much. So you can't even ghetto spread it. But watch out for that. And again, where is STX and WDC? And then watch IBM as well, too. Post earnings. There's Tesla. Yeah, IBM's down 9. Dude, ServiceNow got washed. So sad, man. 15%. Like we were saying, that one's already down even 70% from last quarter. But that one had the most movements on it. We just didn't grab a put. Yeah, no, well, even then, people were talking about the confidence on ServiceNow. So, like, even if you ask them about how, like, you know, about a year ago, they were very confident on a lot of growth. You asked them on last quarter, it did seem like people did calm down in a certain degree. And I think that's what gave you that reaction. Or a little cuckoo. Yeah, those keep jacking up, bro. I haven't even looked at the squeezes. Where's a fly too? Oh, fly. Actually, back to 170. Not bad. Marvel going, and then the core weave. Picked up ServiceNow at long term. Not bad. Again, a lot of people like ServiceNow even, 20% ago. So a lot of people have talked about it even at that other low. I'd watch to see if it breaks or not, but that one you might be able to put on the list. And then Intel up 2.6 after company lands Tesla as first major customer. Well, well, well. What happened to your boy Newsmax? Where's our squeeze? That one's actually kind of holding. AMD, again, Intel. So again, even though they have pre-earnings today is I mean, not too often they move 3% on the day of earnings. So yeah, whatever Intel and Tesla, that is actually pushing it right now. So again, remember, we heard that news a while ago. IGV, again, dude, 4%. Again, ServiceNow and then IBM. So again, you kind of had a double whammy. IBM's down 10% right now. So yeah, that's doing it. Newsmax is popping. Again, those chips, man. The CoreWeaves, the ARMs of the world. ARM's actually still in the red, believe it or not. Well, let me throw up this SPY. And there, did the weed. The weed chilled out off the open. Again, Intel, dude, 4% almost. What the fuck is this? Good morning. All right, we still have one more free. I don't know if I'm going to hold those, actually. So if you still have that free pre-earnings one, remember that went a couple 100%. So you either got to hold that for earnings if you want to take, yeah, it's sitting at 500% now, or you sell that right before. That is all up to you. Where is the Adobe? Dude, IBM on the low. STM chilled out a little bit. Who's the other one? KDP. They're actually doing good for post-earnings. Then there was LMT and AXP. LMT did bad. So like I'm saying, today's earnings was much, much more mixed, man. Fly only available to sell. Yeah, I was only able to get Fly on, what's it called? On Schwab. So that was kind of the problem yesterday. Yeah, big tech kind of chilling. So yeah, actually a lot, man. A lot of big tech is much more calm than what we've been seeing. And it is a Thursday. And is all the money going to TXN? They were just holding the 11. You have IBM down 10, TXN up, and then STM was the other winner there. And then there's like United Rentals again. There's non-tech winners, but they're not doing too much here intraday. Ayud, what is Ayud? Whatever that is. Again, Weed's still up 2, but they came back down. Car, damn, down 18 now. Yeah, now Newsmax flipped 2. There's Groupon. Jack in the Box still holding up, believe it or not. And then Airs, but they're all red. Qualcomm starting to move. I think Intel's pricing in 9. ARM above 200. Oracle. I'm surprised Oracle. Actually, Oracle's down 4. So shout out to IGV. You actually have a lot of these software names. I think it's the IBM ServiceNow effect. But then ServiceNow, again, they are near that low. Technically, they didn't break their 52-week low from a couple days ago. Orelito, cuckoo. It's still early. I'm gonna wait. Do you think with time the algos will become immune to the Iran news? Eventually. That's why. But I do think yesterday was a little test run by somebody. This is something I'm telling you, dude. Last night was insane. Insane. Yeah, again, so watch out. They're doing the earnings. Some of these that are doing the earnings pin, they're either going to start going out or not. Car Fugazi research negative no. Didn't Car release like earnings a little bit early too? I think that was kind of part of it. But again, I mean, a lot of people were disappointed by the put reaction. But dude, it's down almost $100. I mean, yesterday 18%. was another $100. But yeah, Nextera data centers make up 30% of power grid backlog. So that's 4. SPY's still slightly climbing. You're still down. Only thing in the green right now is Russell. Dow is down by 0.4. You shorted with shares? If you did shares, I think you fucking made... That's how you got the dollar for dollar. I mean, you got 30% on the options, but you have to put down so much. Poet. Tesla. So Tesla's already came back down. Again, Tesla was down like 4 or 5. So that's holding. Wheat stocks on the low. SPY near the high. Doing a little VWAP dance. 93. So again, I don't know if you guys noticed too, yesterday, that little oil move, that brought it to 97. So keep that in mind. Procter Gamble. Some of these are doing pre-earnings run-ups or like the day before. I mean, Intel up. Procter Gamble reports tomorrow morning on a Friday. Newsmax on the low too. WDC still climbing again. Texas actually hitting. Texas just did another 4%. So yeah, that earnings continuation, that one's actually still moving. And Broadcom. So once again, the chips. Is SOX up? Yeah, it's going to be. TXN and Amazon now. I don't know. I think car might be halted. Nibis. Is we down 2 now? Oh, yeah. That's even gave up yesterday. Or no, where was it? It was in like 518. Yeah, so no, you're back into that yesterday zone. But yeah, you gave up the new high on that. Where's IIPR? Well, that one's still barely green, but still. The index is down. Some of the individuals hit or miss. Car is halted. SPY's going up. I'm very fascinated on what this is. Let's see. Where is it? Dow Jones. 19 green, 20 green, 10 in the red. It's a very weird, I mean, probably NVIDIA. I didn't even look. 294 green on the SPY, 203 in the red. And then NASDAQ is 50-50, about 55-40. Yeah, XLP is at, I mean, a little bit. I mean, you have software down 4, XLP up 0.9. So you're getting a little bit of a rotation. It does seem like Dow and chips. You have NVIDIA up, but like I'm telling you, Dow, NVIDIA, Amazon. You have some big tech not moving as much, but generally, again, tech is kind of adding the drag. Like I was telling you, today was your first set of earnings that wasn't like amazing. So even though SPY's like climbing right now, you're still in the red. Dow's actually in the red. The Russell is the only thing in the green. And Bobo. LRCX, no one really cared about their earnings. CRM. Dude, down 8%. So that's probably off of, what's it called, too? Off of Surface now. I mean, remember, we even had Anthropic White House headlines the other day, but nobody really gave a shit. But maybe now with bad earnings. Because, again, that was the other part from the first software sell-off. If you guys remember, like February, March, you know, we were talking about Passover with earnings. So that's why it's like if you're in the software, you've been threatened, all of that, you're going to, what's it called? You have to really have good earnings. That's going to be what either gets you going or not. Helia post earnings. Remember, they've been a value play. So they've been underperforming pretty heavily, but now I think recovery. As I was saying, some of the staple earnings were not bad. Even KDP just took another 1.5%. And then Tesla, there's oil now on the high, but SPY's also on the high too. S&P Global Manufacturing PMIs, 54 versus 52.5. That's not the ISM. ISM comes out on the next Monday, probably 2 Mondays from now. S&P Services, 51.3 versus 50.6. The car, they opened it and halted it again. S&P Composite at 52 versus 50.6. So again, that other set of data, and then you had good jobs data in the morning. They're only down 0.1% on the SPY. Again, oil started moving for a little bit right there. Chinese Premier Yi Lifeng met with Blackstone CEO. Are the options on car? I mean, it keeps getting halted. See if it does that downside. Maybe they wanted to make you wait a day. Yeah, they went up like 50%. So that move, I mean, it's down 22% and halted right now. But yeah, that early move right now got it to go there. Can we count that as down 50%? I don't know. You might. I love it, bro. So literally, I think we're about to get a recession. Wheat stocks dumping. So what, 87, 863 to 340. That is 50%. %50 off the high, not in one day. Oh, then we hit it, right? Wouldn't that be 425? So do we have to close there? Or is it just intraday move? That's crazy, though. Again, it did it faster than expected. I think right as everybody figured it out. I mean, think about it. Right as the squeeze started getting a lot of traction, that was the end of it. That's it, man. You got Avis rental car recession indicator. It has been triggered. Don't tell Golubov. Don't tell Gala. Again, they already did their moves yesterday. T-Mobile going up. Remember, that merger is still in play. Or at least there are headlines of it. Orelito. Cuckoo. Copper, I haven't looked, but it's still been holding up generally. And then during some of the war stuff, yeah, copper's been holding that high. He had a little bit of volatility during the war, but I mean, generally copper, even post-war, like even back through the 70s, usually the metals afterwards go up, but especially copper. But yeah, that's kind of been holding. ELF. Bro, it's consumer stocks, bro. Consumer staples. So again, SPY going up. You're about to fill the gap. NASDAQ has already went red to green right there. So again, I think a lot of it is chips for the most part. But yeah, you do still have a lot of other individual names and even tech, unless they get excited. But yeah, IGV's even still down 4. Staples up almost 1. So you are getting a little bit more of a rotation. Wheat stocks down 5 now, 480. Where did it start from yesterday? How I didn't. That's what I was expecting yesterday on the news. So it kind of just did it more right now. So 460 will be your gap fill on the halt, or 430 is where it started from yesterday. Car unhalted. It might halt again, dude. 333 down 25. So again, 100. It dropped 180 bucks yesterday. It wasn't the same percent. It's a lot bigger. It started from higher point. Hasbro, they had good earnings. So again, all these like non-tech names had pretty decent earnings. And then again, tech, software, that's kind of the ones that were bad. There's no T-Mobile news now, but earlier in the week there was that foreign merger news, or like they were saying that they might merge with Telefonica or something like that. SKM. And then STM. Newsmax, no love. Spirit, no love. Weed, no love. All the momentum ones from yesterday, no love. That's why you make it free. No, where's Service Now? They're still chilling there. Still holding 15. Lulu on the low. Yeah, NVIDIA did 0.5%. At least that's green. I think Google's green and then Amazon break even. So, I mean, today would move a lot. Today would also move and look a lot different if those started to react. But then you have Microsoft down and then Apple. Actually, Apple's even in the green. Barely. And Tesla did a good flip, but now they're down 2. They touched green for a little bit. IBM's still down 10. Alibaba down 2.8. Is it from yesterday? Well, GE, Vernova, and GE. But yeah, they've been killing it. VIX is on the high. SPY getting a candle. I mean, literally, NASDAQ just went green and just sold off a quarter right there. So NASDAQ back down to 0.15. Telecom is doing good, though. Now WDC. So again, today's feels like post-earnings rotation. UK consumer confidence falls to the lowest level in more than 2 years. I don't know if any funds got washed. I mean, I think Jane Street shorted it. Right when they get in, it got rug pulled. But yeah, the data we were going over the other day, most of those guys, they bought it very, very low. So they were, if anything, they probably lost profit, but they were up a decent amount already. Yeah, WDC waking up. See if any other chips. Remember, that's still part of that streak. Oh, you speaking of streaks. Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. Oh, no, on a Friday, Junior. That's a streak. You're like, oh, this is the most the chips went up. 15 days. Imagine that, Bradley. That's an all-time record. 15 days, Bradley. That's rookie numbers to Bradley Frizzle. They don't understand. That's what I'm talking about. AVEX did go up 10. That was that IPO one from the other day. No shit. It's interesting because even LMT earnings wasn't that hot. So yeah, see if that holds, that'll be good. Otherwise, it might be very volatile IPO. And then Bradley Frizzle, man. Where is Bobo? Bobo did good. I think if you bought the Peach on the Boeing, that I think we didn't realize it yesterday, but I think Bradley caused the earnings reversal. It's amazing. Good morning. The Peach, right? They're like 16 days, 15 days. Marvel, CoreWeave chilled out. They're still green. Again, these other chip makers are generally doing good. I mean, SOX is still up 2%. 2.5, so that might be still going. TXN still at the high. Yeah, it's literally chips 52-week high. And then I don't know if you guys want this fun fact. Are you ready? Are you ready for this? This might blow your mind. 1/8 of the entire stock market value has occurred in the last 16 days. Yeah. I know, it's so weird to put it into that perspective. So again, that's not, the chips are one part, but remember, just that little rally we've been on and how we're holding. So yeah, 1/8 of the total value. Yeah, something like that. MO, more staples, bro. Staple City is actually hitting. Is that the value of retail? No, just like the market cap. I mean, again, you know, certain percentages at the highest value ever, you know, you probably added in the last 16 days a whole S&P from 30, 40 years ago, if you think about it. So, yeah, but retail got back as of late. I mean, right after it popped, you know, again, that's what I was saying, you know, some of that propaganda and the fear, because people did exit for a little, but retail volume, other inflows, it picked up. Just maybe like what, from Monday and Friday, as everybody started to really like pick up into it. Khamenei injured. Mujtaba is surrounded by doctors. I don't know if that's a new one or an old one. Trump made a comment on it today, saying the ineffective leadership, and people have been talking about it. The other rumor yesterday was what was it? The other rumor was that there's like a coup, and that people of the army are trying to like take over. Procter Gamble against Staples. Well, yeah, I mean, it was, even then, post-expiration, I think the weird part, I mean, I do think it might change by next week, or again, we'll see this weekend, this 3 to 5 days that Trump has been talking about. But remember, I expect a bigger move post-earnings. KDP, post-earnings, still hitting. Habibi. So, yeah, I don't know if these are going to hold up, but if this continues all day, Staples, it's not totally risk-off. So, like I'm saying, if you really want risk-off, you'll have chips sell. But for the most part, I think you're just moving out of these guys that had a little bit of steam, like software, and then people are putting it to some of the other earnings winners. Yeah, bro, IGV back to 84. But, yeah, essentially, Staples are going up, chips, like the money is going somewhere. That's why it's not completely risk-off. I would argue this is more of an earnings reaction than not. Back in the day, you used to think when I would yell Bradley Frizzle, you would run to your phone and buy a call on the spy, because that's what I thought it meant. I lost thousands before I realized. Yeah, that's not what Bradley Frizzle means. It's not what the peach signifies. I'm glad you picked up on it eventually, but yeah, I could see the confusion. I mean, you gotta just sit and watch. You'll notice it. But no, it is not a buy signal or a sell signal. It's a human being. It's Bradley Frizzle. It's Bradley Frizzle in the peach, man. Did you like that DJT rumor yesterday? That was funny. I keep forgetting. Newsmax, bro. Down 17? Went from in the money to down 17? That's why you make it free. Risk, reward, and harmony. GE, that started to pick up there again. Remember, GEV went nuts yesterday. TRT, is this a weed stock? Their logo looks like it. Did weed fill the gap? Close, 468. KDP, bro. So that one's starting to run up a little bit harder. 7% now. The French guy, I didn't know if that was true. I heard about that. Apparently somebody was there's like a weather sensor that was like near the airport in France, and somebody would take a blow dryer and heat it up to make money on the prediction market. Something like that. CVS, all value, bro. All SKM, not STM, SKM. But yeah, bro, value, KDP, Staples, MO, Procter Gamble, pre-run too. They're all going. And then SPY back at VWAP. Again, NASDAQ down a quarter. Russell even went red there too. And now Dow. So everything's red. Oil practically unchanged. A little bit higher from when the trial balloon was issued last night. Hasbro too. That was another post earnings. All value, bro. Communications, VZ. So you're rotating. It's been a while, bro. You haven't seen this since the beginning of the year, man. Staples are actually getting some love again. No news. There's a Zelensky headline right now. You had S&P global data, but nah, not anything major has actually occurred yet. Even over last night, I mean, they were talking tankers, they were talking Strait of Hormuz, and kind of what happened. But I really do believe that reaction yesterday was probably one of the more bigger things that we witnessed. So we're still on ice. I mean, you're eventually going to hear a little bit more about Iran. And then, like I said this morning, the earnings today was the first day where earnings wasn't good. It was good, like if you looked at the good ones, but you had way more volume of like names that just did not do well. That's why you're getting a staple rotation. So I wouldn't call it full risk off. You still have chips up. People are moving the money to staples as well, but for the most part, I still think it's a mix of the drama last night, and then you're falling right back here into the earnings reaction. It's still very minimal for now, and it's Thursday though. So let's see how this plays out. Now that I think about it. And tomorrow, Friday. Oil's taking a stick too. Oh shit. U.S. accuses China of theft of AI technology. Hi. Nextera. Again, it's all staples. Avis in a bit of a car crash. You get it? Alright. I have one on watch. I'm not going to take it, but let's see. CRM more lows. They got, again, I think ServiceNow. Because ServiceNow wasn't confident. Like I'm telling you, in terms of the commentary. I mean, they were saying best record, but when you got down to the conference call, and then a lot of the software there, I mean, it just chips. Chips are getting the money. Software, I guess ServiceNow even highlighted that you could be exposed to some of the war headlines. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. But again, I don't think today's full risk off. U.S. to explore ways to hold foreign actors accountable. What does this mean, Habibi? So everything's about a quarter. Again, NASDAQ was going quicker at first, but now it chilled. Airlines on the high. Interesting. You didn't even have too hot of airlines earnings. And then XLP. T-Mobes. Risk and reward in harmony. Yeah, car, is it halted again? Down 34% now. FlyQ below $1. It's back already? Habibi. So yeah, that's, again, yesterday was trippy, dude. Because like I'm saying, I would have, like the weed stocks, I expected that to sell off how it did today, yesterday. FlyQ, I thought it was just going to kind of chill there. And then they all just got hyped, and now they're doing the move 24 hours later. That's why you make it free. Well, I mean, car, is this where? I don't know the positioning. But I do think some of them started to enter here, but then most of it was like right around here. And then I know one of the funds that owns like 30 or 40%, they have, I think they have like $85 calls is what they bought on car. And then SPY right at VWAP. All right, well, oil came right back down. Still 93. That's actually more pinned than not. A couple names have updated guidance. They've like again, now is a little bit below. Nobody updated guidance before. I thought they would, but then that actually ended up. That's kind of how we got some of this rip. Dio, but yeah, for the most part, that's why you got some miss. I mean, again, most of the people selling off today, they missed or they spent too much. So it wasn't just like one set of guide, but if you did lower full year guide, you kind of got punished. So again, this isn't even the big week. So again, next week, that's where like more bigger companies. But like I'm saying, I mean, just objectively, today was your first earnings day where like everyone wasn't like, wow, this is good. Everything's fine. Wow, it's amazing. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at right now. Bonds catching a bid. It's been a long time. I should have left you without a dope year to step to. Palantir dumping. Yeah, damn, dude, software is getting murdered. I think it's, again, ServiceNow mixed in with all the other ones that are, again, software, but then, like, staples. So you pretty much have bad software earnings on one of the bigger ones, and then good, a lot of little mini and bigger companies and staples doing good. So like I'm saying, that's the only thing preventing today from looking like total risk off. But not bad. Well, again, TXN is leading stocks up a lot. You have NVIDIA green, again, and everything in between, like the ARMs are actually doing well. Even Intel. I mean, Intel's up 2.7 on the day of earnings. So that's even a little unusual. ON too. Yeah, that one's up 8, bro. All these little chip companies, man. Marvel. Who else? Invitis. So they're right at break even, but you can kind of see it just right off the open. That's where a lot of the money came into. Out of software, into chips, and then into staples a little later. Mercedes, Liquid AI partner to scale embedded in-car intelligence. What is in-car intelligent? Yuri, that's up 20 now. Remember, that opened up 3 after 15 in the morning, then it like opened up at 9, I think, not 3. But yeah, that's already doubled up. Adobe. Yeah, Adobe's just getting murdered for no reason. They had the buyback. They weren't even tied to any of this stuff. So again, today's way more freaky outy with software. I think just, again, ServiceNow. Because, again, a lot of people expected a lot from ServiceNow. And that was already down 70% from a certain amount. Or 50%. SaaS is going down through manipulation and money. We need to pick the cream of the crop and try to buy the dip. Well, it's the same strategy from the beginning of the year, when software first sold off. That's why I think the best companies, I'm not really afraid of them. Somebody's going to get, they'll probably underperform, or again, you need earnings for them to come back up. That's why, bad earnings is kind of killing them. But yeah, I mean, that's why, like, it would be nice to just grab a Microsoft. I took Oracle. I still think Oracle has a ton of risk, but at least it's doing this from a higher point. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you and I disagree at the same time. I wouldn't be too sanguine about it. But I do think high quality is going to be high quality. Yeah, ServiceNow. Again, I think ServiceNow is the good example of what I was trying to tell you guys. It's one thing about earnings. So it's not like their earnings was, again, their yearly guide was a little lower, but still, they're making a lot of money. But like I'm telling you, like commentary and confidence. Let me put it this way. ServiceNow pulled a Snapchat. Huh? Essentially they were saying, they're like, oh, the war in the Middle East, it affected us. It's like, that's the last thing you want to hear after going through a software freak out with AI and then being down a certain amount of money, So, but I do think confidence, the people in charge, they tell you a lot. Sometimes they put on a show, but if they're not too confident, or they even if they want to sandbag, it's going to come at a cost. So that's kind of how I think it's playing out. That's why I said that's one of the three factors you're looking at. That's why yesterday, oil, if that goes up, if we're one fake or real attack away from oil going up, that's it. Tom's Capital urges Voya to putting itself up for sale. Voya on the high. Oh shit, that already ripped. It's up 5 now, but that pop was a little bit earlier. And then Warner Bros. Approved $110 billion sale to Paramount. You bought some degenerate spy calls for today. Sports Gambler 86 joined 1 minute ago. Nice. I wouldn't have expected anything less. So go fill out the Unban form, and I'll let you back in. There's no way. You got to start off better than that, dude. I've shown a lot of grace. You got to start off better than that. I'm serious. Literally, you guys think I'm making this up? Bro, literally. Joined 1 minute ago. That's the first message. Yeah, man, you got to do better than that. You got to do something better than that. But that's good. Good luck. I take a little risk. Just be wise. Just be wise. Yeah, warm it up a little bit. Hello, good morning. I'm like, oh, well, software. Dude, at least post some, like, Iranian propaganda prior. You know what I'm Something. The Now guy. Well, again, dude, there was high hopes for Now. A lot of people were more along the lines, like, Now was underperforming. Or, like, they weren't getting rewarded for their leadership. But, yeah, that just didn't play out. Oil coming down. Oh, I said, take some risks. Right now, today, it could go either way. It's a Thursday, and you got a couple of things going on. You're looking at NVIDIA debit contracts, puts for 1 year. I personally, I don't buy 1 year out puts, so I don't know. Again, most of these debit spreads are just playing, some of the volatility. So it's not necessarily, that's covering like 4 earnings. And I know Michael Burry likes those, I think. So, if you wanted to replicate the Burry trade, you could do it cheaper and use a debit spread, but yeah, I'm not. Most of those ones we're looking at, they're just not. I don't even remember last time I bought a year output, to be honest. Kimberly, Staples, Car is halted. No, it's not. It's still going down. Brent climbs $1. France is ready to host the Lebanese conference, AP. Yeah, but like ServiceNow, again, the conference call. That's the guidance. The guidance was still light too, but, that's just kind of a double whammy. But yeah, like I was saying, people really thought ServiceNow was doing a lot better. Again, they are kind of remember, the first round of Jensen, you had the CEO of ServiceNow. He was with Jensen at a bunch of those meetings. He was, he was like the sixth man at the maybe even starting five in terms of remember the NVIDIA summits and all that, and Jensen, he would be all there. I have bought leaps, even on, sometimes we use the leaps to take advantage of certain like volatility moves, but yeah, I've definitely bought leaps. I don't, like I said, I don't remember last time I bought a leap put more, because again, I mean, you guys should know my strategy. It's one thing to like trade it, like the leap puts, you're just going to spend a lot, and then like unless you're getting near the money, but if anything I think is going to go down, especially like in NVIDIA, I'm more in the mindset of being a buyer, so I don't need to buy puts. I could just buy the stock if it actually does drop. Do I see any diamonds out there? Not necessarily just yet. I mean, everything's at the same price. So, if there was a diamond today, it means it probably was a diamond last month. But that's why it's like, if we could get to new prices, that'd be nice. So like I told you guys, my plan, we're going to be rocking it out, build up some capital until we get closer to the earnings. Or excuse me, to the midterms. Midterms is earnings. All right, little popper on the SPY. Again, you have France ready to host Lebanese conference. Michael McDermott. Is that his name, Michael? Yep, him in the shades. That's why. It would be him, Michael Dell. All of them would be there. UPS, dude, just all value, staples. Honeywell had earnings. So SPY coming back up to the high. Dude, you're like 2 points off of all-time highs. It's a rotation, not a retreat. I agree. I can agree with that. That's why if we get chip selling off, it'll be more risk off. If I mean, again, it's not like last month staples haven't been shy to sell off. So, but then again, they're the ones who had the good earnings today. Risk and reward in harmony. Get XLP up. Service now, another low. Freeport, China, our CEO making comments on China. He said something about copper too. Oh yeah, that isn't there. And then WDC, more chips. Chips. I think the craziest part is, again, I mean, I think even Tesla, Netflix, none of them moved on their earnings day. You got the headline pump with Intel and Tesla this morning. So look, IGV stays crazy because I'd assume Staples would be up a little bit more, but they are doing the almost direct inverse. It's getting magnified on the Staples to the downside. But then again, Staples, it's been a minute. Lulu, they had a new CEO news yesterday, but started dumping her. I don't know. Is that why they're down 11? That could be a delayed reaction. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times so far. CRM now dumping. They're down 9%. They didn't even report. But yeah, McDonald's now too. Add that to the list to stay. They're all up one. Waste Management, most of the high ticker. Like I'm saying, we'll get another checkup real quick. NASDAQ 52 green, 49 in the red. I think Dow is 19 green, 11 in the red. Dow is still in the red, but only down by 0.1%. And then S&P 340 green, 249 in the red. Or wait, that's way more. Hold on. 200 in the red. Unless this isn't updating. Oh no, I hit S&P 600. I meant 500. 308, 192, yeah. Bank of America and financials now as well. How are the slot bulls? Yeah, and Fizzer's just been at the same price. Caterpillar. So again, I mean, software, they're not getting, even though they were part of the AI stuff, think ServiceNow, the NVIDIA stuff we were talking about, but if anything, chips. That's why Intel will be important today. I mean, it's not usually the bellwether, but let me put it this way. If Intel finally, you know, turns on the fucking engines and starts getting attached to everything going on, that'll really support this. Everybody's buying any chip they could get. Otherwise, it might cool some things down, but then again, I mean, chips have been able to ignore Intel to a degree at other times. Friday Junior, pinned in earnings season. I think earnings season especially. But yeah, first day of bad earnings, but for now, that also came with the other 200-300 names that are doing good. Coupang, Korea. I'm surprised Korea's not even up though, considering all the memory. Paramount looking forward to closing transaction. Again, latest headline, like right before that pop, was the France one. But I haven't got anything else. STM, that's still up 10. NVIDIA did go back to red. Just right it open. A lot of big tech is like that. So again, they didn't just do much. I mean, they're literally all, except for Microsoft. Microsoft got hit by the software. And then Tesla came back down 4 after going green. But yeah, most of the big tech is just literally just chilling at open. That's why, like, think about how different today would look if you had any of the Mag 7 actually moving large. So Southwest Airlines going up. Voya one, again, they're still holding the 4. And then financial starting to go up. IGV still into the low, down 5.7. Airlines, bro. Delta, Southwest. That one's the weird one. I mean, you had the little oil pop yesterday. None of the airline earnings were good. But yeah, they're kind of moving up like a defensive, as odd as that may be. And FICO, I mean, they had their big sell-off with all the credit. Was that 48 hours ago? All right, you're working up. Not bad, Habibi. Not bad. It's actually the lowest oil's been since the open. So you're actually breaking below the futures open, or 630. MO, Philip Morris. All right, high ticker, 1 minute velocity picking up. Anything, VIX is on the low now too. So yeah, you're starting to chill out. I mean, you were 2 points off of all-time highs. Risk and reward in harmony. Yeah, Microsoft's done that a couple times last week. I don't know what that is. Remember, I feel like I saw like 5 of those in the last 5 days. Some days it'll do it more, but yeah, that candle's not real. I should get the ICAP right. You're literally 2 points off of all-time highs. So again, 712, that's what we hit on Friday. And then we've been playing this back and forth. You still got many gaps out there, but for the most part, we will see. Yeah, I don't think that Microsoft one's real. Japan going up. All right, well, 710. You have, again, oil's below where we started out. I think, again, it's all the AP headline with France. That was the latest one you got. I mean, oil did react a little bit. So it was already at like 90. You went 60 cents. Russell's break even. SPY is doing better than, so again, staple rotation, how people are moving today. I mean, SPY's almost green. NASDAQ still down a quarter. Dow is about to go green. Russell just flipped green. Yeah, Intel just did a little flush. Again, a couple weird candles here to start. Trump, wow, crying Chuck Schumer. So something about Border Patrol. Trump, I think, put out a True Social. Risk and reward in harmony. Let's see. I was going to say, I'm surprised Korea didn't move up more. Yeah, I mean, it just moved up 0.5% right there. Because they've been loving all of the chips and everything else. I mean, SanDisk and Micron, they had their big pops yesterday. They didn't do much. Canada is ready to go to detailed USMCA negotiation. Never heard Trump mention the concept of paying an entry fee. One there is not. It's moving too slow. You didn't even get too much decay on anything. Where are the wheat stocks? So Ford, I think it filled the gap. But yeah, due to delayed reaction, even there's one more headline here today that reacted the day at Lulu. I think Lululemon. You had that news yesterday. It didn't really react, and then literally you reacted here this morning. FICO, NVIDIA, SPY, dancing VWAP. Just right above it, actually. Pakistani diplomat, continued negotiation requires concessions from America and Iran. So you were getting those in the morning. Again, even the Prime Minister of Pakistan, Sharif, there were those headlines too, but he was mentioning the removing the blockade. Still the same stuff you've heard over the last couple days. So I'm telling you, I think the trippiest thing was yesterday. You did take more boats, apparently. America did. All right, Chattadunia. 1 hour in. Not bad. Good morning. Good morning. Do 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 do. 1 minute natural gas numbers. $103 versus estimate of 94. So more inventory. I mean, yesterday's oil numbers were good. They were just tripping on the diesel. Yeah, Adobe, well, remember, like I was saying yesterday, I think Adobe's down, I want to say for no reason and that it was everything else, but think about it. A lot of things today reacted the day after. So, like, remember yesterday, what was I saying during the Google stuff? I was like, dude, this is weird. I was like, all of these, like, updates from, like, Sam Altman, ChatGPT, Google, Gemini, it seemed like all of them were, like, visual. And, like, you know, changing how people do their workflow with, like, editing, pictures, all that stuff. And I was like, it's weird. Adobe wasn't moving. And now here we are. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of been the theory all year, is if staples come down, or excuse me, if software comes down, staples usually benefit. So it just kind of depends on the scope, but that could change if somebody reports bad in staples. That's, I think, the other part. TRT, is this a wheat stock? That one keeps going up. I mean, again, most of the wheat is down. SanDisk now, again, Korea, we were just talking about that. SPY is about you're 0.2 away from a new high of the day. Avis halted again. A rental car from Avis down 41%. TRT's a photonics GPU play. A member of Iran's parliament says authorities decided not to release any new images or materials related to Mujtaba Khomeini, citing concerns over occult sciences and unconventional methods that can be used against him. Based on the scholars Najaf, Qom, and Mashad, the decision no new images will be released for now so that enemies cannot harm him through particular methods and occult sciences, said Salar Velmatadar, a member of the National Security Commission, claiming that such sciences and methods are studied in institutions, including those in Tel Aviv. Listen, brother. We want to keep our leader safe from a voodoo. I know you guys. I know what the Zionists, the voodoo. I don't want any voodoo. No voodoo, occult sciences. I know exactly what you are up to. I know you're not going to fool me, brother. You're not going to fool me. Who you think you're fooling, huh? You think you're going to do that? You want an image? And a piece of my hair? Fuck you, man. And none of this stuff. Science, fake science, real science. Out of abundance of caution. I mean, they're either speaking facts or he's dead. So, this is a real headline, bro. Dude, I'm telling you, last like 24 hours have been a fucking trip. From the little like fake headlines yesterday to now, if you thought the cardboard box was crazy, they're like, we don't want you to have a picture. We don't want to expose ourselves unnecessarily. Wait, what? Holy shit. I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, I mean, listen, there's no pictures of Josh, so I can't talk too much shit. But yeah, I never was really trying to protect against the voodoo. But you know, never thought about it like that. Amazonian finally. That was not on my bingo card. No, not at all. No, I don't know if he is dead or alive. I mean, the problem, see, maybe I'm just a greedy bastard. I'm just wondering about all that money. That might be an incentive to keep him alive, even if he is injured. Because, like, what are you going to do with all that? There has to be, I don't know what the, it's a lot of money in control. I mean, he pretty much would inherit, I don't know, unless the previous Supreme Leader had different plans. But yeah, he should be getting some of that or be in control of those assets. But that's where I'm like, I don't know. Do you guys, anybody in London right now? I think if you're in London, you should try to squat his property. I don't know if this is appropriate right now to bring this up. It's different in voodoo, but like adverse possession. I don't know if you've thought about that at this point. There's a $100 million mansion in London. I think, Chad, you should adverse possess it. I think it's a great idea. Oh, yeah, I didn't tell you guys. I got banned on Twitter again. You know that? They banned me again, bro. I think you could... currently, my account is locked. I have to go through another 12-hour re-education camp. Yeah, dude, it's stupid. Because of my joke on the scientists. When I said the life insurance thing. Southwest confident Boeing ability to deliver on jets on time. I think Intel earnings is, like I said, it's going to do good probably in terms of like earnings, and then they're going to water it down with some shitty commentary. Farm Agency says it'll relocate many research food safety from Washington as part of reorganization. Still melting up. Again, you got Korea. I got Iran up here. They just popped $1. You say a bunker baby? You just called him a bunker baby? That's amazing. I heard the funniest joke about Mujtaba. They were saying like this new supreme leader, it like sounds like a musical. Like imagine, bro. Like his dad is like, you gotta become the supreme leader. He's like, no, I just want to dance. I don't want to do that. Here, I gotta find you this, bro. I gotta find you this. This is the funniest joke I've heard in a long time. Because it's kind of true, bro. Like, I don't even think Mujtaba wanted to be the supreme leader. You know, what if he wanted to fucking study art? Have you guys ever thought about that? Fucking Americans. I thought you guys would be more understanding. Yeah, it was Ryan Long. Here, I found it. I'm gonna play it. If I get this in my email, it's on my phone. This is the funniest shit ever.
Still kind of weren't that on board with the war. He was like, did you hear the new Ayatollah is gay? If that's not a musical, I don't know what is. A guy and his dad wants him to be an Ayatollah, and he's just in his room listening to Chappelle Roan. His dad busts down the door, turn that shit off, you're supposed to be the Ayatollah. I don't want to be the Ayatollah. I want to go to Berlin and get like, you're gonna get a wife and you're gonna beat her, because that's what we do in this house. God, leave me alone. And he goes into his room and a mic drops down and he says, I'm just a kid. Life is a nightmare. And then he still has to be the Ayatollah, and then Lindsey Graham comes to negotiate with him. And they lock eyes. He says, Lindsey, he says, Ayatollah. And he says, what are we doing? We shouldn't, but we must. And then Lindsey Graham says, not the explosions I was expecting, but I'll take it.
Come on. If that's not a musical, I don't know what is. Dude, that was the funniest joke. I think it's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Iran received hard currency payment for Hormuz toll, Fars news agency. Yeah, Ryan Long. Dude, he's hilarious. I think he used to be on Wild and Out. I feel like you've seen him before. Well, on that note, I do need to go to the bathroom. I want to play you some of your favorite Ayatollah tracks, but they're not long enough for my bathroom break. I can't pee in 20 seconds, bro. You know some of your favorites, like Cardboard Box. You guys remember these? Some of you remember.
Cardboard box, cardboard eater. Boy, shock, Iran still weaker. Keep up that talk, it's all just theater. You got a drone, we got heat seekers. Troops deployed, time to meet Jack Reacher.
Maybe propaganda. It's been a while since they're talking Tesla.
Global deliveries.
I don't know. Let's see. Any other propaganda? Reflection on latest valuation. Who's this?
There, Alphabet, obviously, to be the winners, so to speak. They are developing closed systems. Why should I not be concerned by the threat of open source, since I thought we were in this race with China and we have to win?
That's a really good question, David. So the key thing to understand about open models and why they're starting to work.
Oh, we are back.
Distracting the jets, distracting the jets, distracting the jets. Fog of war. Reaping the jets, reaping the jets, reaping the jets. We're in the fog of war. Question the man, your allegiance they demand in the fog of war. As the smoke raises high, distracting the wide with gas prices so high, they choking supply in the fog of war. You must escape the need to secede from your reason. War. Fog of war.
Took me a little longer than a minute. That was a minute and some change. It's a good one, bro. The fog of war. See, it's good, man. Alrighty. And then back to the meditation music. Welcome. Bro, you're just working your way up. It's just literally one candle down, one candle up. Thursday. I feel like Thursdays went from red to Chop City. But now today's are, it's been a while. It's been a long time. So the rotated. That rotation to step two. That's what it feels like today. It's a good one. Actually, IGV, and then again, even look at Staples. They came down a little bit. I think you're getting a little bit more of a pickup in tech. And like I was telling you, if you get any of the big tech moving, 7-Eleven 12, Almost near the high of the day. Been here for an hour and 15. Well, just under an hour here until Euro close. Nasdaq still down 0.15. Russell's up by 0.15. Dow's at break even. SPY's practically at break even now too. Is it the first time you heard Fog of War? Oh wow. Yeah, it's a Tim classic. ARM 52-week high. All right, SPY is about to go green. Unless, no, I guess SPX is still barely red, but the actual SPY, SPY, is going to go green. I don't think there is a headline on Iran. It just started picking up. Actually, where's Bitcoin, too? Remember, Bitcoin was on fire the other day. I don't see anything on Iran. And Microsoft. Dow, it's a post-earnings sell-off. You technically didn't clip that high from earlier. You're right below it. Oracle, they're for Purdue. Some of these software names just down 5 to 8%. Fucking Mr. McDermott. Come on. Well, somebody said that, though. That was the one. There was one headline, or this was like a month ago on ServiceNow, where somebody was like, the CEO's garage is worth more than how much he bought in stock. And I said, wow. So remember, he bought like $1 million or $2 million at one of the lows. So I actually think he's down on it. But then people are like, what do you mean you only bought $1 million? Because he showed off his cars before. So yeah, they kind of, they got a little, it's a very wild stat. Iran. Oh, he bought $3 million? Thought it was like $1 million. But yeah, he still had more in cars. Yeah, Iran, I don't know. It's up 7%. We saw that first candle. Remember, I was just saying it popped $1, but I don't have a headline on that. Transit permit needed for fees to go through Strait of Hormuz. Okay, you have to purchase a Hormuz Plus. Okay, it's a monthly subscription, and then we charge you based on volume. If you would like Hormuz Plus, it's going to be an extra fee. Okay, now you have to answer a few questions. Who is supreme leader? How do you feel of Zionist regime? Okay. How long have you been transiting oil? Like, what the fuck? And then, can you sign your name and then debt to America? What the fuck? And y'all say Sass is dead. You know, yeah, y'all say Sass is dead. Fucking tell that. Iranians just discovered Hormuz Sass. It's called Hormuz as a service. It's a very, very innovation. What was the STM? What was the other one that sounded like STM? There was another one. Always scares you when Coca-Cola stock moves up. I mean, I feel you. That's the staple. You haven't seen it in a while. There was, again, remember beginning of the year, everything was doing good. Even Staples, SKM, thank you. That was the other one. STM, SKM, that one still stayed up. It's actually still red. But yeah, that's why today, remember, it's value rotation, but like beginning of the year, you had a point where SPY was going up with all the staples, but ever since this like software freak out and then the war, It's kind of been more defensive rather than offensive, and people trying to rotate because they liked everything or the run at hot theme. But that is something. If we return back to the, get over the war volatility, oil, I do think that staples, it will be dependent on earnings. I mean, I do think that is what today shows. It's still early. I mean, you're going to get slightly more earnings tomorrow, but then a lot more next week. But this is why I was telling you guys, like, earnings mode is affecting how the market's moving, but then earnings as well as the earnings, the commentary, and then now just ultimate price of oil. The straight as a service, SaaS. I tell you, it's so innovation. Cardinal Health. Oh, we didn't look at CSX. That was another earnings too. They're still up. They're up 7%. Railroads. They're buying railroads, airlines, Dr. Pepper. What was the other one? ARM again too. Where's Core Wave? They're still red. And then where is it? TXN, that's still holding like nothing. And then Intel. So chips are up, just kind of pinned either near their highs or holding their gap up. And then high ticker's pretty active. A couple names on the low, ICE on the low, Ford. There's some names. Car again, dude. Habibi. I don't know, man. You think this has to do with overcrowding? Because it's right as right as the short squeezes started to spread, Car was like, okay, we're done. 40% down right now. Got a Carney headline, new high, new low on oil, at least intraday. You're going back to the low leading into futures. 7-11-14. You are less than 1 point away from a all-time high on the SPY. I don't know if it feels like it. I don't know how y'all are feeling. To spam, some of them do. I don't know, if I email you, it goes through. And like, I'll see the reply. I got your one this morning. I think you got mine too. With UWMC, kind of. I mean, I still have it in Colt Sister, but I'm not like, I've been talking about it for like maybe a year now. I'm not the biggest fan of their balance sheet, but I do think if you turn more risk on and get a broader effect on real estate and REITs, they'll be good. But for now, I mean, it's not one that I have on a buy list as of now. More just sit and hold. And I only have it on that one account, Colt Sister. You're not going to put too much time into the thesis. You'll have time to react. I wouldn't try to go before. I think it's very fascinating. It's funny how it played out like that. But even then, that's why, like, even the other day I was saying it. It's kind of good Car came down, because usually when we get those short squeezes, unless this leads to it, because unless these short squeezes cause a fucking liquidity problem, that's kind of what's happened before in the past. But I do think it is fascinating going back that far of data. And just to know, but I feel like in the past, this was a short squeeze, but I feel like in the past, it was just kind of one of those weird economic indicators. I mean, people renting cars, travel, all of that stuff. Well, yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Nothing like putting something to the test in real time. It's kind of how I feel about Bitcoin with the whole ISM and everything else. And speaking of which, they're climbing up. I'm going to keep the staples up. Net is actually doing good. So surprisingly, SPY now 7-11-47. Getting ready. I got one test and I tried to do another email test to myself and it didn't work. Here, I'll try another one. Let's see. All right, bro. 7-11-74. Are we squeezing? Are we rotating? I don't know. I think it is more rotation than not. But yeah, you're literally now less than 1 point, maybe like what, 0.8 off of the highs? With the chips going through. A SPY 2% rate. Is it from, I mean, maybe from bottom to top. Or no, I only think that was like 0.5% too last night. Near 1% in a couple of minutes. Alrighty, Chad, you're about to hit a new high. Again, a couple of other names like Nibis, Iran. A little bit more of the risk on. It's a different risk on than yesterday. It's just more concentrated in chips. Now the staples are chilling out. I think you've gotten the brunt. IGVs even came up, I guess, 1.5%. Did service now hit a 52-week low? No. Still a couple bucks off of that. But yeah, high ticker's actually getting a little bit more juiced. Everything is in the green. Dow, Russell, SPY, NASDAQ. So you're going. Fuck off, war. Yeah, Nibis, Coupang, and then CVS, some of the other staple. Even though staples are coming down, any like individual that was already kind of ramping up is doing very well. Very quiet on headlines. White House announces deal with Regeneron. Oh, that was a couple minutes ago. That didn't even react, but that's the latest one. And then the Hormuz fees. And then you got a couple of things on Canada. But yeah, I mean, even yesterday, yesterday was just back and forth with the war headlines. But even then, remember, you probably had like 10 different headlines related to the conflict. And then nothing moved. I mean, it was just like little back and forths until everybody kind of waited till earnings. All right. And SPAR going. Not a recommendation. Trump live on MS Now. Is it a TV show? What is it? Let's see, where is friend? TSM now. TSM's actually going red to green. Watch any of the other earnings too. I mean, IBM is off 3% from the low. FCX, you had the CEO comments earlier. That one's starting to go up. Iran can no longer intimidate anybody. Trump's having a healthcare event right near the close. Howard Lutnick is live. Howard, didn't lie or deny. Let me see if this works.
Is a status on the second round.
This is MS Now, yeah. I don't know where they're getting this.
Negotiations that were postponed earlier this week. His answer to that question, essentially TBD, about when J.D. Vance, Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner will return to Islamabad to continue to try to hash out a longer-term deal. He told me, and I'll read the quote, that Iran has no idea who their leader is at this moment. He said they're all messed up. You know, we took out really 3 levels of leaders and everybody that was even close behind him, so they have a hard time figuring out who the hell can speak for their country. They just don't know. Now,
I think they're reiterating what he said earlier with like one extra
David
headline.
Rode, who quickly spoke with a bunch of experts about Trump's claims, who have essentially said that they're incorrect. And I think some important context here that
Dizzle
might
now.
help illuminate
And
why
Intel.
the sudden posture change.
But more
and
chips,
different
52-week
tone
high, even
change
XLK
that we're
picking
hearing
up.
from the White House
Said
about
software not
extending
as bad,
patience
but still
to
pretty
Iran,
rocked.
issuing an indefinite ceasefire, and basically allowing them to take their time and coming back to the negotiating table is the intense political pressure that he is under right now. He has new polling out this morning that shows that his approval ratings are at an all-time low. You have energy experts around the world saying that the world is really now facing the greatest security threat in modern history with regards to the lack of oil that is coming through the Strait of Hormuz. But meanwhile, the U.S. has said that they're going to continue this blockade. The Iranians have said that they would be more likely to return to the negotiating table if that blockade is ended by the U.S. military. So a lot of moving parts here, everything changing really hour by
Kushner's
hour.
his top negotiator,
Jackie
dude.
Alamany, keep us posted. Thank you.
I'm telling you, he's good. He might be my son-in-law. I don't even know who he is, but he's good. Good negotiations. Make it free, baby. Yeah, make it free. I think yesterday's a good example. Even today, if you got any hitters, you can make it free. About Bondi? They own Elden Ring, Tekken, and Dragon Ball. I mean, shit. I haven't looked into them, but do they make money? So, stuff like that, I mean, especially if it's been around, I'd be more inclined to, like, trade it and speculate on it. Yeah, it looks super illiquid. But, if anything, you know, if you have a built-out long-term and you want to take risky, kind of not your ideal long-term plays, I mean, again, I'm not against taking risk, but you got to make sure it's prioritized. So, like, I would focus right now, you know, prioritizing quality and all those other factors. And if that still remains and that's in the game, then yeah, why not? But I don't know if I would. I don't view it as an anchor. I don't know if I would, like, build around it more or less, if that makes any sense. That was something I thought about the other day. I saw people posting about it. Dude, so tell me this. You guys know Pokemon cards, right? Because you're saying, you know, Elden Ring, Tekken, all that, the classics, but like Pokemon, right? And then Pokemon's going crazy. And like people want to put a house on Pokemon. Again, you'd be surprised this year I've had so many questions about Pokemon being a real investment. So, my question is this. Why not Yu-Gi-Oh? Yo, what happened to Yu-Gi-Oh, dog? How come, like, Blue Eyes White Dragon is not worth a lot of money? You remember Blue Eyes White Dragon? I remember Blue Eyes White Dragon. That's what I'm thinking, and it's just like, so, but that's also the risk, too. Like, I don't know. I feel like you could get Blue Eyes White Dragon, and then that's it. It's just not the same. They're mad because you were into Yu-Gi-Oh, not Pokemon. Well, yeah, that's why people are kind of, you know, they're like, wait a minute, why aren't these worth a lot of money? Yeah, Magic the Gathering. Well, Magic the Gathering came up on the conference call. Where one of the last earnings where they were talking about it, and they're like, yo, people were mad that they were issuing more cards because I put MTG in here. Thing is, in it Hasbro or Mattel? But they were like, yeah, it's like devaluing some of the other ones. But that came up in a conference call. Yu-Gi-Oh! Mass prints. Supply and demand. The heart of the spy. I play it. Blue Eyes is actually worth $3K, you think? No way. I don't know. Personally, I would take a Honda Civic, like a 1992. But, you know, shit. $3,000 for a Blue Eyes White Dragon? Wow. Blue Eyes White Dragon used to have aura growing up. That was the one. But then again, I played both of them. Well, kind of, as much as we could, whatever I could get my hands on. But I never thought they would become the investment. Again, I had somebody tell me they're modern art. This was a real life conversation. I said, that's a good way to look at it. I said, I would still rather get like a Salvador Dali, but I feel. Yeah, Oracle. Again, IGV bounced a decent amount. Staples back at 1%, still a good day. And then meanwhile, so you had Staples come down a little bit, software come up a little bit. Meanwhile, chips went up the whole time. But yeah, a couple things off the bottom. Yeah, Oracle's literally on the high ticker now. They're all kind of moving the same. FCX Techs received regulatory approval for Anglo Tech merger from South Korea. And then, bro, did that debit spread hit? I think they might have, dude. 'Cause I remember they were in the 200s a couple days ago. That thing actually went nuts. 7th. We're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, I say Salvador Dali because you could get some cheap ones, but we've had our art conversations. I still like art. I've been putting you guys on game for that, and you guys are like, nah, I'm gonna fucking buy a Pikachu. So I'm like, all right, I guess. We'll see. We'll give it 10 more years. SanDisk now, XLK. Yeah, bro, I think that debit spread fucking went nuts. No shit. How I didn't lie or deny that he went to that that he hung with that guy. But we still ask why. What about Digimon? Digimon wasn't even that cool when it was like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon, I feel like. Uami, again, Uami just went red to green, and Sermal and those other ones are going nuts the other day. I think Fly came back up too for a little, and then just got a red. And then Amdizzle and Intizzle. Wasn't even that cool, was a crazy reply. What? I remember, I mean, when I was growing up, kids were playing Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh! I think if you were playing Digimon, you were like, nah, they thought you were a nerd. Even though it was all nerdy. But yeah, Digimon never had like local street cred growing up. You took that one personally, huh? You say, how dare you? How dare you say that about Digimon? Sweet greens, I mean, I like it as much as I do for like a small exposure play, as long as everything's up. But yeah, right now I wouldn't prioritize it, you know, because why? Because when we bought Sweet Greens compared to like right now, you have so many more names that are I think at some better deals. Like I would rather buy Service now than Sweet Greens, essentially, or I'd prefer Mike, maybe even IGV if it came down a little bit more. But it's like I think you have some of those other opportunities. Because like I'm saying, like when we brought Sweet Greens, I think software was at all-time highs. And there's a lot of other names, even some of the value names. Even when we bought Sweet Greens, I think Kimberly Clark was at like 140 or 130. So stuff like that, that's where it's like, you know, we bought it when everything was at all-time highs. You know, I split that between them and Fizzer. We got some in Chipotle. We grabbed some small growth names that were underperforming. While everything was outperforming, and now that there's more underperformers, I'm probably gonna go to the higher quality ones. I know I kind of wanted the Amazon ones today, but they didn't look too hot. So slow. Even Apple's at break even right now, or slightly red. Dude, Iran, is there a headline on that? I couldn't find one. That's up 9%. We saw the first candle. Four Iranian tankers broke through U.S. blockade in past 2 days. TASM. Dana here. That was post earnings, I think, from yesterday. That dropped another 4. Actually, Dana here was one of these value names from last year too. They ripped, and now they're hitting a 52-week low. Win on the low. Netflix on the low. It's interesting. Again, Netflix announced a $25 billion buyback. Oh, wait, isn't today Thursday? Aren't we supposed to get the Lebanon-Israel meeting in Washington? Why does Schwab income estimator say Intel is going to pay dividends in June? Dude, I don't think it's up. I think Fidelity still says Intel pays a dividend. Saudi shippers stay clear of Strait of Hormuz after vessel seizures. And yeah, we had the Lebanese House of Representatives praises kingdom's role. That's what just reminded me of that. I'm like, wait a minute. Don't we have the Saudi, or not, excuse me, the Lebanon-Israel stuff was supposed to be today. Oh no, Fidelity moved it. So yeah, my Fidelity for the longest time used to say that they paid dividends. Let's see. Yeah, what the fuck? It says estimated dividends $33. I don't know why. I wouldn't take it as a signal. I think it's just a glitch. Meta now. Okay, some big tech, Habibi. We haven't had that big tech a long time. Meta is the only one that's like actually down. Bitcoin, a lot of the Bitcoin ones on the high now. Even Coin, I think. I saw one of them slip by. Coin just got a candle, but there's like 3 other ones on the high. Yeah, Bitcoin still down by 0.8. Remember, it went up like 3-4% yesterday. I do not think Intel will bring back the dividend. It'd be nice if they did, but Intel just needs to get on the right side of this memory squeeze. That's it. You know, if Intel can position themselves with more of these contracts like Tesla, and if they could not say we're losing because of memory, then I think Intel will do amazing. But like I'm saying, I still think their earnings is going to be good today. I just don't know if they're going to hype it up. Yeah, SPY 7, 12, 14. All right, bro, you're like 0.15 from a new all-time high, my friends. So yeah, NASDAQ under a quarter. Dow's actually red. So you are flipping a little bit. It's more led by chips right now because of, you know, the Dow was green earlier and NASDAQ was lagging. Now it's NASDAQ, Russell, and SPY. So again, I think some of that rotation is fading a little. They're still up, which is kind of good. It just means they're broadening out. But yeah, you're there, bro. That's it. It's getting there, man. It's getting there. How I didn't lie or deny. $20. You're getting close. Again, Meta, I think, is helping it out. You don't really have... And Amazon, actually, too. I see you get Microsoft. Microsoft's still down 2.5. That was the pin earlier. Yeah, now it's just getting up to open. That was still pretty ugly. Again, IGV's like, it's bounced off the bottom, but still a very ugly day for software. Hey, I'm Dizzle. We should just keep the chips up here. So again, you guys know this is the biggest rally on chips in history. I think it is 16 straight days. Even though one of them looks green, but I think it's a Philly Fed index. Or the Philadelphia semiconductors. That's the one that has gone nonstop. Oh yeah, where's weed? Oh dude, I just saw a weed headline. No, dude, not a little fly high, dude. Oh, well, flies trying to fly, but like, dude, like a little smoke and talk before the plane, dude. It's not hitting, dude. No hitting, dude. Come on, Donald. Marvel. Oh, dude, it's a little burnt out, dude. Still, dude, you smoked the roach, dude. A little fucking MSOS roach, dude. Where's it at, dude? How come, dude? They're playing games, dude. Oh, 10 minutes till Euro close, too. So keep that in mind. How I didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy. Why do you have such a bad cough? Oh, dude, I only take resin hits. Dude, that's... Why did you say that? You guys know that? You know, maybe that's a good thing. I don't, like I'm saying, I don't think y'all should smoke weed. I mean, do whatever the fuck you... Actually, if you go smoke more, go ahead. Do whatever you want. But, like, you know, I hate when people are like, Josh, you're an elite. You're a Zionist elite. I'm like, listen, bro, if I was part of Mossad when I was a teenager, I wouldn't have been scraping the bowl for resin hits, okay? You know that? That's what I grew up at. You know, at one point before, you know, houses and cars, dog, I would scrape a bowl just to hit fucking resin out of a... You have no fucking idea. You know that? So I don't want to hear it. I don't understand. But thank God, bro. You know, that's why I praise God, too. You have no... I thank you, Lord. You have no idea. What the fuck was I thinking, dude? Oh, yeah. No, for like a long time. Like, I'm telling you, like, I would just be like, oh, you don't need it. But, like, it works the same. This is how people justify dailies and shit in, like, some dumb shit sometimes. You're like, no, it's the same. This is like adding that dumb shit to the long term. You're like, no, it's just like you still get high, but it's like I don't pay for resin. That was the original make it free strategy. It came with way more negative health effects. Microsoft plans first voluntary employee buyout in company's 51-year history. So they want to fire people. Oh. I'd keep eyes on that. That's going to delay reaction. I don't know when it's going to hit, but that means they're going to fire people. And then that means it's going to be one of those layoff headlines like Meta, and then it's going to hit. But again, they're still earning. All those contracts are still jacked up, though. Be careful. But yeah, that news is coming out. Yeah, upside move most likely. I mean, again, I don't know if we're in that environment. Meta was the last one. Meta fired a bunch of people and the stock actually ripped. So, I mean, sometimes you don't know if it's like if people take it like AI's clapping you, it'll go down. But if they take it as, you know, saving money, supporting this CapEx theme, then yeah, people might like it. I'm leaning towards it's a bullish reaction. I don't know if it's going to hit off of that headline. What I'm saying is that there's going to probably be a follow-up headline in the next coming days or weeks announcing a certain amount of layoffs. And Starbucks too. Yep, you're right. So yeah, as of late, it's kind of been seen as good news. But you never know. So I lean to positive 7112, 7112. I don't even know how to say it. Oh, you're 0.0115 from a new all-time high. Philip Morris, since the UK announced its lifetime smoking ban on anyone after '08. Is that real? So are they actually stopping people born after 2008? You can't even buy cigarettes anymore in the UK? I thought it was just cigars. Are they going to let you buy Zins? I think it was a couple days. I don't know if they could buy vapes. I think they're saying, like, anybody, like, it pretty much, like, when you get ID'd, isn't that weird? They're still going to sell cigarettes and shit. But then if they card you and then you're born after '08, they're like, not for you. You're like, you want some pot? Dude, if you told me about this world 10, 20 years ago, I wouldn't have believed you. Like, again, when I was scraping the bowl, if you're like, one day, you won't be able to buy cigarettes, but they'll let you buy as much weed as you want from a store. I'd be like, no. Why? Well, who? How? Mm-hmm. All right, 7/12/27. Chatadonia, it's coming. It's approaching. Are you ready? I know, man. It doesn't feel like it. Even I'm waiting for the trial balloon, though. That one, we might have to wait till weekend or Friday. It is Friday Junior. Dude, they threw that Thursday trend in the trash now, huh? Still a long day, but yeah. I hear ICAP in the background already. Figs pop. Oh, shit. Yeah, 4%. Check Adobe. Those might have already gone. Yeah, the contracts are... Why doesn't Figs... It doesn't have a deep option chain. You have to scan to see if there's anything. How I didn't... Ah, come on. I'm checking the headline. I'm not going for the play. It just looks like to be an option sweep. Nothing yet. Well, that's 4%. Oh, that's hospital scrubs, not Fig. I'm an idiot. Different Figs, not Figma. That's what I was saying. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah. That's the hospital scrubs. I remember people were really hyped up. That's why they just like, why isn't this chain deep? Well, that's 5%. It's a trigger. Just the chain is shitty. They're literally all up 100%. Everything else that would have been cheap, you can't get. Shares, but I don't have a headline on it. Just literally somebody bought a bunch of contracts. Unusual options activity. They have earnings May 7th. I say, is it a nurse graphic design? Graphic design for the nurses. CNBC News is hitting now. Interesting. I can wait for the follow-up when they actually announce layoffs. But even then, at least it's back to open. But it's still down 2 on the slaughtering of software. Thank you, Mr. McDermott. Yeah, now it's still not going. Again, IGV is actually even coming down again. Plant, Oracle slipped up a little bit. Philip Morris still going. That's part of the staples. Lebanese President Ayoun has briefed ministers about communications conducted at aim of stopping military escalation in Lebanon. That's the other part I feel like people aren't talking about. We have literally the Lebanon-Israel thing today, but I haven't heard shit about it. I hope they don't do what they did with the Islamabad. Remember, Islamabad was supposed to be on Sunday, and then it kind of morphed into no deal, Howie. Whoa, what if Figs is getting in the data centers? You never know. You never know. Is there a media blackout on it? If that's the case, it's either that or very bad, very bad. They say, no deal, we don't go. Spirit Airlines lawyer is in advanced terms with government on material financing package. Court filing. Stock is not moving. But yeah, that's coming out now. We already knew this. We just need the update, but that's coming out now. Spirit Airlines lawyer, they're in advanced terms with U.S. government on material financing package. Reuters. If I had to buy a house or a cremation, a business, a funeral home, which would you choose? I mean, if the business is actually like good, I mean, funerals homes are really actually profitable. I would probably take the business. It all depends on the numbers, and then whether or not you have to manage it or can manage it. But yeah, like it's really I do the math, and like, but if there's a chance that you buy the company and then you have to replace teams and you have to switch things up and you can't manage it, then I discount the value in assumptions. But otherwise, if it's just kind of turnkey and you take it over, everything kind of stays the same. It's just comparison. How much are you going to put down versus, how much you would put down on real estate and what you'd make. Wow. Chad, it didn't hit? I thought it did. That's new high of the day, and Dow is still red, surprisingly, even though we're rotating. But high ticker starting to gas. You're 0.04 away, my friends. President Ayoun stressed any contact with Netanyahu was out of the question. So no deal? No meeting? Spirit buys all Airbus planes. Government ownership should be bullish for Boeing. It's a good take. Mavel again. Spies go. Why isn't it moving? Look at all this activity. You're about to do it, though. You're about to do it. Yeah, the only problem I've seen people get washed on it. I've seen people take over companies and buy companies and then get washed 12 months later, though. And it all just has to do with maintaining the business. So it could be a profitable business now, but if you don't know how to maintain it and it's like you have to take on all daily operations, one, it'll be a lot more stress. But yeah, if you could still fuck up a good company. So that's what you got to think about. Apple tweak. We're moving really high at this all-time high. Apple did pop a little bit. Oh, I don't know if we're going to do it, you guys. You might get up to the high, pull back, and then we got to wait another 10 minutes. From a business owner who wants to retire. So who's going to manage it? So that's the risk, is like, unless they're going to stay on for a couple of years and help transition, or unless you could find somebody to run it. But then even then, if you put like a new team in, they just might not do the same. The only good part is that business is that, as dark as it sounds, people are always dying. So there's high demand. But yeah, it's a lot of people, like the ones where, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Do you guys remember like a year or two ago how everybody was buying like they were buying like roofing companies and AC companies? Like private equity is still doing that, but then there was a lot of people both in private equity and even like non-private equity, just like normal mom and pop people buying these companies. And like, dude, people got washed. Because essentially you could have bought a company with millions of dollars of revenue, then the sales team leaves, the people who've been managing it, the quality control, and then by year number or month number 12 or 18, the business could go from $1 million, $2 million a year down to just a couple $100,000, if not less. And then also to how you're financing it. So business loans and how you pay for a company, they're a little different. Even if you even if you incorporate like some of the equity into the deal, it's still, or like you try to leverage it, it does get a little costly. Yeah, and now you're stuck with it. Now that's the only problem. So it could be profitable today. You buy it. If you buy it, you spend a lot. You'll have a crazy financing for it. And then if you fuck it up, that's going to be so hard to move. So those are the things. You got to really do a lot of due diligence. But like I'm saying, I mean, I like a good company. A good company would be nice. But ideally, if it's something that you could kind of just take over and have it running and, you know, more passive than not, or have these, you know, issues addressed from the start, it's not bad. Otherwise, I mean, real estate comes with its own set of problems too, but real estate not bad. It's much more manageable. Just repairs and then either good or shitty tenants. What if they buy it to flip it to AOK? I think that's what I thought they were gonna do. So you guys remember the deal was supposed to go through, and I don't know, Joe Biden, they were like, nah, we don't want that, and then they filed BK. But yeah, I do. But then again, I don't know if a company, you know, just because somebody, just like we're talking about businesses and buying businesses, it may have been a good acquisition a year or two ago, but that could have changed dramatically. So I don't know if these same companies would be interested in it, and then they just have a lot of debt. I hereby announce I pardon Spirit Airlines. What do you mean? I pardon them. You can't do. Their debt is pardoned. No more debt. Now you could buy them because they have a fuck ton of debt. That's the only problem there, as do all airlines. Whirlpool dumping down 1.5. Check headlines on that. It looks like something. I don't know if you got David Tepper or anything. I don't even know when they report. There's a bunch of analyst activity earlier. I'm not seeing anything yet, but Whirlpool down 1.1. That could trigger if it keeps going. Yeah, URI earnings was good. Yeah, I've flown Spirit before. It's not bad. I don't know. I feel like Spirit gets a bad rap. I've never flown it for more than like an hour or two, but I've flown it from Vegas or to Vegas and back. I told you one time I was trying to leave out of fucking Vegas, and then I came to the an hour early, and then Delta sold my seat. They sold my seat and wouldn't let me in. I almost got kicked out of the airport because I started talking some shit to the guy. I was getting a little agitated, and then I realized I was Middle Eastern and that they would have shot me at the airport. It wouldn't have played out good. Yeah, dude, the Regeneron news hit earlier. It was kind of subtle. Is it hit? No, fuck, dude, that headline came in here. So again, delayed reaction on that. I should have sued them. I didn't have time to get my lawyer and file a case. I just booked the flight with Spirit, and I told them that. I said, "You guys suck." I said, "How the fuck did Spirit Airlines get me out of this?" That's it. I just took the flight 30 minutes later for fucking $50 and a bag of peanuts. Granted, they put me in the luggage compartment, but still, it worked. Micron on the high. Bro, you didn't hit the high. You were 0.03 away from the all-time high. So yeah, you guys are gonna have to wait to retest that, or maybe it'll be an all-day affair. Bro, I've seen a Spirit to Vegas flight for $20. I don't know how. U.S. has redirected 33 vessels since start of blockade, CENTCOM. Yeah, oil even came back up, though, believe it or not. You kind of ignored oil for the last, like, 30 minutes. Yeah, bro, there used to be, I think they would happen. I don't know. I bet you could find one. There used to be like $25 flights from Vegas to San Diego or even LAX. So no, it's bad, Habibi. You would fly Spirit to Denver to Houston for $40. It's not bad. Actually, yo, what do I say? So my girlfriend, she has a friend who is from Singapore. And she just got a job in Houston. And she's moving to Houston. And I didn't know what to tell her. What advice would you give to somebody from going from Singapore to Houston? I was like, dude, I don't know how to. I was like, I don't know. I don't know what advice to give you. Leave? I know. I tried to say that in the nicest way possible, but I was like, they have a nice area. Don't they got like a bougie area? Don't they have like I said, there's a lot of oil money. Have a job. No. She's going there because of a job. She's not like, yo, I'm gonna fucking prospect in Houston. I'm gonna fucking move on over and see what I could find here. Fuck Singapore. No headline on Whirlpool again. Is it 3%? Yep, 2.4. How I didn't lie or deny. Houston is awesome. Dude, there's two reactions when you say Houston. One side's like, leave, get out. The other is like, I love it. That's why. So I just don't know. I know about Dallas. I'm a weirdo though. I like San Antonio. San Antonio is my favorite place in Texas. It's so weird. Yeah, San Antonio has mountains. Traffic is horrendous. Live inside the 610 loop. That's some good advice. Texas Instruments extend to 19%. Most since 2001. Man, I remember when Texas used to not even move on earnings. Yeah, Lebanese president, we will work to address ceasefire today through the meeting held in Washington. Thank you. Dude, I was like, why do we all forget about that? I was like, no, at least they're saying they're going to do it. That would have sucked if we had to do another one of those. How I didn't lie. Oh, yeah, we didn't do push-ups, Chad. Chad, I wanted to play. I thought we were going to get ICAP, a new high. I thought we were going to do push-ups and all of it, but I guess not, my friends. But yeah, man, you've been here for 2.5 hours. You know, protect your body. I'm sore, bro. I had a great leg day yesterday. Spies getting reds. Israel awaits green light to resume Iran war. Cats. All right, well, you're already coming back down to V. It sucks that other second, I was watching one of those targets. It hit like 5 cents above the price. Or didn't take it. Israel poised to resume Iran war, Defense Minister Katz. So again, oil's popping on that, and then you have at least there's a Lebanon meeting confirmed. Apple's selling off now. Dude, you were 0.03 from the all-time high. How is that news? That's the headline that made you say that? Were you not here for the voodoo? So one of the other headlines we got today was that the Iranian National Security Council of Iran said they do not want to release a picture of the supreme leader due to other, what did they say, esoteric? I don't even know what they said, bro. How I didn't lie or deny. Yeah, so there's been some weird headlines today. Even yesterday, the little freak out that we had. All right, fine. Do your push-up. I got to stretch. Oh, with this fucking warlock? Let's do it. Perfect timing. Howard Lutnick.
What you're doing. Your budget suggests that this committee... All
right, man, get your
and
push-ups
in your
in.
budget request, you
Follow me on
abandon the
Instagram,
programs
@theTradingFraternity.
do the
S&P
work
turns
of
negative.
trying to promote American manufacturing. Just you know, look at the you zero out the manufacturing extension partnership, which provides small businesses with tools, training, resources to grow, innovate, remain competitive. You also you eliminate the Economic Development Administration grants, supporting workforce development, innovation, entrepreneurship. And let me also say, it's worth noting that in your confirmation hearing, you opposed cuts to EDA, and it's now going to be eliminated. You got the International Trade Administration, the Global Markets Program. How do you propose that small businesses to survive and thrive if you're not going to give them the tools that they need to be able to perform, to support development, to support workforce development? It's just incomprehensible. You mentioned these very large projects that you're doing, but you're cutting all of these efforts off to deal with small businesses and their ability to be able to succeed and to grow manufacturing. Comment? What's the matter?
Mr. Laurel, thank you.
The time, I just wanted to ask whether you wanted me to
Why don't
respond.
you just try to
move on.
answer it?
It's up
The
to
chairman
you.
will. Why don't you try to answer the question, Mr. Secretary?
The time of the gentlelady has expired. Mr. Clyde?
No answers to the questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Lutnick, thank you for appearing before our committee today. I want to thank you for the Bureau of Industry and Security's decision to rescind the Biden-era interim final rule on firearm export controls. That rule placed an undue burden on American firearm manufacturers and shut them out of overseas markets. Rescinding it was the right call. And so I appreciate the administration's action on this and want to say thank you. And also, the example that you gave of the BEAD, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program savings of $21 billion. Did I get that right? $21 billion? Okay.
$21 billion.
$21 billion. That is incredible, and that is a great testament to someone who comes in and says, you know, I think we need some competition in this, and we need to be able to look at it and say one size doesn't fit all. All right, and so I think this highlights the president's constitutional authority of impoundment. Here you have done something with 50% of the money, and you've got 50% of the money saved. And therefore, I think that should be able to either go back to the Treasury or simply be unspent, because in the end, it ends up being borrowed money. So with that, I thank you. Now, I want to talk a little bit about the BEAD program. Blue Ridge Mountain EMC in my district is a member-owned cooperative or electric cooperative, was excited to receive $3.8 million BEAD award toward their $13.1 million project to connect 3,700 hard-to-reach households in Northeast Georgia with broadband. But on January 12th of this year, the National Telecom and Information Administration quietly added new language to the BEAD general terms and conditions, requiring cooperatives to comply with FCC pole attachment rules across their entire service footprint, not just the BEAD-funded areas, but for the entire service footprint. And this is a serious problem for a few reasons, and I'll go through that. First, Congress explicitly exempted electric cooperatives from FCC pole attachment rules under Section 224 of the Communications Act. And as I understand it, the NTIA has no mandate to undo that exemption. Second, and most critically, Blue Ridge Mountain EMC is regulated by the Tennessee Valley Authority, which governs pole attachment rates for all 153 TVA-served utilities using a standardized valley-wide methodology. And so as I see it, NTIA is demanding that this cooperative violate its obligations to its own congressionally authorized federal regulator in order to accept a federal grant from a different agency. Blue Ridge Mountain EMC has concluded that the compliance burden may already outweigh the benefit and may be forced to walk away from the grant entirely, and I don't want to see that happen at all. All right, so are you familiar with this kind of issue, with this issue?
That's the benefit of this job. I'm familiar with all of these issues.
Okay,
So,
great, fantastic.
I just want to let you know, so I looked into this.
Yes.
The TVA is exempt from these rules.
Okay.
And Blue Ridge Mountain EMC is exempt, and they can stick to the policy and the process that you and I would agree is the best for your area.
Okay, so thank you for that commitment. I was going to ask you for that, and you beat me to the punch. So thank you very much. We'll take that as gospel. So thank you, sir. I was encouraged to see your budget request reduces the Department of Commerce's footprint by $1.8 billion.
like Trump don't even hang out with him
16.5
anymore.
decrease from the FY26 enacted level, and your proposal rightly eliminates duplicative programs within the Economic Development Administration and the Minority Business Development Agency, and curtails billions in federal funding dollars that the Biden-Harris administration funneled into radical climate initiatives, research, and grant programs. So, Mr. Secretary, you propose eliminating the Economic Development Administration and the Minority Business.
Well, thanks, Howard. Thanks, bro. Howard didn't lie or deny that he hung with that guy, but we still ask why. Oh, man. All right, we had those Israel headlines about the war. Israel, there's even a headline on shipping. Hapag and Lloyd CEO currently don't see option to get our ships out of the Middle Eastern region. We are not seeking to manufacture a nuclear bomb, says Iran Foreign Ministry Spox, from the stockpile, and if we wanted to, we would have done so. So what do you plan on doing with this weapons-grade uranium? Why do you think I'm going to make a bomb? I have all the material, but I don't want to use it for that purpose. Senate blocks anti-war resolution aimed at curbing president's authority. Major win for Trump. Fetterman crosses the aisle to back Republicans. It's a hobby. It's a good activity to enrich uranium. I still think that voodoo headline is the fucking best. All right, well, back below VWAP after literally coming within 0.03 of an all-time high. I keep typing in Avis, car, down 40%, $200 on the day. Amazing. And then the puts finally hit on that. Yesterday, you didn't really make much, or like you made pretty much dollar for dollar with the stock, like 30%. But yeah, those actually, like, again, 2 days now in a row. I feel like some of those could have fell potentially $400 in the money. All right, little popper. But we still ask why. I know yesterday people were getting mad. They're like, dude, it dropped, what, 30%? You had like $200 drop yesterday too, but those puts only went up 30%. New pack of slot bobs? Oh, man. It's good, bro. Thank you. I needed that one, bro. Trapper, you made a hit. I think you are a #1 on the slot bot billboard charts. We'll take a listen at the next break. You made a Limp Bizkit white boy rap. Nice. Limp Bizkit. And I don't know, did you guys hear about that? Speaking of rap, do you know this has like been the longest time period, I think of the decade, where you haven't had a rap song chart on the Billboard 100? Apparently people do not like rap anymore. I never thought. I remember when rap was like, remember they tried to ban rap in Grand Theft Auto? But yeah, apparently rap is not popular. Jane Street strikes again. What the fuck? Nah, you got some bangers there too, Tim. You know, you're close behind on the charts. You know, we don't have too many other slot bops, but you're there. I think Fog of War is probably your best one so far. I guess I do listen to old rap. Maybe that's why. Most of the songs I even listen to Old Uncle. But I don't actually, now that I think about it, I don't know what new rap I listen to. Maybe Remble, but that's it. But then again, like, I don't know. I would tell you guys my conflict. Like, I don't like listening to, like, certain rap when it just, like, I like the beats. I like how it sounds. You know, a good bar every now and then. But then I'm like, what the fuck did he just say? That's the only one. Software versus semis. Biggest one-day drop on record. That's because semis ripped a lot, too. But, yeah, we gapped down 5. See, that's a crazy stat. And that's why I was saying, like, when if we're really going to get a software squeeze to hold, you need the chips to chill. So, again, I mean, you saw this at the beginning of the year with, like, staples and software, too. So, like, just keep that in mind because you're essentially going to see something. I don't know when, but it's going to be a rotation from software to, from chips into software eventually. I just don't know when. Well, we are Euro close. It's been third. Did we sell right on Euro close? We sold 5 minutes after. It's not up to par. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's sad. It's sad. We grew up with rap. But yeah, even Drake. I think the top, you know, the war between is kind of like the Iran war, but it was Drake and Kendrick. I think that was the last time. I think Not Like Us was the last like hip hop song to chart. But we still ask why. Did I like Lil Peep? No. I knew who he was at the time, but no. I liked some of the other SoundCloud rap. That was like I like Lil Uzi Vert. That I thought it was gonna peak then, bro. Y'all thought y'all be like, yeah, the rap nowadays sucks. I'm like, do you not remember 10 years ago? I'm pretty sure they should have topped then when they were like, yeah, that was like XXX Tentacion. It's so bad to listen to in the gym. That one song, cause I'll say it, like, look at me, and I'll just it's bad. But yeah, I thought 2016 was a little shaky then. Someone did. We were talking about it today, the correlation. I mean, since like the 90s. Let me see. Did I have it saved? It's in my email. Not once, not twice, but a couple times. So yeah, this is what Blue in the Chad made. It's funny because he brought this up before. It went up and then it came down. But this is what he was talking about since like what, 1992? Anytime car has dropped 50% from the highs, the stock market would sell off 10%. The timing is a little weird. Like you could see here, there's some gaps where like it would set off and then the market didn't react till later. But yeah, that is, we were talking about it. So it technically triggered. So now you're on Avis recession watch or 10% pullback. I think it's a cool stat. I don't know if it's going to come true. That's why I'm kind of excited to see. But in general, how this whole thing, how it all played out has been nuts. Don't be shy. Oh, wow. I think it makes sense up until, like, that's why this time it was a squeeze, but, like, other times in the past, it kind of makes sense, but then again, it did it, like, later, you know, when it maybe wasn't as economically linked. Yeah, the rental car indicator. The AI keeps saying the lyrics, there's a soft recession coming. Dude, I mean, that's just, I feel like if you took, like, 2 weeks ago? Bro, the sentiment on Twitter and, like, the sentiment of a lot of people lately has been very, very sour. So I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, again, if you have a choke point on oil. We have all these other factors, bombs, missiles, all this money spent. There's so many things. Please don't lie. Spirits stopped moving. Staples are kind of climbing back up again. Is IGV coming back down to the lows? It is. Again, then chips, low tickers, fully active. Everything briefly went green for a second except the Dow, and now everything's back to red. Russell down by 0.06. NASDAQ down 0.13. Procter & Gamble ex-dividend. That's crazy. They report tomorrow morning. I was actually killing it. They're actually into the highs right now. It's a beautiful day. Element IPO is live. ELMT up 42. All because of AVEX. AVEX wasn't bad. That gapped up. It was like a 10% premium when it opened, and then it traded a big portion of the float. Diesel is going to go to 5 to 8 in Southern California. You promise? It's going to cause some... Just don't promise, okay? I want to see you here in the future. You guys don't remember? The last guy who promised me the market was going to go down. I have not seen him ever since. But yeah, yesterday they freaked out on diesel numbers. So that's kind of... The inventories were good. But yeah, I mean, this is, I guess... Compared to the 70s, like last time there was a true Iranian oil shock and crisis, the first, you know, when it was the real supreme leader, you know, and they were definitely, I think, a lot more aggressive in the 70s. It took time. It was one that factored into the economy. But like we've been talking about, you need it to actually, this conflict, it has to work its way and pretty much disrupt the supply chains. That's when it starts to hit all these other things. What is this? Iran judiciary chief touts show of force in the Strait of Hormuz. But yeah, like, so in the 70s down to like what led it into the lows, they had ceasefires in the 70s too, but then even the market did go down eventually because it was how long it took to feed into the economy. But then the big difference between now and the 70s is that we used to import a majority of our oil. Now we are an exporter, and that has been the biggest change. But remember, diesel is what fucked it up last time with Russia-Ukraine. But then again, we have played out very different than Russia-Ukraine. That's what I was talking about at the beginning of the week. A lot of people kept bringing this up. It's just like, this crisis has been a lot different than 2022. 2022, you had oil go up to 120. You had bad supply chains. It was similar but very different. But then even in 2022, Russia-Ukraine, it was the effects showed up immediately. Like, it hit inflation, it hit gas, diesel. There was like zero lag. I would say a week or two on Russia-Ukraine. You felt it. You felt it really, really heavy. So that's why people are... We're just doing that at a slower pace. Slower pace with the, obviously, an opportunity for different off-ramps. But, and then again, Russia-Ukraine still going on, and we kind of stopped reacting to that. Would the real Khomeini please stand up? We're going to have a problem here. Y'all act like y'all never seen an Ayatollah before. Jaws on the floor, like when the card box just walked through the door. Oh, wait, he didn't just say what I think he did he? I think he... Sounds good, never mind. Wiki, wiki, wiki. My Hormuz is on your lips. Hormuz is on your lips. And if, okay, sorry. A good song, bro. The market distracted from overspending and credit. I have tinfoil on that, actually. You might appreciate this tinfoil, Nadruk. Would you guys like tinfoil? I don't know if you guys could handle this tinfoil. Maloney calls for fiscal flexibility. Is it too early for tin? What time is it? 9:11. Ah! And what, we're right back to that opening level? Or the opening high? Are you ready for it? Perfect time for tin. Rumor has it in an hour, Netanyahu will hold an assessment through phone. Preparations underway to secure approval from Trump to resume combat. Hot dog. A very credible source. Remember, that was the first headline here that kind of dropped us. So again, I think they'll probably announce it after this meeting today, because at least they still confirmed that. So, are you ready? The tinfoil is that we got into this war so that when you look back in the history books, you don't see what really happened with government spending. So I don't know if you guys remember. I told you from the start of Donald Trump, one of the things that I disagreed with was the spending. You know, they were like fraud, waste, abuse. They did some stuff with it, but it's like, why the fuck are you spending trillions of dollars on this big, beautiful bet? And that's why I was saying, if you go and look at the budget, the only time you've had budgets this high is in wartime. And that's, I even say it in the video, I'm like, we're not even in a war. Why the fuck would we be spending this much money? So now fast forward 5-10 years from now, when you look back at when BBB took into place, even if you go look back at a chart, at least you could say there was a war, essentially. Ta-da! OpenAI blocked from using IO mark on AI-powered devices. Huh? Is that because of Apple? Bloomberg Law. Another court headline. So does that make sense? So now whenever in the future, when we look back at the government spending here, you're going to see a war, but up until, what, a couple months ago, that wouldn't have existed. And they were spending trillions of dollars. So the people who look back, they'll be like, oh, there was a war. But there wasn't a war until recently. So thank you. Thank you. I'll be here all week. The week's almost over. My long term is on your lips. Long term is on your lips. And if I'm sorry, that's a good song. See, but that's when I guess rap was still popular. Eminem. I still can't believe Eminem went to a Kamala rally. Maybe that was the top. Maybe that was the top. I said, Joshua, I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight I'm selling out my long term. Don't do that. I said, I'm sorry, Joshua. I never meant to hurt you. I never meant to make you cry, but tonight I'm selling out my long term. Psst. How dare you? Worst tin ever. Why would they care what people would say in the future? You know, you're kind of right, dude. We live in a shameless generation. Like, who gives a fuck? I guess, maybe. Maybe the AI, though, because maybe the AIs will be in control and they'll be smarter, so they don't want to, you know, give it too much data. But then, yeah, not bad. Would I add Nokia to the long term? No. We have an old play on it, but I know it's gone crazy, but unfortunately, I like the NVIDIA deal, and maybe, you know, some of these legacy names come back up, but I see that as just speculation. Hype play, but I personally would grab some other stuff. Elf. Bro, I remember in life when all politicians cared about was banning Eminem albums from stores. Life was so much simpler then. Remember, they were like, Grand Theft Auto is bad for the kids. Now all we wait for is Grand Theft Auto. I remember they tried to ban Eminem CDs from being sold at Best Buy. It's crazy. Alright, well, even the video came down, bro. We're chilling. It's, again, that's, unless you get more escalation on these, like, Israel restarting the war headlines, I would get familiar with Chop City. Oil's even moving completely different than the last couple days. I mean, we're almost 3 hours in here, but it's literally, it's not even doing the, like, melt up. I mean, it may look like it, but you're practically unchanged from, like, midnight. Do you ever hedge your portfolio? I've never seen or heard you buy hedge puts on the market. So I buy puts to gamble on. You know, I gotta put. I could make the money both ways, but I don't hedge the long term. No, you don't need to hedge because you're on a 10-year time scale. So it's like it's in my mind, my hedge is my cash, because I'm probably going to keep buying more. So what's the point of paying an insurance premium and then revolve around timing it, monetizing it, you know, playing timing when really our time's on a 10-year scale? If my portfolio ever came down, my cash would increase its purchasing power. So instead of paying for insurance, paying a deductible, a premium, I would rather just go buy more of the cheaper asset or a better asset. So yeah, that's why I think it's a waste of money, and if you're on a 10-year scale. Again, I do think if you are on 10 years, I mean, and you're truly going to stick to the long term, and you're truly going to play it out like that, you're way better than wasting any money trying to hedge it. Because that's what we've done. I mean, anytime the markets came down, we've been able to buy some stuff. The market will go down temporarily, and the portfolio will come down, but it's not like it's ever created something lasting to that point. And then, you know, you're going to spend money. Like, why spend a deposit on something that you could miss time rather than not? So I think the latest examples are, you know, you could have made money on the downside. But, like, you know, think about it. Our portfolio dropped, I mean, almost 10% here from the highs. Again, we barely went negative on the year. But you could have made money hedging that, but then it comes right back up. And then instead I only had a little bit of cash. I bought some Oracle. That helped out with it. And then where's Liberation Day? Same thing with Liberation Day. You know, you drop a decent amount. It sucks for like a month or two. And that's where the insurance would have helped you. But then again, that's assuming you monetized it properly, didn't overpay. Then you have to actually sell out. And then it's just like it comes right back up. Same thing happened in 2022, 23. All these other moments, and some years provided better purchases than not. So yeah, I don't think if you're trading, you have a trade account, you want to play puts, you want to dabble with it in that sense, but I don't. If you're this only works if you're on a really long scale. You know what I'm saying? Like if you're not honest about your 10-year minimum, and some of you said that. That's what happened during this. Some people are like, I'm buying puts in the long term no matter what. Again, we had about 4 people sell their long terms in the last like 45, 50 days, unfortunately. But that's what I was saying. It's just not it's not really the best move. Or that's if, again, you got to be on the time scale. You got to be on a 10-year scale and be honest about it. Fed is next week, I believe, early May. When is the next deposit? I don't know. Like, it used to be at the beginning of the month, but then I just don't know. With the Strait of Hormuz, I don't know. That's it. You know what? I'm going to go buy a Lamborghini now that I think about it. That's it. I'm one more person away from asking me to, and they're going to be like, Josh, should I add Sonos to the long term? Should I add Spirit Airlines to the long term? I'm just going to, Josh, when does the deposit and long term come in? I know you've done it every month, 6 years in a row. Same fucking time. Josh, when is it going to happen? I'm just going to buy a Lamborghini with that $3,000 a month. You know that? The Lambos are cheap. Damn, dog. What's up, son? Buy me one. Lambo. Actually, have we seen the Lambo index? I think now's a good time to look. Lamborghini, ha. Okay. Holy shit. Wow. So remember, when I made you guys the Lambo index, there was literally 300 Lambos. Dog, there's 1,200 Lamborghinis for sale. That's kind of nuts. 140? It says 91,000 miles. This has 32,000 for 180. That's crazy. Praise God. Well, shit, dude. Very interesting. I mean, I wouldn't call them cheap, but definitely cheaper. 2020 for 160 with 29,000 miles. Dope. So yeah, that's a lot, dude. That's 4 times the amount. $1,800 Ferraris. We never did the Ferrari because, again, Ferraris were a little different. Because remember, Lambos were going crazy. That was like the new money, the crypto money. But yeah. So it's a lot, dude. Compared to what you've seen over the last couple years. Marvel, more chips, buy by VWAP. Yeah, bro. So you're telling me tractors have outperformed Lambos? That's crazy. The Urus destroyed the Lambo brand. Nah, the Urus was just their foray into mass production. But at one point, dude, people were treating the Urus like it was a fucking... That car was great. I like that car, but I can't believe what I sold mine for. But that was the top. But yeah, that was just all of them, even Ferrari. I mean, Ferrari's a publicly traded company now. So like they got into mass production. But if you guys don't remember, when we brought all this up, I was showing you because this was when car prices were going up, like when everything would go crazy and people were like, some people thought it would last forever, but we were just talking about supply. It was literally supply chain. You just literally, that's why I was saying, like, by the time the supply goes up, you'll notice the prices move. But yeah, and at one point, skills, what is this, 51%? This just started popping. But at one point, you know, the supply was so low, it just kept going up. That's all. It was very artificial supply demand. You know, people had money, they wanted a Lamborghini, but there was more dollars chasing Lamborghinis that existed. Skills wins 420 million judgment against Papaya alleging bot fraud in multiplayer games. I think that's what it is. I think it's shorted too. Iran Spock's Bagai to attend Vienna meeting in IAA to discuss technical issues. Well, yeah, all the other ones suck, though. Like, the new one, that's the thing. You guys are saying saved and killed. Have you not seen this new generation of supercars? I don't even want one. They're all whack. They're all hybrids. So even the Revolto, that shit was going for like 900 grand. Those dropped. And then they have a bunch of issues. But, like, everybody keeps putting in, they're making plug-in hybrid supercars. It's the stupidest for charging you over $500,000 for a V6. It's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. I really do think the OGs are that's why I think some of them are holding up a little better, but it just all depends on the mileage. Still chilling at VWAP again. Latest set of bad headlines was the other one. The Israel asking Trump for permission to attack. That 69 Camaro, I might have to. If Cali passes this mileage law. I forgot, didn't they say they did another one too? Didn't they pass that thing where like cars are gonna come with a kill switch? Something like that. Do we think they will not attack even without permission? I mean, maybe while we're still in this like ceasefire, unilateral ceasefire thing, maybe. But other than that, it's I think give it like a week or two, I'd put that possibility on the table. But now with them going to Washington, doing all that, I think they'd refrain for a different opportunity, more or less. Speaking of California, Katie Porter says she would fight the Trump admin after she was asked if truck drivers should be able to read English. Am I cutting or bulking right now? It's a very good question, dude. I don't know. Someday I bulk, someday I cut, you know? You know what I'm saying? I feel like I am maintaining, you know, I do leg day yesterday, but like someday I look a cut, someday I look a bulk. You know, I don't think it's why we have to make it. Alright, now currently I am culting. I am in a cult. Yeah, skills up 60%. So man, some people do want a short squeeze, bro. But that one again, they have a judgment, $400 million. I don't think people are really picking up on that. I think it's a mix of momentum in that. The future subscriptions for cars, pay to access. Yeah, I mean, I think they trial ballooned it and it kind of got some pushback, but you know, BMW, Toyota, they've done stuff like that. I think it's more likely, again, like the kill switch and stuff like that, where, you know, or if, again, they tax your mileage and then it's all digital. It's all on your car. But yeah, I do think maybe give it another generation. They halted it. Habibi. Chilling at the VWAP. STM is still ripping. So that one's good. The kill switch? No. That's like the environment one. That's the one that Trump got rid of. But I'm pretty sure, I don't know if it's California or nationwide, but like pretty much cars have to come with like a kill switch where like authorities and pretty much they could turn off your car remotely. Micron. VW, no. I mean, I just don't like the auto companies too much. I like cars, I mean, but it's not too often you buy a car. I actually haven't bought a car in a couple years now that I think about it. I think the last car was the Cybertruck. So yeah, I mean, I feel like cars, everybody has one. Most people do. Unless you live in New York. You're like, what's a license? But yeah, it's not I've never really liked them for the long term. So that's why I haven't really considered either VW, Ford, any of those. The Z06 is cool. I wouldn't pay for it at retail. But it's a cool car if you like Corvettes. Again, Micron, where's SMH? Chips still at the highs, bro. Nothing has changed. That's it. Just got a little bit of a pull. We literally went 0.03 within the highs. And they're like, let's drain everybody's breakout calls. Now here we are. SPY's kind of moving. Oil coming down too. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'm in a call. Oh, where's weed? Did weed ever recover? No, they just sold off 10% today. So that's even lower than where the news... That's literally right where the news was announced, I believe, on the first halt. Oh, dude, it got burnt. Well, it's weird because you haven't heard like Trump talk about it. They just made all these changes and these announcements, but you haven't really gotten like unless he's gonna do it at the healthcare affordability event. And now you can sleep. Get you some good pot, some dank. Is that what you call them, dank? Some fire, sticky, icky. So yeah, bro. And they go hard on the ganj on Fox. They don't like it. It's weird. I feel like I've seen, if I've seen anything, it's boomers. I feel like boomers, I don't know, the moment weed like became somewhat like legal, like at least in California, dude, the boomers in California love weed. Even if they didn't like weed before. I feel like they're like, it's legal now? I'm down. Fascinating. Fox does it. They clinging to the rest of the Bible Belt. Skills unhalted. Jeez, it's gonna get halted again. Skills. Did it get halted again? I think it might have. Mm-hmm. Iran Foreign Ministry spokesperson, transporting highly enriched uranium is not an option. Reducing its concentration is a viable option. Ah, that sounds a little better. Maybe that's the concession. So again, I mean, I still believe you're going to find something closer to a negotiated concession than not. Where's Tessie? Copper. Goodyear on the high. Tires? Is that the new Avis? Damn, Dizzle looks insane. Intel looks insane. All the chips. Historic. So remember, like, I think it was like 2021, 2022 when chips went crazy. And like this move is bigger. Yeah, that was 24? I guess this was post AI. But yeah, what the chips just did here, I mean, we kind of low-key a Korean move, man. Because you were already near all-time highs, and then it just started going nuts. But well, a big part of that was this war volatility creating that setup. But then again, I mean, even throughout the last war, it's not like a war in Iran has not changed the spending appetite or the memory backlogs, essentially. That's down. Oh, they're going up earlier. Service now still into the low. TXN is continuing. Again, biggest move in 25 years. In a quarter of a century. Negotiations between ambassadors of Lebanon and Israel transferred from U.S. Department headquarters to the White House. So you'll probably get a headline next couple hours. Trump goes live at 12. So power hour. But sadly, I think all your news is going to get pushed till after the bell, bro. Intel's up 4% on earnings day. So yeah, you guys got to decide if you're going to hold or sell that last contract. I mean, again, it's been a while since Intel's actually did good on earnings. Remember, last time it did the same thing. I think all of them. Actually, this was a decent earnings. Or no, was that after the deal? That was after the government confirmed it. I don't think they've had a good earnings in a minute. Like, they'll have good earnings, but the stock itself, That's why some people think they sandbagged, but then it seems like a sandbag until the fucking CFO comes on. And he's like, no, dude, I'm serious. He's like, no, for real, I don't think we're going to make that much money. Weed stock's dumping. Every time we mention it, it hits a low. Tell me what this is typical. Like I was saying, this was the expectation I thought it would do yesterday. That's why I was like, damn, maybe we should have got those post-halt or before the halt, but then nah. Weed does what weed does. You see, kids, this is why you don't get high. You get high and then you come down. Then you like, I need another bag of weed. And then you see what happened? You become drug addict. You're addicted. U.S. oil and gas executives lament market chaos stemming from Iran war. Skills unhalted again. Dude, what the fuck? So that's your short squeeze of the day. It's halted again. I'm sure. NXT, BHR. What are these? I mean, it'll eventually come down, but that's 3 halts in a row, or 2. And bro, SPY at VWAP after that little tease of the all-time highs. Powell is done, but he's probably going to stay on. So until Kevin Warsh gets confirmed, Jerome Powell is going to be the interim chair. MPT, that'd be crazy. MPT got into data centers. We're turning our hospitals into data centers. People would get mad. How would you guys feel if they started turning hospitals into data centers? Heli earnings. Again, they've been one that's underperformed. We talked about it potentially being a long-term once. That was the first time it hit 20. I think it's actually back to that price. So yeah, and then they did bad on the last couple of earnings. People were doubting the recovery. But yeah, I think you finally had a good one. Earnings. Well, Microsoft's still going to be next week. That's the crazy part. Because like we're saying, today was the first day. Again, you just got that headline, Wall Street Journal, about executives saying chaos stemming from war. You want to hear the confidence and the guidance from, what people say at the corporate level. So next week, you have the biggest amount of earnings, at least the big main ones. And then you're going to get big tech. And then even the week after that. But as we get into the middle there, I mean, I think there'll be obviously, Microsoft will have a bigger effect, but there's still a couple of other companies that kind of in aggregate, it just matters if we get this good confidence, good earnings, and oil does not pop before then. Or like last night showed, as long as we don't see anything crazy, as long as there's not like a abrupt large attack, Israel, Iran, whatever else could come out of that. I mean, that kind of highlighted some possibilities last night. What are the chances we get back up to highs? I mean, you were just there. So I think anything is possible. Anything. Now, the timing, that's going to be the hard part. But, I mean, we were just at all-time highs. I mean, technically, let me put it this way. If you were at 7-11 last week, people would have been like, what the? So this is kind of very high. We're actually just moving super slow. I mean, if anything, today is less than a quarter across the board. SPY's only down by 0.05. NASDAQ, they're up by 0.07. Russell, they're up by 0.04. Dow down 0.15. So this is very, very small, but this is what we have been Monday through Thursday so far. This has been a very earnings-esque reaction. Oh, yo, dude, we didn't do, bro, we didn't do push-ups. Can we do another set? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I know. Well, should we get Howard again? Howard. But yeah, Chad, we've been here for 3.5 hours now. 3 hours for some of you. But long day, I don't think he's there anymore. No more Howard. But yeah, man, get beside your desk. Do 10 push-ups. Stretch a little bit. That's it. You got to move. Get your body moving. Relax your shoulders, your hips. Do a lunge. Anything. Just move around. You got a long day ahead. Look at the market. The market just staying pinned. You hit highs kind of and then came down. So let's go, bro. Let's go. Skills again. It's going to get halted by the time I put it on the screen. Yep. There it is. Nice. Nice. Howard. Where is it? No propaganda. Let me see. Not once, not twice, but a couple times. Let's see. I want to give you guys
today. Badge it and don't miss out.
I'm trying to find you some new propaganda. Do you guys like propaganda?
Of multi-phase process, and none of the other IAAs.
The Chad sent me. You guys gave me a login, so now I have access to TV. You know that? I never really accessed TV.
In addition, how did the department respond when post-production concerns were raised to them by survivors and their lawyers? Chris?
Okay, this is pretty big news in the context of what a lot of folks have been waiting for.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Lisa Rubin. Well, the fight to stand out. Did a big debate last night provide any clarity for the crowded race for California governor?
Sarah Benzino.
Damn, bro, just ad. And y'all complain about the ads here? All of these channels have ads. All right, I'll get you some other propaganda. I want to play the song, but
which isn't that far away.
We got teased at all-time highs.
The deadline, then that happens. So maybe there's another.
All right, baby, move around.
Another extension while this is being worked out.
Could be. I mean, they're really in negotiations to figure out how many votes and do they have any Democratic votes on this. So that could be an interesting. You know, you could lose some R's if you're picking up some of the D's, who also, some of them are in tough elections as well.
Yes, that's right.
It's not just Republicans that have problems.
I know you're making your own spending plans for the midterms, and the congressional
leaders. They're all talking, I guess, midterms. Maybe you could blame the leaders. Yeah, I make the contracts free. All right, baby, move around. Move around. Do a jumping jack.
Chase every ticker. I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. 'Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. Lock the game, then let it breathe. I make the contracts free. I used to beg for one more move. Now I bless what I approve. If it hits, I thank the sky. If it dips, I still get
Gotta move my leg day.
'Cause I already pay my fee. Turn my stress to peace when I made that.
Skills. Halt, dude. Is it doing this again? So yeah, that went 180 from the first candle. There you have it. Yeah, bro. I gotta move leg day. I'm gonna try doing leg day on Monday. Cause I already get tired by the end of the week, bro. I did Bulgarian split squats yesterday. You know, I try to avoid them. I really do. And then I worked them in yesterday, bro. And like they felt good while I was doing it, even though it felt like hell. But now I'm like, dude, that was I don't know if that was a smart decision. You know that? Because it hits. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Those are tough. It's good, bro. I kind of want to do it. I kind of want to start doing like legs about 2 to 3 times a week. Is that a good idea or no? Because, you know, remember I told you last year I started doing legs, you know, but like they never took off. That's why I'm like, I feel like now I've built up a base, but now I'm like, I kind of want I don't have tree trunks, bro. You know what I'm saying? I don't have tree trunks. Even though I've been doing legs for a year, I just have like stronger legs. 2 days max is too much, really? Golubov tweet. Golubov these. No, sorry. That's my therapy. Oh, all right. He didn't post the English yet. It's translated. In Iran, there are no radicals or moderates. We are all Iranian and revolutionary. And the iron unity of the nation will be complete obedience to the supreme leader. We will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions. One God, one leader, one nation, one path. That being the path to victory for Iran, dearer than life. Okay. It goes hard on your central nervous system. Yeah. That's it. I play basketball. I play basketball twice a week. So I kind of doing legs, but it's different. I mean, again, if anything, you could maybe count that tweet as escalatory, but it's just like you haven't wound down the rhetoric. Again, this week has all been about ceasefire. Not so good, you know, not so good. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Chatter Reddit CTO steps down. You max out? No, I work out like 3 to 4 times a week. Just depends on the schedule. And then I take off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Because I'm in a committed long-term relationship. You know that? Because that's why I see my girlfriend a lot on the weekends. And then my family. So, and then I guess, I don't know. I might want to start working out on the weekend. But I'm getting old, bro. I'm getting old. I need a rest day. I need to calm down. But then I told you, my problem is if I don't work out, it hurts. So if I work out, I'm sore and I'm in pain. But then if I don't work out, I'm sore and I'm in pain. But it's like a different type of sore and pain. You probably made that oil contracts free. I think it's because Marvel's already high. Marvel and ARM, those have been the crazy ones. I'm surprised. CoreWeave kind of led the way, but then they chilled out today. Even with everything else. Yuli! Bless the Chad. Channel 15, additional American fuel tanker craft arrived in Israel. And then drone attack on Iranian Kurdish opposition west of Camp Erbil, security sources. Are we about to do what we did last night? That one doesn't seem big. Horna! Woo! But yeah, you just got a headline on a drone attack in Iran Kurdish. Again, I think Algo's tweaked on it a little bit. That's not the same as like last night in Tehran and air jets being scrambled, all that shit. So see, you got a little tweak out. I mean, this could be the high of the day is 94.75 for intraday oil prices. So see. We're the clear laggers, I know. I gave that ARM debit spread the other day. Even if you went non-debit spread, those fucking hit. But yeah, there was some just in case it did that. And then it made like a $40 move. Pretty crazy. Like joint pain or muscle pain when you don't? I don't know, dude. I don't know. Just muscle. I don't know. It just, if you, soreness versus lack. If I don't move, I get sore. It's because I sit down a lot, you know, as we're here. That's why you should do your push-ups. You know, you got to get out and about. Out and about. You're chattist. You're either locked in or locked out. Wow. That's like, I mean, shit. Galabov Yuli. Parliament member Yuli. There's a one leader. There is only one chat room and one Josh Tola. That is it. Anything else, we will continue to fight. I still believe in the CRGC. I think Chad Revolutionary Guard goes a long way. You do need the, you know, it's good. Actually, let me see. Speaking of which, I think all unbanned requests have been fulfilled. Like I said, if you don't take a plea deal, I can't unban you. Like there was one the other day. Let me see it. Like this one did not receive mercy from the Josh Atola. Let me find it. It was pretty funny. What was the primary reason you were banned? I don't know. I don't even know when I was banned. I know you ain't like that I said that you were on bullshit when you did silence, like you were fucking Gandhi or some shit. Please explain in detail why you believe you should be unbanned. Because I don't be in some bullshit. You was just on yours probably when you banned me. So yeah, there it is. Trump to join meeting between... It's the fucking delayed reaction, man. It's the delayed reaction on the fucking attack. Stupid, bro. Everything is reacting hella delayed today. Oh, Iran Pajekian. There are no... He's commenting on Golubov. There are no moderates. We're all Iranian and Iran unity. A nation with complete obedience to supreme leader. We will make the aggressor criminal regret his actions. Huh? I think... No, dude. The algo's confusing this. The algo just said that's President Pajekian. But that was from Golubov. So yeah, bro. Everything's lagging and tweaking out right now. That's my therapy. Risking. Well, it's the highest oil's been. Are you guys understanding that right now? You're getting something hella weird. You got one drone attack that's not confirmed, but then you also have this this other part. All right, well, keep watch. I hope you guys are understanding it. It's very odd right now. You had that drone attack with Iran. That one's not confirmed. And then now you have the Golubov tweet being attributed to Pajekian. Almost word for word. So I'm going to wait to see what happens if we could get confirmation on one or the other. But I don't see Pajekian posting that. Parliament Speaker Golubov resigns from negotiating team. No. That could be it. Golubov resigns? That's coming from Israel, though. So that could be another part of it. That's escalatory because even though he's the guy trading, they've seen him as peaceful. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. The source is Israel. I agree. So Israel's saying that, but that's escalatory. So that would make the most sense out of all of them. Because like I'm saying, the first two didn't really add up. But now one of your people actually being there, that's it. But again, why is he doing it? Same person controlling Pajekian publish identical posts. So yeah, is that what I'm saying? Is that what just happened? I'm seeing that now. They're circulating the what's it called? Golubov resignation is circulating. Again, Israel is the source, so it's kind of one-sided. You don't have the same confirmation. Well, that just knocked everything off. Again, that's the highest oil. Be careful if we get into 97. That sucks. If you took the first one from the morning, they went down and now they're up. We could have double dipped on that or got the real good contract. That one tripled, man. That's the one I wanted. Boo. So yeah, a lot just happened there in 4 minutes. You just found out that people controlling Golubov and Pajekian's account are the same. They said the same exact shit. Then you had a drone attack, and then now Israel is saying that Homeboy resigned. Again, Homeboy is he was considered moderate, believe it or not. him and Aragachi were both considered people were considering them the new rulers, or at least the new leaders. But then think about it. If they're controlling Pajekian's account, it means they're all the same. So yeah, you got a lot happening right there. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Yeah, someone is. Well, like I told you though, yeah, again, there's also an attack headline. That one I haven't confirmed. So like I'm telling you, you have a couple of things circulating, right? You just had 3 things just hit. And then you have Israel. You'll bounce if fucking Pajekian, if he's like, or excuse me, if Golubov is like, yeah, no, I didn't resign. So that's another part of that too. But like I was saying, trial balloon yesterday, you're getting some of that playing out. Very odd. Because now you don't know. Again, yesterday, attack news tripped people out. Like, look at oil. So I think ranked in order, Golubov resigning is most important, then the attack, and then the whole Pajekian drama mix-up. Because that implies things in terms of how moderate they were really being interpreted. Are you guys following? But yeah, you just got a lot of things right there. All at once. That sucks. You could have got way better premium. Risk and reward in harmony. Yeah, you're going to get a follow-up depending on what we get. So yeah, if somebody confirms Golubov resigning, but like, oh wait, 17 seconds. Joint slap 3. Iran heads of... This is from Tazim. They shared same thing. No, they're trying to... So Iranian news is trying to say it as a joint message. So yeah, the same Iranian news, at least one of them, Tazim, they're pretty much saying that Golubov and Pajekian have the same view. And then yeah, we don't have any indication of him resigning from negotiations yet. What are we doing? You're down by 0.3, probably 0.5 from the top. It's a tiny move for now, but now, again, this is just like, how long did yesterday last? That move on the futures yesterday. That was 60 points. So you got a little bit more in the tank. So that literally lasted 5 minutes. And then again, oil, just see if it goes to 97. Okay, if you took that first one in the morning, make it free. We should have got a way fucking better one, dude. Boom. That fucked up the premiums for the day. I'm telling you, that one I wanted, the better one, I was telling you about that. That one actually hit like a couple cents within target. But now that just fucked up all the premium. Yeah, bro. Remember, no, it's 704. The 704 at 40 cents was what I was telling you in the morning. And that hit, what was the lowest it hit? I think it hit 48 cents. So it was a little outside of the fucking algo range. But then the first one I told you, if you really were looking risk off, those went 100%. But yeah, you can make them free and ride out if that's what you're into. But fuck. That's my therapy. Risk and reward. Oh, you did the daily? Yeah, no, I said tomorrow. That just in case. Because even on the drawdown, if you got that drawdown, they went down 30% or 40%. But that was like to bring the other one into value. No way. 0.03 within highs. Well, I do. I think if Golubov resigns, that's not good, but we don't have a confirmation on that. So Golubov resigning, like I'm telling you, that's probably the most important. And then that attack is still odd, too. So make no mistake, you get another drone attack news, and then this shit fucking tweaks out. You know what I'm saying? So don't... Like, I would connect the dots. Yesterday's trial balloon. Because that's it. This time the market's open. So by the time anybody confirms the drone attack, a lot could happen. So yeah, you got... Dude, they just dropped 3 different things all at once. But the Pajekian and Golubov tweets at the same time, though. Iran News is already writing that off. They're saying joint message. All right, well, new low now, 707. I mean, it's 0.5%. You've almost moved 1%. Now we're in between gap fills from the last couple of days. So you could go down another, like, again, 704. That's the target I gave you. Previous meeting with Marco Rubio and Lebanese took place at State Department, and that expires tomorrow. Remember, we're going to hear that in a couple of hours, too. Why would it's not a new person in charge. It's the fact that Golubov was part of, like, the negotiating. And even though he tweets and trades and does all sorts of shit, he was considered a moderate. He was considered somebody doing a deal and negotiating. So now if he's resigning from the negotiation and he's not a part of it, that's escalatory. I don't know about the hedge play. I didn't look. They barely moved today. Again, shout out the debit spread. Let's see. Yeah, they are. They're up 12%. And then they dropped, I think, 5 to 12% this morning. But they're not moving too much. But if we get more steam, those will hit. Bro, skills? What the fuck is that? In other news. So yeah, it's just I think Golubov's the worst, but then again, make no mistake, bro. That drone headline came in. I read it to you, and then it lagged by a minute, and then the other headlines came in. But I really think that drone thing is not good, because then that's either going to be bullshit like last night, or if it did happen and we start to get more traction on that, market is not going to like a, surprise random attack, essentially. Yeah, exactly. If Golubov isn't there, that means hardliners might be more in control. And that a lot of the negotiation thus far might really change. All 20 minutes ago, so this is lasting longer. J-Post sources say IRGC Commander Vahidi controls Iran in practice. So now, this is all Israel. All Israeli news right now, but they're saying this other guy is in control. So essentially, the new narrative developing is that somebody is now kind of in charge of negotiations. Are you guys following? So if Galibov steps down, the fucking IRGC commander comes into control, this is all escalatory. But this is all from Israel. So that's it. This is a very one-sided flow of news right now. Both sources on this are coming from Israel. We have not heard anything from America or Iran. Again, now get ready for 97 oil. That's where it even topped out on the trial balloon. So yesterday it stopped at 97. That's the point. Well, that's what I was saying. There was rumors of a coup a couple days ago, but it didn't seem like that. But that could be that'll be the next step of this. If you start having military people take command. But then again, they just put out a message saying one united front. So maybe they're trying to defend against that. I don't know, but I hope you guys are following the narrative so far. Like I'm saying, there's still a drone attack on the side nobody's talking about. I don't have any other confirmation on that. But now it looks like you're changing pretty much who's in control. But yeah, like I'm saying, I mean, this is only coming out of Israeli sources. So we have not heard anything else for now. It's been going on for like 20 minutes now. So lasting a little longer. Why is that bearish? Because the military may not want to negotiate. And then that means all these negotiations in the last week just went to shit. And then that could mean more for the Strait of Hormuz and anything else. Israeli Trump offering hand in friendship but no one to negotiate with. Channel 12 News. So we'll get ready for 97. It's either going to bottom out when we hit 97 on oil, or if it rips through 97, you might panic a little bit. Risk and reward in harmony. Trump is not keen to have war, but may have no alternatives, according to Channel 12. Okay, bro, I think this is all Israel. I think Trump, dude, that's the latest one. Channel 12 citing U.S. officials. Okay, you're right below the 97 on oil. Oh, those launched. It could mean bombing of Gulf infantry. It could mean a lot of things. That's it. Let me put it this way. Uncertainty. That's it. It's been a while since you've got to get some uncertainty with this situation beyond what you've been exposed to. But yeah, if you have to do whole new negotiating team, potential coup, all of it, again, maybe another attack. And then again, all it takes is Galibov to come out and say no or anything. Yeah, Israel's assessment indicates renewed fighting appears to be nearing. So yeah, there's a couple of things going on here, but like I'm saying, there's some unconfirmed stuff, and it's all one-sided, but hopefully you can understand why it's causing this reaction. But yeah, it might be temporary. But for now, it's uncertainty. You just got a nice little uncertainty injection you haven't had in a minute. Okay, oil still go. Like I said, it might bottom at 9. Just see 97 on oil for now. SPY already did what it needs to do, but I think the next move is going to be dictated on oil breaking 97 or not. That's what I'm saying. The only problem here is I don't like that it's only Israel news right now. So, but like I'm saying, there's 3 things. I'm going to call it 2 now because Iran already played off the other one, but that attack at the same time. Or did we fill the gap yet? You're about to. 2 more points, but now you're in the gap zone. So it's 703. Again, you guys had that target from the morning, but then 701 if it gets real ugly. I don't know. Are we down? We're not even down 1% yet. You're at 0.7. President Trump will greet Israel and Lebanese ambassadors at the White House this afternoon. They're going to hold second round of talks. Axios. That's what I'm saying. It might be to cover the strike. I agree. Because like I'm saying, yesterday we saw what happened with the random surprise attack. And like I'm saying, I gave you guys that headline right before all of this hit. My first reaction until we heard Golubov resign, which we don't have confirmation of, was that it was that attack. I thought it was just a delayed reaction. It's because oil's just getting, like I said, oil above 97 is the key. Because once you get back oil 97, you're creeping in on the high points. You know, when it fell off of the high, that's where it fell to. That was the peacetime range, is pretty much like 97 to low 80s. So if we start getting back into 97 to 105, that's the danger zone, and then 105 to all new all-time highs pretty much. So that's the problem with it. Remember, you had 2 bad things play out today. So imagine the game plan I gave you guys over the last week or so. Earnings commentary, and then material shift in price of oil, right? You had bad earnings commentary, good earnings, bad commentary, and then now you're getting a shift of entering in one of, not the highest, but closer to higher than not on oil. So 2 of 3 things went sour today, which, so again, if the market's reacting, I mean, I wouldn't be as surprised by that. But I do think the idea of another regime shift in Iran is not positive. But then again, it's only one source on the headline coming straight out of Israel. They're pumping the Golubov news again. I don't see it though. Golubov's going to buy calls before he says he didn't resign. That's why they put out that message. They said one unified Iran. Unless there actually was a fucking coup, and now they're just trying to save face. But yeah, drama, little uncertainty, son. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? All right, low ticker's maxed out. Russell's going to hit. It's 0.75%. Still kind of small when it's all said and done. So look, you literally clipped 96.96 and then it stopped. So I'm telling you, just wait. So if that, I said, if it hits 97, comes down, you'll bottom out for a little bit. And there it is. Yeah, you need to you need confirmation to get above 97. Market won't. That's what happened last night. You won't even go above 97 without a real fucking headline. Oh, see, you just gotta wait now. But just keep your eye on oil if that breaks or not, and then you're going to get a follow-up headline. Not to mention that an Israel-Lebanon White House meeting is beginning. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Pay the plug. Thank you, my friend. You hit at least one of them. But no, you could have had an easy 400 or 500%er there. See, I should have been flexible on the price range. But yeah, man, you heard it here first. With heads of 3 branches posted a message, common sentence. Yeah, so again, the Iranian state media, they reported on that instantly. They're saying it's like a unified message. So like I'm saying, that's either because they're saving face if this news is really true. Otherwise, it's just, this is all going to be bullshit. Like I'm saying, so just get ready for the next follow-up. Watch the oil. I think that's already so far proved to be somewhat reliable. You're hearing one, activity over Western Tehran. That'll be the death blow. Hold on. Fuck me. So again, that's the one, bro. I know, bro. 1 cent. It's because I told you guys the price. I told you 40. Next time I'm going to give you the strike. I'm not going to say the price out loud on what to target. Because that was literally within a couple of cents, bro. It's whack. But that one went 400 or 500% from that level. I think more. No, that one's up like 500-600% right now. So see, I don't have the attacks I can't confirm. Unfortunately, you're going to have to wait. Any attack stuff is going to take time until it hits. But yeah, that one's still some reports of attack. That one's not hitting any wires yet, though. There was a lot of news, but pretty much that the Iran negotiator is resigning, Ghalibaf, and then it's implying a shift in leadership. And then there was rumors of attacks, but people are more talking about the Ghalibaf stuff than not. Pajekian, they respond to a Trump tweet. Common theme, yeah, it's the same one. Well, the first one went 300% now, but still. But the one I wanted, that one will go in the money if this keeps going. Yeah, you're seeing that too. Activity west of Tehran. So that's what I'm saying. That's not going to be good. Like I was telling you from the start of this, just any attack news is a negative. Confirm video aircraft. No, don't fall for that. That's the same thing they did last night. Bro, let me put it this way, dog. If you just fucking show a video of people speaking Arabic with an iPhone video into the sky with like a plane, the algos will trip out because they're racist. But yeah, so literally, you need like something real. Yeah, we need like something real. Even those videos. That's what happened yesterday, bro. They were like, oh my, it was a video. They're like, ah, la, 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 la. They're like, oh my gosh, attack. So let's see. Source is legit. Let's find out. I'm just very skeptical after yesterday. Again, we already had the drone run. Supposed radar penetration detected. They activate defenses. I think it's a rumor. I have the video. Yeah, bro. It looks the same, though. I got the video. It's literally, that's what there's no Arabic though. No, I don't think it's legit yet. Again, but if it is, that's gonna that'll be the death blow. So just eyes on it, but did we clip 97? No, you hit 90. I think you hit 97 barely, but you won't go above that. No, I'm telling you, I think they figured out how to move the algos. So yeah, people are reporting, or they're recirculating the attack stuff. Not the first drone one. They're reporting the defenses. And then whatever this video is. Iran Nor. Okay, now it's hitting from a state media. Iran Nor news air defenses activated in parts of Tehran. Reasons unclear. It's the same shit as yesterday. They need to blame somebody. It has to be a legit attack, or they're going to be like, it was air defense testing system. But that's hitting one wire now, and with an Iranian state media backing. That one didn't even have the audio on the. I see the video. It's just literally a light in the sky and flashing. But at least, again, an Iranian source is reporting it. And now they're saying at the airport in Tehran. They're saying firing at drones or drills. And then intense jet activity over southern Lebanon. Like I was saying, though, earlier, I don't think Israel will attack while, what's it called? I don't think they'll attack while the meeting's there. I think they want to attack, but not. I think they were going to wait till right when it was over. Unless it's over, and then they said, okay. Like the Bible says, destroy your enemy! Sir, what? John 3:16! They don't think that's what it says. They don't think this. It won't get above 97. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Well, that's what I said last night. I think the Iranians learned how to fuck with the algo. Because that was it. I told you, I haven't seen anything like that in a minute. We're just rumors, like attack rumors. So you have, again, just uncertainty. I do think the Golubov resigning one, that brings a whole nother area of questions, you know? But at the same time, the attack stuff all correlated as well, too, here. But that again, you have zero confirmation. Again, I even have some people saying now it could be a drill as well, too. So that's it. They do a drill and make $500 million. That's a day of oil exports. So yeah, just keep that in mind. And like I'm saying, the first part of it was all one-sided Israeli news. Technically, we haven't heard from the Iranians. So yeah, but you know what to watch. Watch oil. See, I mean, I think that just laid the groundwork for some reactions, but we got that meeting going on. We got to see what Golubov says, and then see if there's actually a real confirmed, you know, like, caught red-handed attack, or somebody takes credit for it. Meta job cuts? No, that stick was real. I don't know why it shot up that much. But yeah, remember, it ripped again. Meta informs it will cut 10% of jobs in AI efficiency or in efficiency drive. So yeah, okay, 97.12 now. Oil broke, SPY down. We might be getting another confirmation. Okay, yeah, no. I got a wire saying it. Oil surges after attack on Kurdish opponents of Iran. So that was the first drone headline. That first Iran Kurdish thing, that was the one right here. So at least one oil algo is blaming the drone attack, not any of this other shit. Ironically enough. So yeah, but now oil finally broke, so market will be a little bit more sensitive. But yeah, now we got to wait for the other ones. Another Iran agency is reporting air defenses engaging hostile targets in Tehran. So again, now another Iran state media is saying that they're engaging hostile targets. So again, a little bit more info on now, not just air defenses and videos, but it's starting to escalate a little bit. Oh, you hit a new low on that, but now oil above. If it stays above, that won't be good. Then you got Meta hot firing people in the middle of this. That's it. This is just last night, just during the day, you guys. Trial balloon. Let's see, you gotta hold. NQ at pre-market, we're down 0.8. SPY 0.79, 0.85 on NASDAQ. Couple more points. 704.99. That's the top end. And then the gap fill, like 704 to 703. Yeah, they're recirculating the Galabov thing. But that's the other one we need confirmation on. Dude, I don't even think don't the Kurds not like Iran? Correct me if I'm wrong. But that's what makes it even more interesting. All right, well, now oil's still climbing a little bit more, going down. You know, another one. Again, they said airport. And then Shahir Array south of Tehran, another one. Hey, yo, dude. There's a headline on these same things from 2025. So there's another attack back in the day on the same location. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. Don't the Kurds usually help us? So this could be Iran attacking the Kurds. Like I'm saying, until Israel takes credit for this, you don't. Bro, this is the fog of war. So yeah, and like I'm telling you, that one right there, another report at Shahir Array south of Tehran, they attacked that in 2025. That was during the 12-day war, I think. All right, well, gaps are about to get filled, my friends. Yeah. Bro, I think yesterday, like, dude, trial balloon. Trial balloon indeed, my friend. Trial balloon indeed. It could be anybody. That's what, just in reality. Either Iranians attack the Kurds or Israel fucking jumped the gun, US, I don't know. But that's what I'm saying. Just any sort of attack like this and this confusion is adding that uncertainty. I hope you guys... Again, 98 now. Another dollar past the level. Yeah, well, those rip now. Even the shitty ones. If you took the better one, you're good. But the other one's around 400%. But now you're in the money on the first one. I would have fucking... Or the second one that she really should have got. Air defense artillery activated. Again, another headline. I know, I'm sure people were buying calls right at the breakout, too. Dude, we were 0.03 from all-time highs. There was a lot of news, but pretty much attacks in Iran, and then potential regime shift, rumor of Ghalibaf resigning. That's all. Again, dude, we were really early, bro. We had a minute even on the attack news, and we were talking some other stuff this morning, but yeah, but a lot's happened here in the last like 30, 40 minutes. Aragachi statement. Is it going to be the same one? Failure of terrorist killings is reflected in how Iran institutions act with unity. It's the same one. Iranians are all united. I think there might have been a regime change. This has to be a fucking... this is all them kind of saying the same thing, but I think they're doing that for a reason. Like, why you keep telling me you're unified? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, hold up. Okay, still going. Well, you got almost 500% on the first ones. The other ones are in them. The other ones hit 1,000%, right above the level, man. Okay, I think you either push them if you have them, or you make another set free at 500, depending on what you have. If that thesis hits, can I get a badge or a trophy? I'd be if you know. Do you know any trophy makers? I will make you a Carvana. Like, I'll make Carvana crashing into the Wall Street Bull, or a rental car. Because you might be right, dude. You know, that's what I said. I was like, I don't know about this one, but that one. Yep. Nope. You're there, bro. You're there. Well, Chad. God bless America. That's it. Gaps. The first gap has been filled now from pretty much this week. And then the Friday gap has not been filled, but you're 2 points away. As long as oil doesn't come down, you might hit that. But again, these plays are up 500% from the morning, so be careful. Oh, I forgot about the debit spread, dude. I keep forgetting about that one. I'm just hyper fixated. I'm like, dude, that was the fucking 1,000% got robbed within a fucking penny. But I'm glad I told some of you. I think some of you picked up on that, and then the first ones hit. So that was dope. Yeah, Monday. Why? Even I mean, again, yesterday we were talking about some of the insurance ones. Even yesterday, I was telling you, bro. You guys didn't hear me this morning, even on the document. Even I told everybody on the non-locked in. I'm like, dude, yesterday was a trial balloon. Last night was one of the weirdest moments I've seen in this conflict. I don't know if you thought I was being dramatic, but that's what I was. And then sure enough, we just had a little mini. This is a mix of both Golubov, but then again, this whole attack shit. See, if you see any other, we need a confirmation of who attacked, though. Somebody needs to take credit. Because like I'm telling you, there is a scenario where Iran attacked the Kurds, unfortunately. And if that changes a lot of this. But if that was Israel or America, and then Golubov resigns, all of that is escalatory. But for now, I think it's just uncertainty. And the more they keep saying they're united, the more I'm believing there was kind of, maybe some of those coup rumors are coming true. All right, you got to pop. And oil down. Again, it did that on the first little gap that we got down to. We hit 1%. NASDAQ 1.2. Just see what happens here with oil, if it flushes below 97 or not on this pop. Like you're saying, even at 500%, the good ones hit 1,000%, the shitty ones hit 500%, but that was the signal, either make free, ghetto spread, or push. So hopefully you did something. But yeah, we still don't really have full confirmation on any of this other stuff. Yeah, Channel 13, there's no Israeli activity in Iranian airspace. So that's what Israel's reporting now. Again, most of these headlines have been from Israel. So see, if Israel denies it, then only leaves 2 more people. But then again, I mean, all of this has been Israel reporting. Nothing on this one. I mean, it could be that Israel headline. Algos are sensitive now after that. So there was news of a Kurdish attack. We had it really early. And then there was a bunch of other news that Aragachi may be resigning. Or, not Aragachi, Golubov. So it's a mix of regime shift, coup, rumors, plus attacks in Iran. And air defense systems activated. But we don't know who attacked who. Or at least for now, no one's taken credit. And that flipped the market by about 1%. Israel army to Yadoth Anaroth. We did not launch strikes against Iran. We need more confirmation, but that's the second thing we've heard with Israel trying to deny it. I think the follow-up, it's either going to be Golubov comments telling you he's not resigning, and he's going to be like, fake news media. Or it's going to be, what's it called? Or you'll move once the market, or once they announce what happened at the Lebanon thing. Golubov, because I think they're buying calls. And I think, dude, this is exactly what happened last night. That's why it's so trippy. I mean, right now, at least the oil algos are blaming the Kurdish attack. And at least there's some sort of drama in Middle East or Iran in terms of attacks. But then the other half of the story is the Golubov stepping down and potential regime shift to both negotiators, maybe even the country. Again, you're getting another one of Israel denying it. Pope Leo condemns killing of protesters in Iran after criticisms from President Trump. That's what I'm saying, though. Last night you learned if you could just simulate, or as long as you say there was a surprise attack, you could, like I said, you could shoot up oil. Oil didn't even go up that much, but you could shoot up oil $5 in 5 minutes and bring the market down almost 1%. That, you learned that yesterday. I did, and I think someone else did too. Like, it's going to be the timing. Like I'm telling you, you're going to hear from whatever happened at this Lebanon meeting eventually, or Golubov is going to say something. But those are the only things. And again, right now, Israel's denying rather than taking credit. All right, pop now. Oil didn't move as much, but the SPY did. Let's see. Oh, very big pop. All right, that's going to wipe all the premium. They're still up, but that just slashed them all in half. Let's see. Is it Golubov? I only see Pope Leo. Hold on. Oil just got clobbered. Nothing yet. I don't see it. I don't see a headline. It's fucking Scott Bessent. Literally, the latest one is the Pope Leo one. Bro, that had nothing. That even brought oil down. Again, Israel. It's the Israel headline. Source is just hitting another wire. No Israel activity in Iranian airspace. That's all. Again, a minute to oh, God. Yeah, no Israeli activity. That's hitting multiple wires now. No Golubov. No, let me check the other ones, but I think it's just, again, even the first attack, there was a delayed reaction. All of them today have been delayed reactions. Fog of war. Let me see. The UK discussions over Mythos. That just killed the premium on the downside, but the calls are actually a little cheaper. Okay. Now they're just jacking up both sides. The calls barely moved on. The calls are still cheap for now. For now, but you have to get near them. I'm not playing any of these dailies, though. You got to get a little bit of time. But I don't have the headline yet, unfortunately. I think that's a delayed reaction from Israel denying. No, again, I think just like the way down. So it's just a delayed reaction. And then you had a UK Mythos one, but that's about it. Like I told you, I think they needed to, I think Golubov is going to buy calls before he says something. I don't like these ones. That messed up the premium. There's one to the upside that's kind of flashing, but you need that. You need the damn headline on it. Yeah, we get the White House. I mean, we were supposed to have Philo. That's already been an hour. Oh, Devin, I didn't even see you. What's up, Devin? My guy, good morning. Another hitter. That was good, bro. I'm telling you, if you got some of those we talked about in the AM, those are fire. They're still up, sadly. So even the ones from the first one in the morning still got like 300-400%, even after that pop, which is crazy. All right, I'll give you another one, but do you want me to tell you the play? Because if I tell you the price, it might go within 1 cent and not fucking hit. I guess I'll tell you. Not a recommendation. You will lose money. You feeling lucky, punk? Alrighty. Well. But yeah, no, the first one I like, but you need that to go to 40, and you need it cheaper. A lot cheaper. It was just there. It was near there before that stupid pop. So that's why you're paying a little premium. That's why at that price that it's at now, you're paying too much. All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You're flying blind, Chad. We were supposed to have Philo, but this kind of got in the way. It's already 11, only 2 more hours yet. We haven't even heard from, we're gonna hear Trump at Power Hour, and then we don't know what's up with Israel, Lebanon now. Now's a good time. Burb, follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I made a video about this last night. Oh, don't they feel me, dog?
Every ticker, I just wait my turn. Let them all chase glitter. I just want my bird. Premium in my pocket. Got a plan, not a prayer. If the charts start dropping, I'm already there. the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Hey. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy. Lock the game and let it breathe. I make the contract free. Free, 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 free. Small slice on the entry. Big dream in my mind. Trim twice when it doubles. Then I'm feeling fine. If it runs, I'm smiling. If it fades, I'm cool. Cause I'm playing with the house now. That's my golden rule. I make the contracts free, free, free. Oh yeah. Take my profit, let it be, 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 be. Risk and reward in harmony. I'd rather make it free. They lose the blessing I receive. Free contracts, that's my therapy.
Wall Street Journal, they said the new or Iran journalist news that Galibaf resigned is completely false. Yeah, dog, they're playing everybody for now. But that's what I said. Those are one of your catalysts. Either that or Israel meeting. But you're getting first report now that the Galibaf, like I said, that was part of. We haven't heard about the attacks though. We don't know who did the attacks. So again, I know a lot of people will have their own opinions, but like I'm telling you, either Iran attacked the Kurds and did this on purpose, either Israel did it, or America did it. That's it. You can make your own judgment, but those are the three possibilities, and I would consider them all. But yeah, this is a shit show. But that, even the Galibaf one at the same time of the attack. Then lose the profit I receive. I make the contracts free, 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 free. Well, yeah, there's your first report, though. And then Pakistani negotiations between America and Iran continue. But then again, ridiculous news of Channel 12 that Galibaf has resigned completely was also republished by Al Arabia is completely false. And then Iran's air defense, which appears entirely gun-based, seems performative for the ongoing pro-regime marches across the area, according to OSINT Defender. Are you fucking kidding me? Not really. This is what I was telling you guys, though. That's it. The algos see a fucking video with Arabs, and they're like, ah! I think it's fucking funny, bro. This is bullshit. But like I'm telling you, somebody learned something yesterday, man. That trial balloon was, they were like, let's do it during the market now. But yeah, oil's now below 97, so your risk factor goes down a little bit. Oh, what a day, Chad. What a day. Hey man, I'm glad. I hope if you've been listening, bro. I hope you got to, you know, get a jump on all of it when it's all said and done. Now the call premium's juicing. You still have 100% or more on the puts, so now they're just fucking the premiums. Then lose the profit I receive. It's a dangerous precedent. Well, yeah, but now the market's not going to react the same way. That's what I'm saying. It's only going to work a couple of times, but that's what I was telling you, bro. It's like, again, I know I sounded dramatic in the morning, but I was telling you, I was like, dude, this is fucking, yesterday was weird. And it truly was a trial balloon. And the way that all played out, like I'm saying, everybody had their own ideas, but I was telling you, that could have been the Iranians who attacked the Kurds. We still don't even have a full confirmation on that. Omda? Channel 12 is basically Israel Reuters. That's what I'm saying. I think it was to hide it. Like I was saying, they dropped the Golubov news at the same exact time as the Kurdish attack. That's what I was saying. Right when it happened, I was telling you I don't know which one it is. And then the oil algo confirmed the Kurdish one. Then they started saying air defenses, but like we were saying, it's just like we don't know. And then now they're even saying performative. You still don't know. It's still mad foggy out there, but I think our preparation off the morning and kind of how I was explaining it here in the last hour, I think we, you know, considered all the possibilities, but it was clear that this wasn't as it wasn't like a straight up attack coup. The coup thing might still be there, but we're gonna find out. But yeah, for the most part, this was all just, I think this was just to move the market, dude. I think this was last night, but now during the market hours. And like I'm saying, what I witnessed last night was weird. That was the weirdest one since the last 2 months of this, month and a half. Aircraft carrier USS Bush is operating in Central Command Area, CENTCOM. Yeah, Trump goes live at 1 or 3. 3 Eastern. I think it's both of them. But I'm telling you, I do think, I'll say it again. I was saying it from the morning. Somebody learned something last night. Like last night's move, that's pretty much what just happened here, just in the market hours. Like I said, I haven't seen it in a while where just rumors, like real unsubstantiated rumors, are just considering the scale that it was like an attack, throwing the ceasefire again. That was smart move to mix in the Golubov shit. But yeah, no, this is not normal. No. Markets, again, I said it this morning, is that like 10 years ago, the market would do this. 10, 12 years ago, when the market was like, you know, just less of what we have today. Like sometimes like big rumors would get markets moving like this before the algos had time. But then that's what I'm saying. By the time they confirm it, that's when, you know, the algos start to readjust and like start acting a little bit more normal. Libya is producing an additional 1 million barrel of oil a day, according to National Oil Company. I think it was both of them. So Israel had, like I said, the Israel headlines are bullshit, but like I'm telling you, the Iranians, if they were just shooting off air defenses at a fucking rally, you don't think they like see what I'm saying? And then once, even halfway through at the low, I was like, wait a minute, you guys, don't the Kurds not like the Iranians? Oh, dude, they're just playing the West. Everyone's involved. I feel like it's both sides at this point, where I feel like everybody did, but holy fuck. This was all just like drama, like a game. That's my therapy. Risk and reward in harmony. Okay, well, you're back. This is like the first area where we tripped out. You've recovered 0.5%. Well, that was fun. Well, remember, every side has acknowledged this is an economic war. So like I'm saying, I think that was, you're just right in the middle of it, dude. Philo, we might have to wait on Philo because it's going to do some more bullshit. Oh, and Car on the low. So it might even go a little higher, but then you might, just like yesterday, it might just fade throughout, but then we're going to have to wait for the other stuff. Actually, I could play you one Philo. I could give you a quick Philo in all of this. I have a good one. A little quick one, actually. Let's see. Oil climbs on Hormuz food standoff.
Inflation.
Yeah, no one's even talking about
this. It's not war itself. It's just a negative impact of this overall situation. So our own estimates are very simple. What they're saying is that if you stay where we are at the moment for a period of 3 months, you're supposed to be eating about, let's say, 5 to 15% of your earnings growth, which is not huge, but still significant enough to let investors rethink their exposure to the market at this point in time in the here and now.
Say that again. You said eating 5% of what?
Just say that again. We don't fucking understand you, sir.
No worries. 5 to 10% of earnings growth, which is pretty much what's animating market at the moment, right? It was all about the earnings season until now, and this earnings season was coming with the good news of expanding earnings, a strong earnings growth, and that was the best moment for the stock market to rally on the back of that. Now, well, basically, we're still confronted with the temptation of taking profit because this inflation shock creates potentially a negative earnings shock.
You know, Florian, something we talked about yesterday.
I'm so glad you're going there.
Right, this new normal that our team wrote about, Bloomberg Economics, but basically no peace, no war. The new normal in the relationship between the United States and Iran. Is that what we're moving towards in your view? And is that going to be stable enough for investors, for CEOs, for heads of institutions and organizations to make decisions and move forward, and for global economic growth?
It's a very broad question. I'm going to answer from the investment perspective, basically. I think this new normal makes a very strong difference between stocks which have a business model which is cyclical, and stocks which have a business model which will monetize in a few years with, a longer term investment horizon. Of course, when I'm saying that, I'm opposing value to growth. I'm opposing Europe to US, essentially, and with the emerging world in the midst, in the middle of the situation. So this new status quo basically is a call for investors to rethink the way they access equity market, and maybe growth is exactly the place where you want to be at this point in time, because growth is a kind of style that looks through short to medium term issues, which is pretty much what we're confronted with.
But growth everywhere, or just growth in the US? Because one thing that we have spent a lot of time talking about is the different way this energy shock is being dealt with by US companies versus by companies in Asia, for example, by companies in Europe, for example. So what's your view there?
Intuitive call, of course, is diversify. The one thing I would look at is what's called PEG, so the price earning to earnings growth ratio, so that to assess whether the valuation of your stocks is still outpaced by the growth rate of your earnings.
All right, I'll give you a mini philo. I think you might get more BS. Yeah, Iranian reports deny resignation of Golubov as not true. Oh my gosh, we get a mini philo, bro. I'll play you one thing, because I don't know. I think it's very applicable. Even some of the stuff we've been talking about. I had a lot more for you today, but it's already 11 o'clock, and I think this is gonna have you're gonna have one more little follow-up move on all this, and then we're gonna hear Trump in a little bit. But Chatadonia. Oh. How you feeling, baby? How you feeling, bro? Were you prepared? I think you were. I think you were prepared, man. That's it. Remember, navigation. All you got to do is navigate, bro. Don't play with me, bro. Navigate. So, Chad, I got a little mini philo. I'm going to just play you a clip. I'm going to play you a good clip. It's actually mostly about business. But I don't know. I heard this, and I was like, bro, even some of you guys yesterday, I think a lot of you the philo really stuck out to you again, and I'm glad. I like to see certain reactions. And bro, I'm just telling you right now, why do we have philo? Why? Y'all playing sometimes. You know that? You playing philo. Bro, how you view life. The market's cool, dog, but like how you even perform in the market. You really don't think it has anything to do with what you do outside of the market? Really? Listen, bro, that's a cool idea, but I just don't believe that's true. That's the fact of the matter. It's really, that's just how it works, bro. A lot of what you do outside of the market, when it comes time to play, dog, it's gonna come to light. Same thing with your job, your work, everything, bro. Everything is connected. Everything leads to something. I don't know how many times I could tell you that, but let me play something for you and have Mr. Jim Rome explain it to you. Yeah, see, that's what I say. Your little mini philo is Jim Rome. Come on. Can't get mad at this one. This one's beautiful. But listen to what he says. Maybe it'll stick out to you.
The first 6 years of my economic life, I wound up broke, and the second 6 years, I wound up rich. And this is how I did it. Some of the things I'm about to share with you. If you're ready, say I'm ready. Here's my first subject for the day. It's called personal development. Of all the subjects Mr. Shoaff confronted me with when I met him at age 25, this was one of the most important. Setting goals, that was easy. Some other things that he offered to me, I got right away. Setting up a money system, I did that right away. Personal development, I'm telling you, it took a while to give up my old ways of blaming everything except myself for my situation. It was almost like going through withdrawals. Some of it was tough to say that it was me, not them. When I said to Mr. Shoaff, this is all they pay, he said, no, that's all you're worth. I'm telling you, that was new stuff for me to ponder. When I said it cost too much, and he said, no, you can't afford it, I thought, whoa, what a new way to look at it. I'm telling you, some of that drama of giving up, that it was them, it was the economy, it was my negative relatives, it was my boss, it was the company pay, the unions and the wage scale and circumstances. It took me a while to give that up. It's like going through withdrawals. But when I finally did it and started this fresh journey of looking in, because that's where the problem was. That's where I had to get straightened out. And the drama happened for me in such spectacular fashion. Got this phrase down. The major value in life is not what you get. The major value in life is what you become. The major question to ask on the job is not, what am I getting here? The major question to ask on the job is, what am I becoming here? Because it's not what you get that makes you valuable, it's what you become. Now, once I understood that, I started working on this thing called personal development. Jot this down. Success is something you attract by the person you become. I used to think success was something you pursued, went after. Found out, no, success is not something you go after. What you go after is usually like a butterfly you can't quite catch. Here's the key. Success is something you attract by becoming an attractive person. In our further studies in leadership, we teach this. To attract attractive people, you must be attractive. To attract committed people, you must be committed. To attract powerful people, you must be powerful. To attract dedicated people, you must be dedicated. So the whole key here is to go to work hard, not on other people. Primarily, go to work hard on yourself. And then Mr. Shoaff gave me that startling promise that I want to share with you. And here's what he said. It's changed my life all these years, and I'm going to use it the rest of the years of my life. Here's what he said. Mr. Rohn, if you will change, everything will change for you. I've never forgotten that. It still rings clear in my ears today. I can still hear it. And I've said it often enough the last 40 years of my business career, so that it keeps ringing in my ears as I've tried to stimulate that same...
You got a Trump Truth Social for the people fewer number about ending the war. It's a big one. He's saying they're lying. The Navy, time is not on their side. Deal will be made only when it's appropriate and good for the U.S. and our allies. In fact, the rest of the world. Coming out now.
And other people's consciousness. Here it is. If you will change, everything will change for you. If you will change, your income will change. If you will change, your health will change. If you will change, your future will change. If you will change, the equities that you had always hoped for will start to grow, start to change, if you will change. Once I got that message, it turned my life around. Let everything change or not change. Let the government change or not change. Let people around you change or not change. Let everything be the same, the turning of the seasons. Let society continue on its way. You take a personal interest in your own personal development, and I'm telling you, you'll start to attract success. And I've got several parts now to personal development. Make these notes. Here's number one. It's like the seasons. Understanding the seasons is one of the best illustrations that I can give you for personal development. Make this note. You cannot change the seasons. They're going to be however they're going to be. And the next note. Life in business is like the seasons. Frank Sinatra sings, life is like the seasons. And you cannot change the seasons. The order has been established long before we arrived on the spinning planet, long before we became guests here. However that was done boggles the mind to imagine how it was all done and accomplished. The Declaration of Independence of America says, all people are created equal and are endowed, I love that word, endowed by their Creator.
Endowed.
With certain unalienable rights. Life, liberty, and the pursuit. In the first 6 years of my economic...
Oh, that's it, man. That's it. It's beautiful. You've heard the last part before. But do you not get it? I agree with it. Bro, if you think making money is going to be the hard part, you're tripping. You're going to learn how to make money quicker than you expect. Especially in this AI world. You guys got phones, global economy, you name it. That's not the hard part. Learning the skills and all of that is not the hard part. What's going to take you a long time is giving up your old ways. Look within, brother. I guarantee almost everybody in here, you are going to be able to learn how to easily make money before you will be able to look in and be able to actually give yourself credit and blame. I hate to break it to you. That's going to be the hardest part. I always even tell you the fluke test. Watch. You'll go. Money will come and go, my friends. How you react and how you behave, that's going to be the hardest thing to change. That's going to probably be the biggest determinator of all of it. That's what people don't realize. That's what I was saying. Why do you think we do philo? For real. Why do you think I care about it? I'm involved. I'm doing money stuff every single day. I like it. But why do you know what else I like? I like philo every single day. How do you think I have all this stuff every day to give you? Why am I reading my Bible? Why am I going every single day? I got something I'm pulling out. Why? What do you think I'm spending my time on? Why? The money's not the hard part. I don't know. The money is not the hard part. I told y'all the getting rich part is easy. Especially with stocks. You really want to get rich? Get a long-term wait. They don't feel me. The hard part is going to be waiting. Waiting. Time. What are you going to do in that time? Are you going to wait, go through the seasons, and not mess it up? That's the hardest part. Waiting for the right opportunity. Will you be ready for it? Will you be ready to actually act on it? That's what I was telling y'all even the other day. I want to make sure you're all ready. That's why when an opportunity comes, you're not going to be thinking about other things, losing confidence, not having money, not having plans, to be able to actually react to it how you should. Oh, I hope they feel me, bro. Look, I think it's a great question. What are you becoming? Not what do I get out of it? Again, things are going to come and go. What are you becoming? That's what makes you valuable. That's where all the value comes from. Success is not something you pursue. It is something you become. Oh, I hope they feel me. That's it. It's a harsh... Again, this is harsh. You know that, right? This is very harsh. Especially in a world nowadays, and everybody tell all of this, and I don't know if this is gentle parenting. I don't know. Everybody tells you a lot of different things, man. It's very simple. You have to become what you want. You want to be attractive, you must become attractive. You want power, you must become powerful, brother. You want commitment, you must be committed. Are you getting it? That's harsh. People don't like hearing that. That's why it goes back to what I was saying, bro. Do you realize how long it's going to take you for you to get this? Buying a put, buying a call, buying the long term, that's just easy. You're like, oh, okay. Looking within and being able to say, I must become this. This is what I want. This is what I will wage war over. This is where I will blame all sorts of people. I'll go on there. I'll look at the news. I'll get all in my head about it. Learning to accept this. Whatever you want, you could have, brother. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. You could have it because you could become it. The only way you will have it is if you become it. Are you following? This is literally the hardest thing for humans to comprehend. This is what's going to take you just as long as building your long term. Most of you might even realize this by year 10. You're going to be like, oh, wow. The first half, I was just chasing it. The second half, I was becoming it. Oh, Chad. That's why I said the behavior, all of it. Why are we talking about life every day? Why are we talking about philo? Why do we care? Because you must become something. Think how shallow it is. You think it's just the one thing? No. You are all here to become something. That's what I've believed in from day one. It's very simple. If you will change, everything will change. I know it's harsh. You know why? Because if you don't change, nothing's going to change. You want to chase? That's it. You're just going to keep running around. A rat race. Chasing. Never becoming. You must become something. You don't change, nothing changes. Very sad to hear. It really does. Like I'm saying, anything you want, you will become it. Anything you want, you must become it. That is very hard to accept. But the moment you do, if you accept this just a little bit, watch, change a little bit, tell me what happens. You'll see it. Why do you think there's such a gap? Why do you think you got people like me, you got people in the cult, and we're like, oh my God, the change is so great. Every day the change. Oh my God, we won't shut up about it. Then you got people saying, no, it's nothing. Bullshit. No, life is this, black pill, it's all this, never be this, everything. You don't see how big that gap is? So I'm telling you, change a little bit. Tell me you won't see it. Most of the hardos who are acting how I do is because they changed a little bit. And then they saw it. Then they got closer to it. And they're like, wow, it did work. Do you get what I'm saying? So, you change, everything changes, bro. It's a guarantee. You are going to become. You're not going to pursue. Go. Write it down. Say it out loud. Say it in your head. What do you want? What do you want to be? Really. Truly. Stop lying. So I even say with the long term, be honest. What do you want to be? I don't care. Be anything. Anything you want. No limits on it. But whatever you say you want, you must become it first. And not in an acting manner, not in a, just like in a way you actually do it. What? Success, power, money, Anything you could think of. You must put the down payment down, and you will receive it. Until then, I think we all know what's going to happen. You don't change, nothing changes. You change, everything changes. Because you are going to become something else. So take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. And become something, Chad. Become. That's why I love it. You know that? That's why I love Philo. So I love the chat. I love it. You know why? Give me 5 more years, 10 more years. You know what's going to happen? There's going to be a whole group of people becoming something. And guess what the rest are going to do? Nothing. That is how it will work, my friend. That's why. Keep becoming. That's it. You don't see how crazy that is? Meta launching Snap competitor? I thought they already did. Ba-da-ba-ba-bop. I'll give you the post-philo as the pre-philo, or the pre-philo as the post-philo. I need a pro. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a call, baby. Hey. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah, it's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the ark. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god. Then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib. But for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing they want death to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say it proud. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear, no fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. It's a coat, baby. Aye. Coach always said, don't look down when you dribble. Arguing right, left. Yeah, El Coyote, we get it, bro. It started with a little. Stop informing me, El Coyote. Stop trying to help me with zero incentive, El Coyote. Fuck you, bro. Finger to the clouds with the whip superficial. And my mama proud and some friends are. What y'all doing? Why you getting loud? Trying to keep it civil. Told me run it back. And now I'm up triple. Dime is a dime and a nickel is a nickel. Lies will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise, they just shady, that's simple. If I'm not that guy, then why would y'all listen? See, it get nervous when I'm quiet. It don't happen on the cell. I make the money when I buy it. Passionate as well, and I love it. You should try it. Imagine past the bell, you either gambling or lying. True serum, I be sipping on that shit. No long term, that's a different type of bitch. Think it's just money, dog, open up your shit. I was getting ready before I was getting rich. Preparation, child of the nation. Try to sell us change, but they raised us impatient. You can know the price and not understand the basis. They haven't faced the truth, Josh is still faceless. killing shit. I could quit now, from this damn song to owning the whole town. Bitches smiling at me, my peers make a frown. First I didn't get it, but I understand it now. Keep shooting like I'm born in Chino Hills. It's hard to keep money, harder to keep it real. If I was really cocky by now, I would have been killed. But if you kill me, I mean God, so low key, I'm kind of thrilled. Amen. 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 Trump comes live in like 20 minutes, but he'll probably be 30 minutes late. They told me run it back. Nah, I'm up triple. Man, lies will arise when the money's in the middle. I ain't that wise. They just shady. That's simple. They don't feel me, dog. Okay, if you got those calls, make them free. Not a recommendation. Because then you could have every side for free now, plus extra profits if you took the 500. You could ghetto spread it, but then it'll only leave you 100% upside, unfortunately. I say unfortunately because you only get $1 of gain. The one above it is the same price. And if you want to get unbanned, you have to fill out the unban form and submit it through the CRGC in the Chatatola. Speculate where market goes? Oh, I have no idea. It just depends on what happens. Like I said, even then, we were talking here, it's either Golub. They already denied the Golubov shit, but what happens next is the is if whatever Trump says, and then the peace deal stuff. Unbans every day. It's funny to go over them. I check every couple of days. I have a bot that if it meets the criteria, I just have to approve it. But I mean, some of them, I read you the funny ones. Usually the funny ones. The ones that don't get approved, I read those because it's funny. Because I'm like, how come they didn't take the plea deal? It's always it's a funny concept if you think about it, right? If you just do the plea deal, follow the instructions, you get unbanned. It's super easy. But then I'm like, wow, it's very good to. It's interesting to see the lack of plea deals that get accepted. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, why? Because it's such, like, honestly, it's even like a lesson in trading. You know why? Because that's the easiest fucking deal you're ever gonna get. If you know the outcome, the risk to reward. I'm like, yeah, that's super easy. So I always want to know why wouldn't you take the plea deal? Well, what kind of trade is that? But yeah, so, but they are. I read you the interesting one today. That was the latest one. Otherwise, all plea deals, CRGC, Josh Atola, I mean, very forgiving. Very, very forgiving. That other song's not out yet. The one that you just heard. I haven't really banned people this year as much. I did start banning, all of March I didn't ban anybody. And then once we got the unbans in, I started slowly banning, just like really off the cuff. Like you have to be kind of extreme. I banned Sports Better today because he probably already got banned. And then his first comment, I don't know. He just gave me bad vibes. So, but like his calls worked for a little bit, but then I hope he sold out at the top. But yeah, Other than that, I banned the shit out of everybody last year because we were making a lot and a lot of opportunities, and everybody was just getting mad. I voted for Trump still. There was a lot of TDS, and then people were gambling, not focusing on the right thing, getting mad that we were gambling, trying to focus on the right thing. There was a lot, and that's it. Everybody, I just think a lot of the reasons got distorted. Not why I banned people, but like I'm saying, why people were here. I was seeing, you know, some people, I was like, you're here for the market, man. Again, you guys even see it throughout this war, even today. I mean, you know, God is good, bro. God be the glory. You know, we put in a lot of work, but I'm here to help people, and I put in a lot of effort. And if you really do pay attention and let this stuff serve you, it will. I look forward to it. But that's what I'm saying. I think a lot of the drama last year got in the way of that. So I had to ban people, and I had zero tolerance. I don't want it. I didn't know, because it was influencing people. It was causing negative stuff, from gambling to the sentiment to ignoring what you should be paying attention to, minoring on the major, majoring on the minor, you know, all sorts of things. So I was really, really ban happy last year. But so yeah, there's still a lot of people that got banned. But yeah, I'm unbanning people if you want, but you gotta take the plea deal. It's as a ban form in the description. There was a lot of distractions, and there was a lot of opportunity. And that's what I was saying. It just got to the point where I was not having it. Yeah, I think locked in was good. I think it really was a good decision. I mean, shit, I get paid off of it too now, but remember, even last year, that was the most I ever made on YouTube. That was crazy. You know, we try to even do members only, but at the same time, I think locked in helped too. You separated it. Now you got the real people who are really actively trading. At least, you know, I think it limited the amount of people getting washed. I mean, you had a guy today say, he was like, yo, I bought calls every time Bradley Frizzo came out. I'm like, dude, so you see, there's a big gap. There's a big gap. And like, I think locked in is far more advanced, and at the very least, it'll make you guys focus. And like I'm saying, if you want to grow a small account, I don't think you should be starting off trying to gamble right away. I think, again, long term, and that was what we were trying to highlight last year. Dude, the long term killed it on one of the most difficult years. Even this year, we're at all-time highs. You know what I'm saying? So, got to do your thing. Locked in's $50 if you do it on your phone. Google and Apple, they fuck you. But yeah. More, I know. It's less active and more focused on it. I agree. And that's why I just know I don't want any political shit in the locked in and all of that. So y'all have done good. I mean, again, we got a little bit of an influx with all the volatility, but I think most of y'all are you know, you understand that. So it's good, bro. Well, yeah, you could save 50% on locked in or 30% by not buying it on your phone. Long-term, monthly, yeah, and y'all still donate on lock. That's the craziest part. So God bless y'all, bro. God bless you. Yeah, cancel it on your phone and renew it on your PC. I mean, you're literally saving like $20-30 a month, which is like half of the cost. Trump is set to extend ship waiver to ease oil and gas deliveries. I want to see what he's going to say. It's like a healthcare thing. Do you ever get that extra 15? No, Google takes it. So Google or your phone app store, they take it. And then they give you the $50 that it was supposed to be. So they just upcharge it so you still get the $50, but then they just take it off top from you. So it's kind of a scam. Fun. Well, yeah, I mean, if you're not there, again, if you're not like actively trading, you don't need minute by minute. I don't think you need the locked in. That's what I'm saying. It's and even today, I mean, even on the delay, you guys were really ahead. Even from what we were talking about on the morning. I mean, even the Instagram video, we kind of mentioned this shit today. Like I was saying, just, how weird it was. But if you're really paying attention, I got you, bro. Mm-hmm. $50 a month? You just called me. Can I say? I feel like I can't say Jew in that sense because that's offensive. Well, I just said it. But like technically, aren't you? Never mind. You know what? I accept it. You're right. Mm-hmm. But no, I'm gonna make a video though, not because of that comment, but like the amount of people that have called me a Zionist. I'm gonna make a video for you guys on Instagram, and you guys are gonna get so mad because I'm gonna explain to you why I'm not a Zionist, but why I don't like the fucking Ayatollah. Okay? You guys aren't gonna like this one. Mm-hmm. Plus 7K. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I guess he only called me that because we have locked in. So I guess. You could cancel and resubscribe on desktop? Yes. A lot of you have already done it. So yeah. Whenever your locked in is about to expire, just cancel it. You could cancel it on your phone now. It still gives you the month, I believe. And then just resubscribe on a computer. You're literally going to save $20, $30 a month, depending on where you're buying it. Yeah, I mean, this market has been good for swing trading too. That's the crazy part about this week is that you've probably had 5 different plays hit with a delay, like a 1-day delay. Even last week coming into the psychedelic shit, that was 2-3 days. So it's a 2-minute delay. Yes, you just called me a Jew over a minute. So that's good, man. Thank you, Mario. That was also something I got to learn last year too. I was like, y'all really got, some of y'all went from like, I love you, Josh. Oh man, Josh, thank you, Josh. Wow. God bless you, Josh. Wow. Hey, yo, you know how many Christian people too, so-called, like, wow, Josh. Wow, Josh, that's so amazing, Josh. I love you, Josh. Thanks for everything. Oh, my long-term outperformed by 40%, Josh. Wow, Josh. And then over 60 seconds, y'all were like, heresy! I hate you, evil sinner. Would Jesus charge, Joshua? That's why I never watched any of the watch list, Joshua. Because of that 60, I hate you, Joshua. I'm like, Jesus wouldn't have even traded stocks. I've already fell very short, man. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't know what's up with the... Tim, can you fix the stream alerts, Tim? Why does the stream alerts do that, Tim? It works when I click on it. But yeah, try an incognito window. That's worked. But other than that, I don't know why. Some of you, the stream alerts link won't work. Mm-hmm. Nah, man. That was it. I never seen so many people get so mad about it. But then I was like, if that's the difference, y'all have gambling addictions. So if 1 minute made you fucking burn a bridge, and then again to the point where you're not even like hitting like that, where it wasn't even a no-brainer, then yeah, long term, bro. Trust me, I don't know why. And again, y'all still getting hooked up. That's the part. I said, just listen. I got you, bro. I got you. Did the incognito one work? And then yalla. 20 saving is for Android and iPhone. If you bought it through the App Store. So if you did the locked in and you're on the App Store, like you did it through your phone, they're charging you more than it cost. And that I don't even receive it. It's not even, you're just paying them. But yeah, if you do it on your desktop, you're straight. The link works for you too. Well, what the fuck? You could be on a 3-day delay and be fine. Now you're talking. I really think you... Sometimes we have been that early. Which is kind of crazy. You like listening so I don't get bearish. It's funny. I like listening to you so I don't get too bullish. It's good, man. We complete each other. And I'm losing my hair, so I care more about the government debt now. Don't you have a full head of hair, Nadruk, though? For somebody with that much, I feel like you got a nice head of hair. So you got ahead on the government debt thing a little early. First time making a bag, I'm kind of losing my mind. What do you recommend? Don't do anything. Just don't give it back. It depends how big of a bag we're talking, but don't fall for the fluke test. Keep it simple. Wait for 30 days. But then also too, like yesterday, we hit big yesterday. There was a lot of opportunities. Even again, this happens every time. You just got to just don't get caught up into the emotions. That's what I was saying with like the discipline. Like, because what ends up happening is like a lot of people, it's easy to get excited. And I understand, I get excited. You guys hear me scream, I want to scream and shout and long term out. But yeah, you got to it's not too sustainable. So as long as you, keep it in check is probably the best advice. Act like nothing. Have a short memory for good and bad. I don't know if you guys have noticed that, I have a short-term memory for things when they're bad. I have a short-term memory when things are good. That's why there's a lot of good things that happen. I could be hanging up on them and be all about them, but yeah, just I wouldn't remember them too much. You do, but you're only 5'11". Oh, you're only 5'11"? I feel you. Unfortunately, I'm like very 5'6", and I have no hair. I still have hair, but it's just not on the top. I've already explained this. Only 5'11". I could see. U.S. Commerce sets preliminary anti-dumping duties on solar imports from India and Indonesia and Laos. You can't do that. I don't know why. That's why. Try an incognito window. Some of you may not know what that is. If you know what it is, you're probably nasty. But but at the end of the day, I don't know. Some people have had this issue, some haven't. I don't want the hair transplant. I said it. I can't, just like Jim Rohn. Like, I want to be attractive in other ways, not like physically attractive in that sense. Like, I hope attractive through knowledge, but I don't know. I feel like Mujtaba. If I was like going out getting surgeries to look pretty, like, I just can't. I don't really care about looking pretty too much. You know what I'm saying? I got a little bit of swag. I got a little bit, that's it. I feel like I still have aura, but it's just different. You just want to max out all your stats? No, dude, you need a min-max. You got to min-max, high minimums. High minimums max out the stats that matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, just how it is, bro. Try living at 5'5". I'm pretty sure I'm in your neighborhood, bro. Yeah, honestly, though, my hair doesn't help me beat the Zionist rumors. To be honest with you. When I really think about it, bro, I got these little curly locks on the side, bro. It's not... I'm definitely not beating the allegations if you just judge me off the hair. You're so smart, I date the shit out of you. Cheers to your girlfriend, though. I'm assuming you're a dude, but yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. But yeah, my girl. I don't know, but my girl hypes me up. Y'all don't get it. That's why. You know, I have a very supportive girlfriend. You know that? She calls me, bro, she treats me like I'm Kanye. You know, she'll be like, you're such a genius. Mm-hmm. I tell her to say it, but still. I say it again. No, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. But no. So yeah, but either way, we'll see. But if I say 2 more things, you guys will be like, have a child right now. Have a child. Don't have a child. Hymns, but it works. It does. I mean, again, I don't like the company as much, but like minoxidil fucking hits if you really care with it. You're a girl? Oh, I guess I read your name as like Safa Adam, but that's maybe I just can't read. Not as smart as you think. Tell her to say Jesus is Lord 100 times. Oh man, they found out my girlfriend's not real. Iran deploys more mines in the Strait of Hormuz, says Axios. All right, well, freak out if we go above 97. Hey, at least you got some free calls. Those ones didn't hit as big, but I hope you see why we did that. I think we just maxed the fun. We could have did better, but I think we came out pretty good. But this is exactly the algo reaction to yesterday, dude. Literally, go down, you go up. As I said, you might hit a little bit higher, and then it'll just fade. It is power hour, too. And where's Trump? The long term is, this is the account we made for YouTube. Just like once upon a time, I would be sitting on YouTube talking about stocks all day and sharing with people, and they're like, how do you do that? And I said, because I worked hard and I invested and did a lot of other things in life. And they're like, oh, you only did that because you got lucky and you got rich a long time ago. We'll never be able to do that. That's 6 years ago. So I was like, no, you can. And then I made a brand new account, several of them, and we buy and hold stocks for 10 years minimum. And then every month or maybe every couple of months, I add to it. I show everybody, you know, this whole account. We've been doing it since, where is it? We've been doing it since. Nothing changes. And yeah, they're all here. But go on the Trading Fraternity channel, and you'll be able to see all the plays. Even every video I update, it'll say I'm buying so-and-so stock, and then it'll have the portfolio and everything else in it. Air defense is activated earlier at detecting small drones. They have a lot of answers for that. And then again, Axios saying more mines in the Hormuz. So yeah, but like I have an original video on how we made it, but if you go watch the latest video too on the Trading Fraternity with Oracle, I explain it. And then yeah, if you follow along, even if you can't be here all the time, I would check in at least once a month on the Trading Fraternity or subscribe there. And if I buy something, you see it's super easy. It's slow. It's not sexy, but that's how you build wealth in this market. And you know, and then hopefully turn it to a house, another investment. The world is yours. Oh, it's on the Trading Fraternity YouTube channel. And again, I mean, I do them all here, but the Trading Fraternity has a bunch of trading stock long-term videos as well too. FARS referencing a journal, aerial defense were triggered after spotting small unmanned aircraft at multiple sites through Iran. And scream. and shout, and long term all out. I do have a bigger long term that I don't show. Well, yeah, because that's what I was saying when we first did it. People were like, oh, well, you're only rich because you did it a long time ago. And like, it didn't have the same effect as like starting one. Because we started that from scratch. Again, it was even at all-time highs. Those all-time highs were 2019, but I was just saying it's the same process over and over again. And I said, all right, we'll do it. And then we started small, and they're like, make it bigger. And then we did a big account. And then my sister wanted one 2 years later, because then everyone was like, oh, I missed out the first one or the third one or the fifth one. And then, yeah. And then same thing I share with you guys, though. Real estate, stocks, that's what you should be doing. And even then with your long term. That's why we even bought the farm. You know that? That was one of the best ideas. But I do think all of you, too, you have this, just don't believe the fucking doomer shit. And little by little, I'm saying you will become something, and it takes time, but a lot of people, especially those young guys, I was telling on their 25th birthdays, I'm like, dude, you guys still have a lot of time, and don't overestimate what you'll do in a year and underestimate in 10 years, because I'm telling you, man, you little by little growth, and then you learn things about accessing the money and how the market and certain opportunities work. I mean, we've shared a lot, but then it's like you're going to have something to act on, and when you do, you will be surprised how you cycle up through everything, and every single bubble cycle, you're going to work your way through it. But it's just kind of more about committing, and like I said, it takes time. You know, I think I did get lucky in many ways, but I started early, and starting early or starting right as soon as you hear this is the best thing you could do. I don't like communications as much. I mean, did Verizon come down? Remember, that was like one of the big leaders this year. So I'm a little turned off by it, but even in general, most communications I probably wouldn't touch right now. Because remember, at one point, that was part of the value list, and they were paying out a ton. But yeah, Verizon's actually been ripping. I like them as a company, but yeah, it's not first on my divvy list, or I wouldn't say. I think I'd only buy communications if they really were the only thing that hasn't moved. I was lucky in the fact that I had the desire to succeed before luck came my way. I loaded on Intel. I did. I loaded on Intel 2 in front of you. And then I told everybody to buy the leaps. Everyone forgets that. And then you guys got mad at me. Not you, probably, but a lot of people did. And then we created the locked in 2 months later. Those leaps are up like 20,000%. It's fucked up. Even my girl yesterday, she was like, you know, Intel's up 170%. I said, yeah, baby girl, I got you. And the Chad, bro. I said, do you know? Imagine. That was a good wealth effect. You know, that was a good Chad dividend. So I'm glad if you got it. You're not going to be a quarter anymore? Oh, fuck, dude. You're going to be 26? That's exciting. That's it. You know, it's all downhill from here. You don't realize how young you are. At 25 to even 23 to 25, you don't realize how young you are. And then before you know it, bro, you become unk. You become unk. Six people hospitalized after shooting in Louisiana. You just say it's safer in Iran? That's crazy. Every good joke has some truth, I guess. You're about to have your first baby? Wow, at 26? That's exciting. The conservative Chads roar in approval. They're like, fuck yeah! Woo! See, Josh? But yeah, that's going to be exciting. You know, you make more money when you have kids. That's what they say. It's actually true. Gives you something to work for. Would you exercise the leaps or take the profit? Well, it depends how much time they have left still. But there was a lot of time when we were grabbing them, and they still have a lot of time. you're a loser for not grabbing Intel under 20. Well, I don't agree with that. I think you have to learn from it. You know, you have to really understand why. Or even when it was at like 30 even, or like 25. I think 24 was our highest purchase. Because remember, we kept buying it day after day with how it kept playing out. But like, you have to know why. Because what happened was there was a lot of propaganda. Do you guys not remember when Intel came out? We knew dude, I posted the video before the government even got into it. And everybody kept doing the propaganda. So it popped, stayed there for a couple of weeks and did all this. But then people didn't hop on board until like the news told them it was okay. That was a big problem. And even then, like, you don't remember every other day Bloomberg would come out and then they'd throw a hit piece. Wall Street Journal would put out a hit piece, and like, so you just got to learn from it. That's what believe me, you're going to have another opportunity. Let me put it this way. Intel's not even our biggest hit in the long term. You know what I'm saying? Like in the long term, we're not even talking just trades. So like, you do just got to learn from it, because you get these opportunities. You're going to get your favorable wins. You get a set amount of them in life that come your way. It's your job to execute on them. And that's why you got to learn from this one. That's all. I think you're a loser if you never learn from it and you repeat this same mistake over the next decade. That's how you're going to literally become a loser. But, sometimes this might be your greatest gift, because now you should be immune to propaganda. Well, why? Because you have something to remember it by. You didn't miss everything. That's what I'm saying. That attitude is going to make you better shut up right now, dude. You better start analyzing and get ready and get the long term. You see what I'm saying? That's going to be the difference. Believe me. That's how I started the long term, bro. That's why when we did it, everybody was like, "Oh, we missed everything. You're only rich because of this." And I'm like, "No, dude, watch." And then we started a long term, and then we were able to go through it. So I encourage you to believe me. I really hope you do, because all I'm saying is you're going to have more opportunity in life, and you didn't miss out on all of them. You may have missed one, but that really could be your stepping stone, because that's what's happened to me, bro. I've had times in life where I didn't execute as I should have, but they prepared me so much for the next one, which is crazy. I'm telling you, there's times in life where I'm in the moment, I felt like a jackass. I was like, damn, I can't believe that even happened. And I was like, oh, I shoulda, woulda, coulda, shoulda done this. Oh, why did I do that? And then like 2 years later, I'm like, holy fuck, that was all like training. It was making sure I was ready for it. And then I was, because that's why I was able to learn from what it was. So yeah, you got to do it. And scream and shout and long term all out. Should you buy into Oracle at the current price? So I don't like telling you guys to buy it much higher than where I bought it. But like, this is what you got to ask yourself. Why do you want it now compared to literally a month ago? Almost 2 months ago. So why do you want it at 180 instead of 140? That's the thing you got to ask. Same thing with Intel, right? Because like I'm saying, you could have even chased that one on the way up. Intel was a little bit different because of the whole government thing, but that's, like I say, and most people have done well not buying where I buy, or not buying higher than I bought. And then, like I'm saying, the game plan is if you do miss one, you look ahead for the next one. and you play that game.
Yeah.
So you have to really ask why. Why do you want it at 190 to
A
not?
picture of him with President Trump when he was 2 years old. That would be historic.
Trump is live.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go P2 on this place.
President holding track.
Okay. Okay. Are you all set?
All set, sir.
Well, thank you very much. And today I'm thrilled to announce that one of the most respected pharmaceutical companies anywhere in the world, frankly, I know it very well, is Regeneron. And it's agreed to offer their prescription medications at heavily discounted most favored nation prices. In other words, their numbers will come down at levels that nobody's ever seen before. The whole most favored nation thing that we've been able to do with Bobby and Maz and everybody behind me, Marty, has been incredible. It's the biggest price reduction in drugs in history. By itself, we should win the midterms, but it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. You know, it doesn't work that way. People forget too quickly, but we'll have it's the biggest cut in drug prices in the history of our country by many percentage points. With this announcement, 17 of the world's largest pharmaceutical companies, representing 80% of the branded drug market, have now agreed to sell their drugs to American patients at the lowest prices anywhere in the world. We're going to have the lowest prices in the world. This will result in the largest drop in prescription drug prices in the history of the United States of America. I mean, it should be front page news, but it won't be. It'll be back on page 19, but the people get it. That's why we're in the Oval Office, I guess. I want to thank Regeneron CEO, a friend of mine for a long time, good guy, great guy, CEO Len Schleifer, and Chief Scientific Officer George Yankopoulos, who are two fantastic people in the medical world, very respected. We're also joined by Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Bobby, thank you. Secretary Howard Lutnick, Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's doing a fantastic job. They all are. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary and Chief Counselor of Health and Human Services, Chris Klump. Thanks, Chris. Great job you're doing, Chris, wherever you may be.
Thanks, sir.
No, he's there. For decades, Americans have been forced to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, by far. Prices that were many, many times what the rest of the world was paying, because we had a president that didn't know what they were doing, or they weren't able to get other countries to agree to it. I was able to do that because I used tariffs. I said, if you don't agree to it, we're going to put tariffs on your country. And they said, we would be honored to do it, sir, after telling everybody no, including me. But they agreed to do it. The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumers only 13% of all prescription drugs. Pharmaceutical companies have been making 75% of their profits from
Was that a
American
baby
customers.
in the
So think of
background?
it. With 4% of the population.
I was like,
doing
Chad,
only
there's been a
13% of all
miracle.
prescription drugs.
I was like, oh my God,
The
Chad,
companies
your
make
dream came. I just had a
75%
baby.
made.
I don't know
know,
where.
maybe. Hopefully
the
they
fucking
continue
came
because
from.
actually, it's
Yeah,
not
it was
as
a
bad
baby.
for
I was
them
like,
as
dude,
it
is that the
sounds. In
background
fact,
news? I was
many
like,
of
what
their
the fuck was
stocks are
that?
up because actually when the price goes up on the one end, they
I was like,
make
man,
up
y'all
for
really
the price
have been
coming
praying
down
for me.
in the
Damn.
United States. So it really worked out pretty good. To address this chronic unfairness, I signed an executive order instructing my administration to do everything in our power to slash prescription drug prices for Americans while getting other countries to pay more, in many cases much more. But their other prices doubled and sometimes they tripled, and ours would go down by 60, 70, 80%, even more. Today we're building on our unprecedented success with Regeneron, committing to offer all new drugs moving forward at most favored nations prices. They'll make their current drugs available to Medicaid and MFN. That's most favored nation. Additionally, they'll also offer their current drug, Praluent, which is the lower cholesterol and fight heart disease, to all consumers at dramatically lower cost. It'll come down from $537 to $225 and be available at TrumpRx.gov. I didn't put the name. Bobby did and Oz did. It's true, actually. Remember I came in, I said, what's this?
You like
they
the name?
said, it'll be better. It'll sell better. Would you help us? So I now have my name on medication. But it's doing great. I hear it's setting records, actually. I was watching the other day, and Mark Cuban, of all people, said it's amazing what Trump has done with this. I can't believe when I heard him say that, I was sort of in a state of shock. But others have said it too. This whole thing it's turned out to be hot. So that's TrumpRx.gov. The company will also invest $27 billion to build up research and development and pharmaceutical manufacturing here in America, which is a big thank you very much. Today, I'm also announcing that the FDA has just approved a new drug from Regeneron called Otarmany, a gene therapy curing a rare disease that causes deafness. You know, people are totally deaf, and it's amazing. I've seen some work on it. It's actually hard to believe. We're going to talk about it in a minute. Normally, cures for rare diseases can cost millions of dollars, and really the results aren't that good. But in this case, I'm pleased to say that Regeneron will be giving this away for free for
Did you just say
a
being
period
deaf
of time
is amazing?
for free. And here with us is 2-year-old Travis Smith. He was born deaf. Was he totally deaf? Pretty much, right?
100%.
Wow. This is 100%. He was 100% deaf, but he took this miracle cure, and now he can hear his mom, Sierra, say, "I love you." And Sierra, could you maybe say a few words? That's really incredible.
It's absolutely incredible. Regeneron works miracles. Yeah, he didn't know his name. He couldn't hear me tell him how much I love him. And now with Regeneron and this amazing surgery, he can listen to music, and he loves it, and he loves to dance, and he loves instruments, and I'm so proud of him. And he's been so brave through all of this. And yeah, now he can hear, and he has a bright future ahead of him, and I'm so thankful to everybody on the Regeneron team.
Oh, that's incredible. I mean, even the fake news has to be impressed with this. They'll find a way to make it a bad story. He doesn't hear perfectly, but he actually does. It's about 1% off. They'll figure a way. How are you going to do it? You got to explain. No, they're genius. They are genius. I respect them a lot. But I just want to thank you, Sierra. That's incredible. Your family.
Thank you for having us.
He's a beautiful person, too. That's a beautiful boy.
Thank you.
Hi.
Thank you.
His life is a happier life?
Oh, yeah, he is so full of energy and love now, and he was such a serious baby.
So you see such a difference.
Yeah, he was such a serious baby.
And before that, it's very tough for...
Oh, for sure. He can't tell me what he wants or what he wants to eat or what he needs, and now he'll be able to do that. And
wow.
It's life-changing.
That's a great job they've done. I want to thank Regeneron and other companies for doing their part to bring down the cost of health care for all Americans under our Most Favored Nations agreement. We've secured gigantic discounts with price differences from 4 to 5 and even 600%. 600%. One of the most popular weight loss drugs has gone from $1,350 a month to as low as $199 a month. So that's a price that's incredible. So it used to sell in London for $87. And they raised it to $199, which is a big raise if you know, from $87 to $199. But that's been going on. Our country's been being ripped off for 30 years. How long would you say, Doug? Like 30, 40 years? Yep. For years with drugs and drug prices. So they're going up. We're going way down. And because the world is a bigger place than we are, believe it or not, it's hard to believe that, but they are. That we go down much more than they go up. So they don't go up as much as people would have thought. So they're going from, they're going to $199, and we're going down all the way down. Think of that. We're going down from $1,350 a month to $199. That's, nobody would believe it. And this is true with all. I mean, this is the weight loss drug. But this is true with all drugs. Sometimes even more of a difference than that, sometimes a little bit less, but sometimes substantially more than even that difference, and you see what that is. So we cut the per cycle cost of IVF drugs by thousands of dollars, and we reduced the price of the major COPD medication from $458 to $50. What? That must be a typo.
What?
Is that a typo? From $458 to $50. If your boy was here, he'd go, wow. He left. He got bored. I think he got a little bored. He wants to go into bigger and better things, but there's nothing bigger or better than this. They'll all be available right now at trumprx.gov. So it's, that's why it's doing well. It's not doing well for other reasons. It's doing well. Think of that. That's some discount. But we have others. And these are all top companies and top medications. And I think in the end, we're going to have every company involved. We're almost there right now, but we're going to have every company involved. So Trump RX has already received more than 15 million visitors, and every American should log on to check for massive discounts before they go to the pharmacy. It's setting a record. Nobody's ever seen anything like this. I've actually had many companies, I shouldn't tell you this, Bobby, but there have been many companies say, sir, we'd like to buy from you if you could. What? TrumpRx.com. I said, it's not for sale. It's not me. It's the government. The government owns it. I don't own it. But they're all impressed. These pharmaceutical companies, they said they've never seen anything like this. So it's fantastic. Now, I'd like to ask Secretary Kennedy to say a few words, and then we'll have Dr. Oz, the team at Regeneron, and Sierra. And Sierra, I'm so happy for you. And Chris Klump has been unbelievable, a real star. You don't know his name as much as some of the others, but he's a real star of the group. So, Bobby, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was reminded when the President was speaking of a conversation that I had yesterday with one of the Democratic senators who was questioning me during a hearing, and she was ridiculing President Trump for his math, and she was saying it's mathematically impossible to have a drug drop by 600% cost, which he had claimed. And I said, well, if the drug was $100, and it raised the price to $600, that would be a 600% rise. Well, if it drops from 600 to 100, that's a 600% savings. And the president used that mathematical device to illustrate the magnitude of the theft that has been happening against our country and our people. As he said, we have 4.2% of the world's population. We take 13% of the pharmaceutical drugs. We spend 80% of the biotechnology research in our country, and we provide 75% of the profits to the pharmaceutical industry. This is a ripoff that has irked him for 20 years. During his first term, he held the line on drug prices for the first time in history. He came back on this term and he said, we're going to lower them this time, no matter what. There's people in this room or a part of the White House staff who said we can't do that. Oz and I said we probably can't do that, but he harassed us. We were beleaguered. It was like Fort Apache. Dr. Oz would not answer his phone because he was calling all night long with the president on the line saying, get this done. And we brought in this amazing superstar, Chris Klump, and he negotiated these agreements that people said were impossible. I want to thank him for his leadership, Chris, and I want to thank George and Lynn, who are the co-founders of this company of Regeneron. Their generosity, their idealism, their love of this country, and their compassion for these children who are injured. Thank you.
Thank you. Amazing. It is amazing. And you're right. I took a lot of heat. I'd say 500, 600, 700. But we also say sometimes 50%, 60%, different kind of calculation. 70, 80, and 90%. And people understand that better. But there are two ways of calculating it. But either way, it doesn't make any difference. Whether it's 60, 70, or 80%, nobody's ever heard of it. But it's also 500, 600, 700, depending on the way you want to look at it. So the way you word the calculation. It's either one. But Bobby, you're doing a fantastic job. We wanted somebody out of the box, and we got him, right?
That's right.
I would say we got him in Bobby. He's a great guy, actually. So, Oz, how about saying a few words, please?
So this has been an unprecedented process. The president insisted we deal with one critical number you should all remember, which is that 1 in 3 Americans, when they go to the drugstore, after they've seen a doctor, will often leave empty-handed because they cannot afford the medications they're picking up. So affordability was the main word the president would use in many of those phone calls. He wanted it to be done fairly. We created a partnership with the pharmaceutical industry that was remarkable in that it pushed 17 massive companies into the fold to try to do deals, again, unprecedented, that would allow us to claim that they were giving the most favored nation pricing to this country, to the American people. The president would not take no for an answer. We got 16 companies in, but not the 17th. How many times do you think we spoke about the 17th company?
Too much.
17. He said 17. He wanted to be 17. Whatever math you want to make, 16 is not 17. There's a reason that the 17th company was delayed. It's why they're here today. It's that beautiful young boy you saw earlier. When you can save a child's hearing, and Mr. President, we talked about a lot of numbers. Secretary Kennedy quoted 100%, 600%. It's hard to beat free. Free is the best price, and that's the starting price with the president oftentimes, and that's what this wonderful company's agreed to. I want to applaud TrumpRx.gov, a remarkable site created by Joe Gebbia. Ed Korstein has done a wonderful job with 0 glitches, serving more than 10 million individual unique Americans so far. And Mr. President, it's the fastest website I've ever seen. People love it because it works well. There's all kinds of additional elements being added to it, which we'll be talking about. But this website, as the president said, must be checked if you're going to buy a medication to make sure your price is the right price. It's a transparency site that is more rigorous than anything that I have seen. And Mr. President, your name is attached to it. And of course, that brings a tremendous amount of attention to it. We wanted it to be perfect. And the team who did that has accomplished that exactly. I want to applaud Chris, because you cannot thank him enough, but it was also John Brooks, Inba Hernandez. I see Beth back there, Theo, Rugel, a bunch of people who've done a tremendous amount of work. And what I keep hearing from the pharmaceutical industry, maybe my colleagues can address it in your comments, they never expected to have a counterparty as qualified in the federal government. If you're thinking of serving your nation, this is the right time to do it. This is the right administration to serve in, because the president makes it easy to do the right thing. Gentlemen?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Mr. President, Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Lutnick, Commissioner Macri, Administrator Oz, and I guess Superstar Klum.
Yes.
Thanks for having us here on behalf of all of Regeneron. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Dr. Len Schleifer, President and CEO of Regeneron, and with me is Dr. George Yancopoulos, President and Chief Scientific Officer of Regeneron. His glasses. And together, well, I should pause there, I just realized something. I'm a president, he's a president, and all three of us grew up in Queens, New York. That's right. So there's something maybe that was
all
going
presidents.
On back then.
Look at that.
That was good.
So good to be president.
Sure about now. So anyway,
in Queens, New York City.
Together we founded, George and I founded Regeneron, and have built it over the past 4 decades. Today we
Why
are
did they
here.
let Lutnick
We
in
were
here?
not pushed to be here. We are happy to be here because it marks.
Honestly, maybe I won't be
to lower
president
drug
because I'd
prices.
bully Lutnick.
We've
you know
been
that?
arguing for more than a decade.
I would let him in
that
just to
other
kick him
wealthy
out.
Nations have been getting a
You know what
free
I'm saying?
ride on American
Yeah,
innovation.
come on, get the fuck out of here,
Just
Lutnick.
like in
What
defense.
the fuck are you thinking?
But they've been getting in health defense a free ride. And now President Trump is putting policies in place to force these nations to pay their fair share, which will in turn lower prices for Americans. It's a good deal. But we have to remember this is just the beginning. The most important battle we all face is disease itself.
Look at that posture.
We have to recognize how hard this fight is. For most major diseases that you or your loved one might suffer from, like Alzheimer's
sounds like the
disease,
cowboy.
cancers,
What's his
genetic
name?
diseases, we are very
Is it
far
Christopher
away
Hawkins?
from a cure. And we have to understand that discovering cures is perhaps the hardest scientific challenge humans undertake. Much harder than getting to the moon.
Christopher
Not that we don't
Walken.
like
He sounds
that,
just like him.
But much
That's
harder
who it
than
is,
getting
Christopher
to Mars or
Walken.
making the next generation of cell phones or electric cars. Hard like staring into the unknown for years, sometimes decades, with no guarantee that anything you're doing will ever make a difference for somebody like Travis. Regeneron
I mean,
is a
if you
great
got a big
example
medical
of the
bill, see if you
difficulty of
could
the
push
challenge,
it or do payments,
also
but like
the potential reward.
none of this is a
We spent
recommendation.
25 years,
But like
25 years
medical
and
payments
billions
cannot
of
be
dollars,
used
not
against your
millions,
credit.
Billions of dollars before we
In a weird way,
produced our first
like,
important medicine.
I can't tell you to
Or even
not
earned
pay
our
your
first
medical
profit.
bills, but
Maybe we should have
I would
might have
study
been
the
fired,
impact
but we stuck
of not
with it.
paying them
Our relentless
for educational
commitment
purposes.
to disruptive innovation ultimately turned us into one of the most productive biotechnology companies in history. We have produced, thanks to George and his team, new medicines at the rate of about one important medicine a year for the last 15 years, including truly miraculous advances impacting millions of lives. And we have 2 people here who are living proof. Mr. President, when you were ill with COVID, it was Regeneron's monoclonal cocktail that you affectionately dubbed the Regeneron. We love it. And that helped save your life. That was invented by George right here and his team. George?
Oh, nice, George.
Well, in addition to the president, we had a few minutes ago Sierra's beautiful boy, Travis, who was born without the ability to hear, as you heard from Sierra. And the same company and the same dedicated team of scientists that helped save the president's life also delivered a first-of-its-kind gene therapy known as autonomy. So Travis can now hear his mother, as she told you, tell him that she loves him. Hard to think of a greater gift. And just like you, Mr. President, who made our antibody treatment for COVID free for all Americans and thus saved many lives,
yeah, you could go to
we have
collections,
made the decision, the unprecedented
give me a
corporate
receipt
commitment
of the
to
debt.
provide this first-of-its-kind gene therapy
You got to
for hearing
verify
loss
the debt.
free to all
and
the
you can't
children
verify
in the
it
United
without
States who can
violating
benefit
HIPAA.
from it. And
Like I
we
said,
do this, why?
educational
To hopefully
purposes,
highlight
I would just
the
look into
power
it.
of disruptive
Contact your
biotech
local
innovation
lawyer,
and
I
all
guess.
the good that it can bring to all of our lives and our health. But we have to remember, despite the miraculous advances like autonomy and like the regenerative COVID treatment, we also have to highlight how far we have yet to go to address the many diseases that lack effective treatments. And the cures will not be coming unless we not only celebrate the advances of the biopharma industry to date, but we all work together, private sector, together with the government, to not only maintain America's position as world leaders in biotech innovation,
Yeah, if it's
but
just to
to
pay for
actually
comfort and stuff like that,
bump
that's
up
different.
innovation and become even more disruptive. Especially in a world where China is increasing investment and heavily subsidizing its biotech industry and reducing regulatory hurdles so as to try to displace America's leading position. President Trump's efforts to make drugs more affordable, as well as new FDA programs, such as the Commissioner's Voucher
12:30,
Program,
you're getting some,
that bring
again, you're below
safe and
97, but see if
effective new
oil
medicines
comes
like
up.
autonomy to patients more quickly. These are important steps. One additional important way that I've been talking to the administration about to maintain our leading position in the world is to create catalysts and accelerants for our industry and for the healthcare system, such as developing a national healthcare database linked to molecular data, including human sequence data, where Regeneron once again is a world leader. Without such big data sets, powerful new technologies such as AI, despite its potential, will not be as useful as it could be in the quest to develop new medicines and improve healthcare. The biopharma industry of America has and will continue to deliver miraculous breakthrough. You, Mr. President, and young Travis are living testaments of that. But many more lives need to be helped and saved. We need to attain a new level of disruptive innovation. We have to all work together to meet this challenge. Why? Because lives are at stake.
Let me briefly say something. I'm married to a lawyer, my son is a lawyer, but I'm going to talk about the Constitution, and I'm not an expert. But I know our Constitution
exactly what I
lays
just
out a
said.
vision on how America would out-innovate,
Mr.
outproduce, out-thrive every other nation on Earth. And in it,
Another
you will find
update
a
on the
description
mines.
of a system built on incentive and reward. A system that says, take the risk, do the work, and you will share in what you create. That is why they enshrine patent protection directly in the Constitution, not as an
OpenAI
afterthought,
and
but as a
Microsoft
founding
expand
principle.
cybersecurity
As
alliance.
Abraham Lincoln said, another great president, patents add the fuel of interest to the fire of genius. We must keep that fire burning. What we did here today will do that. Little Travis can now hear for the first time, and his potential is endless. Let's make sure he grows up in a country that never stops reaching for the next miracle. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Len.
Pretty
Great to
crazy,
be with
dude.
you again.
There's a drug
Chris,
that
could
could
you say a few
cure
words?
deafness
Thanks,
from
Mr.
birth.
President.
That's insanity.
It's not lost on me that this year is America 250, and it's powerful, I think, to pause and remember that 250 years ago, a revolutionary free republic was born, and with it, the greatest innovation engine in the history of humanity. And we stand here today, 250 years later, getting to witness yet another groundbreaking innovation that doesn't just treat but cures deafness in children. And because of this president and his policies around most favored nation, will enable families who are struggling and suffering with this affliction to have access to that groundbreaking therapy for free. Now, as the president mentioned, we've negotiated the 17th of 17 agreements. This represents 86% of the branded pharmaceutical drug market in the United States. But anyone who knows us knows that we're not done. That's a milestone, it's not the finish line. And so we have 3 core objectives that are next up. Number 1, and this is already underway, we are negotiating with the many hundreds of biotechnology and pharmaceutical companies representing that other 14% that are building the cures for tomorrow. To all those who are listening, I hope that we have proven that we are credible and reliable and trustworthy partners. We want to sit with you. We will listen to you. We will take the time to understand your businesses. Not only as we negotiate on behalf of every American family for affordability, but also to ensure that you're
are you guys want to push the contracts or sell them?
Second, we continue our work on negotiating international trade agreements. 59 days after we stood in this office and President Trump, standing with Albert Bourla from Pfizer, announced the first of the 17 MFN deals, together with our colleagues from the Department of Commerce under Secretary Lutnick's leadership and from the U.S. Trade Representative's office under the leadership of Ambassador Greer, we negotiated a landmark agreement with the government of the United Kingdom in which they agreed to increase significantly the amount that they spend on branded pharmaceuticals for the first time in 26 years. That work continues with other countries. And third, we will continue our work with our partners in Congress to codify the principles that underpin these most favored nation deals so that these savings for American families and this innovation that is unleashed at the same time persists for decades to come, so that the 1 in 3 or 4 families that Dr. Oz mentioned, standing at a pharmaceutical counter or pharmacy counter right now, wrestling with the decision that no family should have to make of whether or not they can pick up their prescription because they can't afford it, will no longer be the case. And at the same time, we know that there are roughly 20,000 known diseases in the world, and we have a treatment or a cure for fewer than a quarter of those. And so this president and his policies is not only safeguarding affordability for American families, but is ensuring that we continue to bet on American exceptionalism. We bet on innovation. We bet on the principles that have taken us to this place in 250 years for the next 250 years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, thank you, Chris. Great job you do. Maybe you want to talk about rescheduling while we're here? Just say what you're doing and the progress that you've made.
Great. Well, Mr. President, today is another promise made, promise kept day. On December 18th, you signed an executive order on increasing medical marijuana and cannabidiol research. And today we delivered on that promise. The acting attorney general this morning signed an order that moves into Schedule 3 medical marijuana products that are FDA approved or that are state licensed. This is a giant move forward to implement your promise, and it's actually a campaign promise that you made. You said we're going to move into Schedule 3 to increase the research on these medical products. And just wanted everyone to know that 1, you make promises, you keep them, and 2, what does Schedule 3 mean for state licensed medical marijuana products? We will begin
White House
implementation
anticipated
right
a
away
prolonged
of this
Jones
order.
Act exemption for up
It
to
does
90
not legalize
days
marijuana.
as soon as Friday.
It makes it easy for the researchers to actually study and understand medical marijuana, especially in populations that are using it. We know that 1 in 10 seniors right now use medical marijuana in the past year, and they report that it really helps them, but we don't have the science or the understanding to guide the patients and the doctors, and so both patients and doctors are flying blind without knowing how they interact with other medications because the research has been difficult to do. And so your promise today says those state licensed medical marijuana products are now in Schedule 3, and we expect the research to significantly increase so that we can understand how to guide patients and doctors in this effort. And there will be additional actions that will come this summer to do an expedited hearing for the administrative hearing of the Department of Justice for all of marijuana to move into Schedule 3.
And the military is very happy about it, and a lot of people
military.
suffering from big problems.
Wait, so you
which
just smoke
seems
weed
to
now
be
and
the
join
best
the military?
answer. They're very happy about it, so the rescheduling is starting, and that's a big thing, rescheduling.
Is this
They kept
all to
saying,
draft
what about
more
the
people?
rescheduling? And so, great job, I appreciate it. I want to thank Mr. and Mrs. Howard Kessler. He's one of the most successful men in the world, actually, and he had some medical difficulties, and he came upon this by accident in a way, and he said, well, he had to go through a lot of different medications, and
Howard,
he said this was the one that was much better than anything else. And so he experienced that he didn't benefit
I heard it
by it
helped him fall asleep.
from the standpoint that he lives a much better life now. So
they said, "Fuck it."
Hopefully you don't need it, but if you do need it, I hear it's the best of all the alternatives.
I don't smoke,
wanna
but if
thank
you do, I
Howard
heard.
Kessler and Michelle Kessler.
Get a good
they
nap.
really pushed this very hard. These are two people, very straight arrows.
He
They're
said
not
it
into
helps him
marijuana,
forget
they're not
about the
into anything,
island.
but
I said, wow.
We found this
I guess
answer.
you
He
need
said,
it. You need it.
for
I don't
the-
need it. You need
He's
it.
doing it for other people. And so Howard and Michelle probably, they're watching or they'll be hearing about it. But they worked very hard to get this done. And it's an honor, and you've done fantastically. You all have, and I appreciate it. And man who's doing an excellent job is Howard Lutnick. He's in a little different sphere. He's not in the medical sphere, but he knows what it all means. And from Commerce, he's the Secretary of Commerce. Howard, would you say a few words for us?
Sure. So in partnership with Bobby Kennedy and Memenaz and the whole team, when they do most favored nation, we also ask the company to reshore and build their drugs here in America, because too many of our drugs, our key drugs for our health, are being made overseas. And in a conflict, we can't rely upon
It sounds good with him talking in the background.
Our partners from Regeneron have agreed to reshore their production of pharmaceutical drugs, and this is exactly from your pharmaceutical drugs. That's the point. So that means $448 billion of drug manufacturing is coming to America because of your tariffs, because of your pharmaceutical strategy.
I think that's why
and
they blamed
we
it on
are proud
Howard.
to invite Regeneron to do this
Donald
giant
Trump,
build
why
in
did you
America.
approve weed?
And all the
Howard
rest of the
said he
pharmaceutical
smokes it
companies,
from
they've
time to
committed
time. He
to
almost
build in
died.
America because of your tariff
Then he got a
policy
little high.
and
He said
your
it
strategy.
helped. He tried everything.
And because of the tariffs, it's been amazing, actually. We have Eli Lilly and Pfizer and all of the companies. We had, I guess, 7 of them here
They're
at
gonna
one
blame
time,
everything on Howard.
which was interesting to see, but they actually
He
got along
deserves
with
it.
each other pretty well. They stood right behind me, the biggest companies in the world, and they're all building, Eli Lilly's building, I think, 5 major plants, which without tariffs, they would have built none. I said, how many would you build without none? They were all making these products in other countries, a lot of other countries, actually, not just China, but a lot of other countries. And I think by the time I leave office, they'll be mostly operating these, they have an incentive to do them quickly, big incentive, like the tariffs go up if they don't. And remember, if they do them here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. It's an incredible incentive. And if they don't do them here, they have a very substantial tariff, so they get penalized. And it's bringing countries, not only drug companies, but car companies. AI is a different thing altogether, but even there, but the AI is, we're leading China in AI, we're leading everybody in AI. And we're leading now, and car companies are coming from Canada, they're coming from Mexico, Germany, Japan. They're pouring into our country because we're very smart, should have been done long ago by other presidents. We were the car capital of the world 50 or 60 years ago, and then they just started taking them away. We were the chip capital of the world, and now, Intel. And now they're coming back. All the chip companies are coming back.
Tell us about
their
their
say
earnings.
a word about that, Howard, real fast, because what we're doing with chips are incredible. And all we're doing is saying at the end of a year and a half, 2 years, if you don't have your chip company, you're going to pay a tremendous tariff to put chips into this country. And they are building, I think we'll have close to 50% of the chip market very soon. Right now we had nothing. We had virtually nothing. And they're coming in from Taiwan. They're coming in mostly from Taiwan because that's where chips are made, but mostly from South Korea, Taiwan, various other countries, but they're coming back to America. We're bringing them all back. It's a revolution. Nobody's ever seen what we've done. There's never been anything like what we've done. We have $18 trillion being invested. That's for 11 months. And the last administration had less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We have, in 11 months, over $18 trillion. Howard, do you want to talk just for a second about the chip market, because it's explosive?
Sure. So you've got semiconductors, you've got leading edge logic, you've got high bandwidth
Howard, if you
memory,
leak Intel's
you have
earnings, I'll
foundational
forgive you,
chips.
kind of.
And America had a couple of points, 3 or 4% market share, and we are, of course, the biggest demand. And the president gave the order, let's get these factories, these fabs built in America. And our expectation is we will have $1 trillion of these fabs. These are factories. This is not the hyperscalers buying chips. This is literally the making of the chips, right? We had Micron, $200 billion, TSMC, $165 billion. The list goes on and on. He negotiated a great deal with Taiwan. $500 billion coming to America. We'll have $1 trillion of semiconductors. That's part of his $18 trillion, but it's foundational for us to take care of ourselves.
Thank you very much. Now, I'll go off subject for a minute, but I think it's very interesting, and I hope you go over and take a look because it's happening right now as we speak. But first, if you look outside, so we had flooring outside, we had slate, and it was coming to pieces. It's been there since the early 1940s, and it's a path to the Oval Office. It's a path to the West Wing, and it was terrible. It was broken, bad shape. The whole White House has been in bad shape. It's right now in better shape than it is. I think the day they built it, this is better right now. But we're putting magnificent new granite. It's called charcoal. It's black granite against the white, beautiful white walls. We've stripped all of the paints off. We had 200 years of paint, and we've redone it, and it's beautiful. You can see the building, but you can also see the columns, everything else. But we're replacing, and they're working right outside. If the press wants to go and take a look at what they do, really pros. You see the way large slabs of black granite. Granite is rated as, this particular granite, over 1,000,000-year life. As an example, concrete gets rated for about 200 years if you get very high grade. This is it's rated over. Can you imagine? Nature produces something better than you can make. So it's very interesting. It's a beautiful job they're doing. And it's highly polished granite in the areas you don't walk on. And it's called flame finished, the areas that you do walk on. There's no slip. So it's a beautiful job, and it's going up nice. And if you want to take a look outside the window, so that's replacing a stone that was here from the early 1940s, a little before that. And you'll see the ramp, too. We're keeping the ramp. That was for FDR.
That's 10-minute rig.
Some people would know.
But they still ask why.
It means something. The other thing that we're doing that's taking place right now is
you got an IRGC cargo vessel transporting rice sailed through.
A beautiful reflecting pond or lake. They call it a pool, lake, and pond. Every day is different, but the word reflecting is a good term. It was built in 1922, and it was built out of granite and various stones on the bottom, and it never looked great because that's not really meant to be a stone that's underwater for that much of a period of time. It's about 1.5 to 2 feet deep. You all know it well. That's where Martin Luther King gave his great speech, and he had 1 million people, and I had the same exact crowd, maybe a little bit more, but they said I had 25,000 people on July 4th. I have pictures of Martin Luther King's crowd, my crowd. It's the exact same everything, but it was 70 years difference. The exact same crowd, but I actually had more people, but that's okay. They gave him 1 million people. They said 1 million people. I had 25,000 people. So, but these are the things that you get with. We had on July 4th, a few years ago, first term. So, you have this reflecting lake pond is incredible, but it was terrible. The condition, you all know it. A friend of mine came from Germany to see me, and he said, "Oh, we went over. It's so sad." What's sad? This is a number of months ago. He said, "It's filthy dirty. The water's disgusting looking. It's not representative of the country." And I said, "Well, I'm going to have to go take a look because, Secret Service doesn't let you just walk around too freely, actually." And I went over there with Secret Service in tow, and I said, "Isn't that a shame? It's terrible." And so they had bids from the Biden administration, Sleepy Joe, and they had bids for years. They were going to do something to fix it, but they never got it done. And it's so important for our country. Everybody knows this. It covers the Washington Monument, Lincoln Memorial. It's in between. It's 2,200 feet. That's taller than any building in the world if you lay it down on its side. Think of it, 2,000. That's a long, over 2,000 feet long. Such would be many swimming pools, many, many, many stacked up together. But it would be the equivalent of the tallest building in the world plus laid down on its side. So it's very big. It's very wide, actually. It looks now because it's so long.
All right, bro.
And so
decide
the pricing
on your
was coming in
Amazonian
over the years, but it came in sort of recently.
or your Intel.
That it was going to cost $301 million to fix it. It was going to take 3.5 years. So they had to take all the granite out, which is there again, 1922. And it was leaking like a sieve. You couldn't keep water, couldn't keep anything. Granite's not the right stone for that, right stone for that, but not for that. And I said, I have an idea. It's $301 million. It was going to take 3.5 years. So remember those numbers: $301 million.
It's already
this
free.
is a business study.
It's not my biggest
and it was going to take 3 to 3.5 years.
Heads we keep
and
it, tail we fall back.
Over the years as a developer, I've probably built more than 100 swimming pools.
Do I have time?
And I have some really good pool builders. I also had some really bad ones, but we took care of them. They didn't last too long, Howard. But I've had some really good ones, some very talented people. They're great people. I have such great respect for contractors that are good and such disdain for contractors that are bad. They charge you more money and they give you a bad job, but we don't accept it. But over the years, I've had 3 or 4 really good ones, and I took the best of the 3. I had all 3 go, but I ended up taking the best. And I said, would you take a look at this? It's 2,200 feet long. He said,
you got to go on the mainstream.
Want me to look at? So I said, have a little swimming pool. Think of it as a swimming pool. I said, oh, how big is it? I said, 2,200 feet by 167 feet wide. He said, that's the biggest swimming pool. He said, I've been doing this for a lot of years, sir. I've never heard of a pool like that. I said, well, you'll see, it's a reflecting pool. And very big signal, and very important for Washington, D.C., where we, by the way, have almost no crime, I have to say. That's maybe more important than talking about this. We have crime down from a tremendously high, one of the worst in the country. We have almost no crime. People are walking around, restaurants are opening all over the place. The place is bustling. But that makes us even more important. So instead of being a dirty, disgusting place where garbage was in it and everything else, and I want to give Doug Burgum incredible credit because he was involved. He's Secretary of the Interior. He was involved right from the beginning. I called him. I said, Doug, I'm getting a lot of complaints about the condition of this. What do you think?
All right.
And he went over, he studied it, and he came back with some ideas. But I said, Doug, I have a guy who's unbelievable at doing swimming pools. Up the road, we have a club. We have an Olympic-sized swimming pool. He did it 20 years ago, and it's perfect to this
450
day.
on the free one.
So
it went as high
I have an idea.
As 1,000%. We got one of the other free sets of
contractor over and take a look. He looked
at that play was from a couple
up.
weeks ago, at the beginning of the month. A beautiful front run, you could say.
He said it's really decaying and it's a terrible condition. But if you would, I'd like to work 2 weeks on cleaning it up, which is, if you see right here, I'd like to repoint and fix some of the joints. It won't matter because we're putting a substance over the top, but it's nice to have a nice surface. And he said it'd take me 2 weeks. And if you don't mind, then I'd like to pour the latest and greatest filament or material, which is essentially a pool surface, but it's industrial grade pool. And he said, what color would you like, sir? I said, well, what about turquoise, like in the Bahamas? He said, well, this is Washington, sir. We can give you turquoise, but why don't you try we have a color. It's called American flag blue. I said, that's the color I like. He talked me into it very easily. So he said, that's the color I like. So he came in, and remember, 3.5 years. You have to take all the granite out. Then you have to put all brand new granite in.
3 minutes.
Take years to do it. Over 300 million. Our job will take 1 week. And will cost about $1.5 million.
Ask why.
And
not
people
once,
say,
but
wow.
twice, but a couple
and here's the only difference, because somebody say, well, the difference is, no, the difference is this is much better. This will last 30, 40, 50 years. And if it didn't, you do it again quickly if you want. So it's being done now, and I think I think you'd find it really amazing to go take a look. So here it is.
What's this?
You
That's
see the
bell?
trucks. He's got scrapers and all sorts of equipment to make the stone as good as possible without removing it. So we're using the existing surface, so we don't have to spend millions of dollars in demolition. And he said, much better to leave the stone than it is what's underneath. They're afraid to look. And so you see it's beautiful, clean, it's ready to be taken care of. Here's a sign that we put. And so Doug Burgum and myself are involved in that. And
top of my head is bald.
when you take a look at the
You guys only
surface,
saw the good part.
we have it in good shape. And they just started today putting down the material. It's a machine. It lays it very evenly, beautiful. It goes from one side to the other. It'll take about 3 days. And you're going to end up with a beautiful, beautiful reflecting pool, the way it's supposed to be. Much better than it ever was, actually. It'll stay clean. We even have robots that go in it, and they ride around the bottom, and they clean it like your swimming pool. But these are a much higher level. This is industrial grade, and it's really beautiful. So you're going to have a beautiful pool, and you'll have it for July 4th, long before July 4th. Instead of taking 3.5 years, we're taking a week. And instead of spending $301 million, we're spending less than $2 million. And I think it's a great business story because there are many things like that that I see. I mean, not maybe to that extent, but there are many things like that I see.
1 minute!
I won't go on a long story about that because a couple of people said he kept talking about the pen. No, I gave you the whole history.
Chatadonia.
Actually, many people
Wrap
found
it
it
up.
interesting, and some people thought I was doing
1
too much of a
minute,
weave.
45 seconds
But
left,
actually,
Finalize your intels. Your long term, you already
$3,
finalized it for
$2,
10 years,
whatever
man.
it costs is better
God
than
bless
the one
America. Less than 30 seconds left. The day of drama. What a wild one. Tomorrow's Friday.
But the long
And yeah,
version
man,
is
let's see
one.
where
So
this leads
is
us. Let's see
an
where
amazing
this
thing
leads
that's
us.
happening, and this is a big beautification. In addition to that, the sidewalk areas around it, which were done in granite, similar granite to that, actually not as nice as we have here, to be honest with you, but you know, the people that did it weren't in the world of real estate like I am. But they have good granite, circling it,
3,
and we're going to repoint
2,
it. Meaning
1.
we're going to caulk it up and repoint
Ding,
it.
ding, ding,
make
ding,
it
ding,
good.
ding, 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 ding.
It'll be like Brenda. So we're going to have it in another couple weeks. We're
Chatadonia.
gonna have the most beautiful between
That's
the
it. You get to
Washington
listen to
Monument
Trump
and the Lincoln
until
Memorial
we
that
get.
you've
I
ever
don't.
seen.
Can we play
And I
ICAP
hope
right
the
now?
media can go over,
I don't know
maybe
if we
watch
earned
them
it
do
today
because
by
I think
barely
it's
hitting
very
the
exciting.
highs. With
And so a fraction of
GG.
the
I just let
cost
Trump
and a
yap
fraction
away.
of the time, and you get a better
Tehran
product than you could
Times.
ever
Air
get the other
defenses
way,
are
and it'll be
active.
beautiful. And as he said,
Nice.
it will be American
Nice,
flag blue.
Chatadonia.
Any questions, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Could you talk a little bit about why your Navy Secretary was fired yesterday, sir?
He's a wonderful guy. I just put out a statement about him. He's a very good man. I really liked him, but he had some conflict with, not necessarily people.
Please
with some
don't
other,
lie.
He's a hard charger, and he had some conflicts with some other people, mostly as to building and buying new ships. I'm very aggressive in the new shipbuilding.
Bro, my
and,
ear is popped.
Somehow.
Good game,
just didn't get
Intel.
along with him.
Oh!
He's an excellent guy.
Did he rip?
I think he would have gotten along great with me. I didn't really deal with
Please
him too
hold.
much, but he's a.
Why don't I see the report
You know, I
yet?
consider him to have done a very good job. I put out a
Habibi,
nice
why
statement
are we
about
so
him.
slow today?
You got to get along, especially
The
in
one that
military, you gotta get
matters.
along, you know, and
Oh,
some people
dude.
liked
Come
him,
on,
some
Coin.
people didn't, and that's
Well, that's even
usually
ripping the
truth
chips.
about everything. But I found him to be a very good man, and I liked him a lot.
On the war with Iran, how long are you willing to wait?
Hold
until
on.
you
It
get
looks
a-
good for now, but I don't have the
Don't
report
rush me,
yet.
Jeff.
My shit is lagging
you know, guys
heavy.
like you want to say, oh, so we were in Vietnam like for 18 years. We were in Iraq for many, many years.
You're literally up 9.
We
It's
were
already
for-
moved the actual amount right
I
now.
don't like to say World War II because
So that's already probably all of those are going to hit
we
if
were
you
4.5,
kept them.
almost 5 years in World War II.
Revenue
I won the Korean
5.42
War for
versus
7
4.8 on
years.
Foundry.
I've been doing this for
13.58 versus
6 weeks.
12.3.
And
Second
the
quarter
military is totally
estimate
defeated.
20
They're-
cents
they're,
versus
outside of the little
8.6.
Wise guy ships.
Are
I
you
call them
kidding
the
me?
Wise guy ships, the little boats
Bro,
that
they
have
beat
running
and
around
guided
with
up?
guns in them.
Oh,
we'll
there.
take them
Even the
out too
pump
when we see
articles
them.
are saying they beat.
But their Navy is gone. Their
Oh,
Air Force
fuck
is gone.
me.
They're
Well above Wall Street expectations, 13.8 to 14.8, where the estimate was 13 billion. Again, they just tripled up or quadrupled EPS. Former icon Liputan put a revival plan in play. He sees a breakthrough on sales and effort.
part of the problem is that
Large deals,
well, I
SoftBank,
can't
NVIDIA
really
giving
answer your
much-needed
question.
deal.
They have all new
Renaissance,
leadership, and they're
says
fighting
David.
like
Oh, finance chief says we're having a renaissance. We're starting to be a meaningful beneficiary of AI. He listened, bro.
Over the last
he fucking listened.
47 years, they've killed a lot of our people.
That's what I'm talking about.
When you see a soldier, a young person, or
he
now
listened,
an
bro.
older
Financial
person, but a person
renaissance.
without legs or without arms,
he said
or
we
with
are
a
now a
face that got
beneficiary
blown
of
to
AI.
pieces.
Last time he said we're
Most
getting
likely
hurt by
was
it.
From Iran, that was Soleimani, who I killed. Soleimani
Well, there you
loved
go.
the
That's a
roadside
done deal.
bomb. He was an evil genius. He was a brilliant general. Probably
I didn't
we
keep
wouldn't
the
be as
call
far
on
advanced
that
had I
one,
not taken him out. That was
but your
the
long-term should
beginning of
love
it
it.
all.
Yeah, now
And
we
then,
could get some
I ended
ICAP.
the
I'll take it.
Obama horror shows. The nuclear transaction that he made was horror. He gave him a road to the. You call it. I mean, what the deal that
Bro,
he
they
did,
killed
the
it.
nuclear deal was so bad. He gave him a
No
road to
fucking
a nuclear
way.
weapon. I will tell you, I deal with them. You cannot give Iran a nuclear weapon. This is all
Oh,
about
they
nuclear weapon. They cannot have the nuclear bomb, and they're not going to have the nuclear bomb. So we've taken out their
It's already up
military.
15%, bro. It's already 2 standard
75%
deviations.
of our targets. We stopped a little early because they wanted to have some peace. And
Oh, dude.
we have a blockade that's 100% effective. And they're getting no business. And as you know, they're not doing well.
Oh, they're on the wrong one.
Financially, they're not doing any business because of the blockade. They
He
want
wants
to make
to
a
fight
deal.
you, man.
I've been speaking to them, but they don't even know who's leading the country. They're in turmoil. So we thought we'd give
Yeah,
them a
now you're
chance.
218% at this price.
Resolve.
Game over, bro.
I hope the fake news people like you. I hope the fake
Because
news
it's not
people
really
like
art.
Because when you say, oh, they're fighting very well, they're not fighting well. They've been obliterated.
Dog. Yeah, they stand final. Wait till hopefully the CFO. But, bro, I think they listened. Bro, that was such a sandbag. They beat earnings 29 cents versus a 1 cent estimate. Guided up by 1 to 2 billion on the top end. And then just jacked up the EPS one as well, too. And the CFO actually said positive comments. So that there, it's done, bro.
Well, they're not doing well. They're
That's
getting
it. You would have been in the money. Oh my
decimated.
God.
Now, with all of that
I'm
being
just
said,
kidding. The long term.
we'll see what happens. They have
The
a lot
leaps.
of. We
God
have no
is good.
pressure. It's only guys
We
like
did
you
it,
with a
Joe.
question like that about
We
what's
did
your
it.
time.
Finally,
We've
they
been doing it for
listened,
5.5
bro.
weeks.
But sir,
Is your
administration
now.
for 8 weeks that the U.S. now has been involved with Iran. You had initially said it would be 4 to 6
Well,
weeks,
I
and it
hope
would be
that,
over.
but I also took a little break. I gave them a break. And
I gave them a
remember
break.
This, I want to make the best.
Wait, so
deal.
should we add it
I
to
can
the
make a
long
deal
term?
right now. Do you know that if I left right now, we had a tremendous success. It would take them 20 years to rebuild, but I don't want to do that. I want to have it everlasting. I want to have it where they never have a chance to get it. I mean, the way you asked that question, yeah, I did say it. I thought it would take 4 to 6 weeks, and I was right. Because
It's
at
never
the end of
popped
6
like that,
weeks,
but
at
they've
the end
never
of 4
beat
weeks,
like that.
Their military was
I'm telling you,
decimated.
they've never had a
But
beat.
now
Dude,
what
they
I'm
killed
doing,
it.
I can't
The
tell you that.
EPS
I don't want to
estimate
put
was
that kind
1
of
cent. They
a
came in
timetable
well
on it, but it'll
above.
go pretty
Then
quickly.
they guided above
And,
by at least
we'll have the
almost
Strait
$2 billion
opened up.
on the high
Now,
end.
Right now, we have it closed. We have total control
and then
of the Strait.
the
And the fact that
EPS
it's
is
closed,
also
you know,
like
they would have
quadrupled.
opened it up 3 days ago.
And then
They
the
came
AI,
to
bro,
us
he said
and
AI
they said,
renaissance.
We will agree to
They
open the
acknowledged
Strait. And
in
all my people
words
were
that
happy.
they are a
Everybody was happy except
beneficiary
me. I
of
said, wait a
AI.
minute, if we open the Strait,
That's
that
they've
means they're
never.
gonna make
Last time
$500
they were
million
crying
a
about
day.
it.
I
That's
don't
what I'm
want them to
saying. The
make
CFO is
$500
like,
million a day
oh,
until they
it's tough.
settle this thing.
Oh,
So I'm the one that kept it
everybody
closed.
wants
We have total
AI
control
chips
of
and
it.
AI. Anything
And
and we
it'll
do.
open
We're
when
having a tough
they make a deal
time.
or something else happens.
Oh,
It's
we want to
very
be
possible.
conservative.
What do you say to the American people who
Ugh.
question how
I
much
told you they need a
longer
barbecue.
this will take? Obviously,
They need
you
a
know, that
team
they are
meeting. They
having
got to
high
study
Did you
Jensen
know what I
game
just
film.
said?
This will happen.
Vietnam. How many years was
So I
Vietnam?
think they did it now.
sir,
How
Finally.
many
you are
years
past
was
your 6-week
Vietnam?
deadline, so
Well,
I'm
I
just
did my
wondering-
end.
I'm
I
just
took.
wondering
I
what you
took.
say to the American people
I
who
took.
wonder
Why did
about
you
it.
sell
the
half
country
at
out
60? Because you
militarily
don't follow the rules.
In the first 4 weeks.
That's why. So we could ride the
I took
wave.
it out
But then again, if
militarily.
it ever
Now
drops,
all
you're
we're
going to be
doing
like,
is
I'm
sitting
so
back
glad I
and seeing
sold it
what
at
deal.
60.
And if they don't
If you
want
want
to
to
make a
sell
deal,
it, just
then
buy
I'll
a
finish
house.
it up militarily.
It's the best
with the other
idea. Or
25%
go buy a
of the
funeral
targets. We've
home.
hit
That's the other idea. we heard
78%
today.
of the targets that we've wanted to hit. We've knocked out their manufacturing. We've knocked out their
it.
missile production. We've knocked out their drone production. We've knocked out everything.
Which
In some
adds
cases,
some more
when I say knocked it
outperformance
out,
for the long
70,
term.
80, 90%.
No matter what happens, but
It's amazing
can't
what we've
complain.
done. So I've done that within that period of time that I mentioned, but I don't want to rush myself, because every story says, "Oh, Trump is under time pressure." I'm not. No. You know who's under time pressure? They are. Because if they don't get their oil moving, their whole
Netflix is still beating
infrastructure
it,
is going to explode.
So Netflix is up
300%. Because they have no place to store it.
On Intel,
and because they have no place to store it, if they have to stop it, something happens.
I still don't think it's
only
the diamond,
Len can
but
explain.
unless they start flipping the
something
script,
happens underground.
It was a
that
gem.
Essentially renders it.
It was a gem.
In very poor shape, and you never recover fully. You can recover 50, 60%, but you can never have it like it is right now. And they have a matter of days before that event takes place.
Like I told my girl, bro.
I'm not under any pressure whatsoever. We've never had so much ammunition. Our ships are loaded. I think that was a lot
of wealth created,
and then
especially at the right time.
They're locked and loaded. They're ready to go.
You know what I'm saying? Imagine.
We have much higher
if you're wondering how much I'm up, imagine thousands and thousands of Chad all around the globe.
The military operation,
and then hopefully if they followed the rules to be able to capture this all.
They're coming to us. The problem they have is they are very disorganized right now.
Amen. Just hopefully fucking David Zisner doesn't fuck it up.
Pleased with this. 8 young women were going to be executed yesterday afternoon at 6 o'clock. And I asked them, call it a favor or call it just a moral request that they not be executed. And they came back with an answer that they won't be executed.
Like I said, bro, I had a video. Begging people,
young women, very young women, and the pictures in the paper, and it's been a story for a little while. And I saw that, and I said, "Let's see if we can save them." And it was very nice what happened. So they're not going to be. What they're doing is, they're releasing 4 of them very shortly, and they're going to keep 4 of them in jail for a period of 1 month and release them, so they won't be executed.
So if you're asking for more time to sort out negotiations with Iran.
I'm not asking you for more time. I'm not asking for them. No, it's not more time. I'm not asking anybody for more time.
If you need more time, does that mean Americans should anticipate spending more on gasoline for the foreseeable future?
For a little while. And you know what they get for that? You know what they get for that? Iran without a nuclear weapon that's going to try and blow up one of our cities or blow up the entire Middle East. You want to see what shock would be? And I have to be honest, the stock market is at an all-time high right now. I thought it would have been down 20, 25%. When we hit, wait a minute, can I finish my question, wise guy? Stock market's at
I'm tilted, NVIDIA, Intel, Josh Respines.
I projected, and I'm pretty good at this, that the stock market, Howard, would drop maybe 20%.
Oh, John, I'm making so much money. What should I do?
Even the world.
Oh, it's working.
You can't have them.
Man. My biggest problem is it's fucking going up.
Unlike what
I
thought they weren't necessarily
what should I do?
The stock market.
What should I do? Man, maybe I should get in the way.
And it's staying there. I thought oil would go up to maybe.
You'll be tired of winning, I told you.
And oil is at a different number than anyone thought. In fact, this country is much lower because we have all the oil we can use. We're actually
just follow the rules,
ships are coming
bro.
from all over the world to Texas,
follow
Louisiana,
the rules.
Alaska. They're coming
all you
from
got to
all over
do,
the
follow
world
the
to
rules.
Get oil from the United States.
Simple
while
rules.
This is closed, the Hormuz Strait. So
go. How much Intel, NVIDIA?
I mean, what I said,
straight up, bro.
I guess it was right.
Even the rebuild account, that small position, that's a small. I bought in a house with how much that Intel is worth.
So right now, I don't want to rush it because you guys.
So you got 10, 15 grand in Intel at the lowest.
I want to take my time.
And that would be off a 2-3 grand investment.
I want to get a great deal. I want to
you
get
could literally go buy a cheap ass rental. Y'all think that's facts, bro.
Nuclear weapons, yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Are you okay with that, sir?
That's all. Then you got NVIDIA. You got more than 10, 15 grand. That's easily a property. If you really want to sell it, you should start looking at some cheap property, bro. Otherwise, you got like 9 more years.
Europe being
I don't know how you feel about that.
By people that have missiles now that reach Europe, as you know. They don't reach us, but they reach Europe. But they will reach us at some time, probably the not too distant future, unless we stop them now. I think there would be nothing worse than having nuclear holocaust in Europe, London, Paris, various places in Germany, all targeted. No, what I say is you can't let them have. I don't think it will happen, by the way. I really think we actually, it turns out that we are drill, baby, drill. And it turns out we're producing a lot of oil, and they're buying the oil. They're going to Alaska. They're going to Texas, Louisiana.
Intel says not commenting on deals with external customers.
We're putting out right now more oil.
Again,
and
their
gas
data
than we ever have in the history of our
data
country.
center revenue
And one other
was
thing.
7.7
There are more
versus
people
5
employed
billion.
today in the United States than ever in the
And
history
then
of our
Foundry
country.
beat by a billion
I have a
almost.
question,
And
sir.
gross
Is it true
margin
that your
shot up by
administration
almost
is considering
10%.
sending 1,100
That was a great
Afghans
report.
to the Democratic Republic
They
of
just gotta
Congo?
talk about
And
it
if so,
good.
do you have a response to
I
lobby?
don't know. I'd have to check that.
I don't think I saw that. What did you email it again?
Breitbart News'
But what was it
Matt
about?
Boyle just published an interview with Greek Prime Minister Mitsotakis, in which the Prime Minister said that he's rooting for you to succeed in getting a deal with Iran. And he also said he'll look forward to hosting you in Greece later this year. Do you have any
It's very
response?
nice. No, it's really nice. I mean, Greece has been very supportive, actually. Greece has been terrific. He's a terrific guy because he understands the importance of it. You know, oil goes up a little bit. I hate it. You know, I was the one that had it down to $60 a barrel.
We should. Do
And
you
I
guys
looked at
want to do
guys
that?
like Howard Lutnick. Howard, you remember it
You
well.
guys want
I
to
said,
shop?
well,
If
we just
Intel
hit an
opens up
all-time
at
high
80, we'll shop for houses
in
tomorrow.
the history of the market. Think of
Because
this.
I'm not even kidding you guys.
When
You
we
guys
hit
should actually do
50,000,
it.
I was told, everybody was told, when I won the election, November 5th.
Like I'm
they
telling
said,
you,
well,
even like
during the
literally
4-year period, it'll be
every
impossible for the
2-3
Dow
grand
to
is
average
turned into a decent amount.
50,000. It'll be
Gain
impossible
plus
for the
initial
S&P
investment,
to
it's like
hit
13 to
7,000.
15 grand.
Impossible.
So
And
you got a
remember that?
decent amount.
It was going to hit maybe
And then if
6,
you went
7
even
years,
bigger
8
on there
years,
and you
but
have
it-
more, I mean,
I did it in my
shit.
first year. Hit 50,000.
Them cheap houses,
Now it's
bro. I'm
just
telling
about
you.
at 50,000,
That's if you
and
want to
S&P
sell it.
is
If you're
higher
like,
than it
yeah,
was when
we made
started.
so much, I don't
And
think, oh my
S&P had over
gosh, what do I do?
7,000.
It keeps
And that was
going
before
up.
the year ended up 1 year.
Yeah, you know what to do.
So I can only tell you this: it'll end. I don't think it'll be very long, by the way. They're delaying it because we don't know who to deal with.
AMD because it's
They
like
are
a
they know
NVIDIA
who the
down
leader
because
is in
this is
country.
competition in a
We
weird
don't
way.
know who the leader is in Iran.
I mean, again, Intel getting a
Because
slice of the
remember
pie
regime
for
change.
data centers.
Khomeini is
That
gone.
means AMD
He's
as well
gone to
too.
greener
People like
pastures.
that.
He's gone, and all of his team is gone. Then a second group came in; they're all gone. And now you have the third group.
You just got to make sure it's not a bad call. It's right above one standard deviation right now. But that was a good report, dude.
No,
I'm shocked.
Why do I need it?
I'm genuinely,
Why would
I'm
a stupid
surprised.
question like that be asked? Why would I use a nuclear weapon when we've totally, in a very conventional way, decimated them?
Why would I use a
wouldn't
nuke?
use it. A nuclear weapon should never be allowed to be used by anybody.
Have you planned Iranians given a
Onto the
timeline
state
of when
visit,
they
sir,
could give
which
you a
we're
proposal?
all very much looking forward to. Prince Harry today has said that he would like to see you do more to end the war in Ukraine. Do you think it's appropriate for a royal to make those comments ahead of the visit on Monday?
Prince Harry?
Yes, sir.
How's he doing?
He's in
How's his
Ukraine.
wife? Please give her my regards, okay? No, I don't know.
You want me to buy a
I
house
know one thing.
tomorrow?
Prince Harry is not
Well, if you want
speaking
to.
for the UK. That's for sure. I think I'm speaking for the UK.
I mean, every
more than
$10
Prince
has
Harry.
gone up. People are like,
Uh,
I want
but I
to. People
appreciate
have
his
sold.
advice for
I mean,
everyone.
again, there's some of you who got it when I got it, but you just did
Well, I
sell
look
on
forward
the
to
way
it.
up.
We're having King Charles come. He's a friend of mine. We're really looking forward to it. We've spoken, and we're going to have a
Next
great
wave of
time. I
AI
tell you,
intelligence.
if I had that
moving
ballroom
from
built, it
foundational
would be
to
full. I wish
inference
we had more
agentic. Oh,
seats.
damn.
You know,
Louboutin's
we've wanted a
talking
new
about
ballroom for
agentic AI in
150 years. Now
Intel.
they're getting the best in
See,
the world.
this is
We're
how
not
he
the
should be
best in the
talking,
world.
bro.
But,
Just
you know, we have
David
a little
Zisner, that's
room
all.
that's not
Just hopefully
big enough to
David does
handle
not
what
fuck
would
this
be
up.
a big crowd. But we're going to have very great people that love the UK. I love the UK. I think they made a big mistake on energy. You should open up the North Sea in Aberdeen. You should open it up. And the other thing is they've made a big mistake on immigration. Okay.
Sir, on Trump RX,
Please,
What do you hope to learn from Janine Pirro's investigation into the Fed's renovation that you
Say
did
it again,
not? What do you hope to learn from the Janine Pirro's investigation into the Federal Reserve's reservation that you did not learn when you visited the site yourself last year?
Well, look, you know, the Federal Reserve building is a small building. They're going to be in there by the time it opens, in my opinion, for $4 billion. I built a hotel down the road for $201 million that I believe is bigger than the Federal Reserve building. $201 million. At the ballroom, I'm going to have the ballroom from $300 to $400 million, depending on finishes, like marbles to quality and quality finishes. We'll go top of the line. But that's a much bigger project. When you look at the fact that they've taken this beautiful building and destroyed it, they've taken down the beautiful ceilings with eagles. They've taken down the walls that are 1.5 feet thick, masonry, You couldn't hear from office to office. They ripped it all down. They ripped down, because Kevin Warsh, who's terrific, said to you the saddest thing is they ripped down the nicest building in Washington for boardrooms and all. Did you know about that building? They ripped it down.
It was beautiful.
The boardroom building, it was beautiful, and they ripped it down. And probably because it cost so much to fix it. So I would have done that job for $25 million had money left
Marco,
over.
on these, I'm not really
cost
understanding your
more
email
than,
on
in my
which play,
opinion,
but like,
it's not going to open for a long time.
if you're not
You know, Kevin may
understanding these,
be
do
able
not
to have
take
an office.
every
I'm gonna have to
play,
get
but
him
I
an
also
office.
do
Can you
see
give
your
him an office?
sizing.
Yes, space.
Bobby, do you have some space
Like,
over there, please?
You're buying
But,
20 of certain calls.
Yes, more than you think.
Did you buy
But we're gonna have Kevin
300
sitting
of
right
the
next to you,
Weeble
Bobby.
contracts, dude?
But it
So
may
like,
not open
yeah,
for a
I
long
would keep
time.
these very, very small, but like on some of these prices, if you're chasing them,
this is
that's
after
not a good
years
idea.
and years of construction. And somehow,
And then and I don't know
you
if
have
you're
to find
hearing
out
when
what
we
went
make them
wrong.
free too.
That a
but
small building,
you are
I could have done it
playing
for
on
$25
some
million.
a lot of
and
these
had
plays.
money
You're even
left over.
playing
It would have
larger
been
than I
beautiful.
have.
That a small building can cost $4 billion. It may never open. It may never open. And we have to get to that. On top of that, he's been terrible on interest rates because he should have lowered interest rates.
So this is why I say, man, if
That's
you're on
why
the
I call
locked
him
in two,
Jerome,
it's more
too late.
advanced. If
Too
you're not
late.
understanding
It's his
it,
nickname.
I would
Jerome,
start
too late,
off a
pal. He
lot
likes me a lot.
slower and a
Thank
lot
you very
smaller.
much.
Yeah, the timing does make a huge difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Have you been in contact with
Thank you, Press. Keep moving.
Not this one.
And where did the granite come from?
Thank you guys from guys.
Where did the granite come from?
Thank you, Press.
Where did the
It
granite
came
come
from
from?
Italy.
From Italy, so it's Italian granite.
Well, it came from Italy. It was carved.
So you have African and Italian granite
Keep moving,
outside
guys,
the
please.
Oval Office.
Sir, please keep moving. Thank you.
I'm just asking.
Thank you, guys. Keep moving. Thank you.
Yeah, and then some of them you did dailies instead of the tomorrow, but yeah, I would just be careful with it, man. I mean, that's what it is. And then I don't know if you're seeing make it free. So I don't know if some of these you've made free, but even like the calls today, so like the put and the call, they were, you just make them free. I made the call free at like 50, 60%, and then we had the other one at 100 and 500%. So I have called them out too if you're listening, but at the same time, especially if it starts feeling like this, I would start off a lot smaller. So like I'm saying, some of these are just very, very large. But the other ones that are small, I mean, they should add up, but it does seem like you're throwing in at least 100 on every play when some of these are even cheaper. Which again, if like you're comfortable with that, you can, but I do go a lot smaller, especially on the shorter term momentum ones. The call outs, no, I just call them out when they happen. That's why, then that's what I'm saying too, though, for, I think a lot of you have joined Locked In recently, but I would pay attention and listen, and just, it's not for beginners. So even in the morning too, some of you guys had like questions. I'm not trying to answer those questions in the morning too. I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like I'm saying, I would listen and pay attention, but when it's all said and done, like you got to get the hang of it. Cause this is what was the problem in the beginning. Like I'm saying, when it was just everybody all in one chat, like if you're just going to rush into these plays, you hear a play called out, you're not understanding it, you haven't watched any of the videos, you're not seeing, like, so again, even on the ones today, like we're making it free, we're getting our initial investment. I think a lot of the guys who have been listening for a while, they understand, especially like some of the momentum plays, we're going in small, make them free, boom, you write them out, you don't have to go with that much, especially if they actually work. So, and then especially SPY dailies and tomorrow will make a very big difference. And you gotta just keep them small. And then too, like and all it takes is one, like, did you really buy 396 contracts on the Weeble? So like I'm saying, that will fuck shit up too. But like, you don't want to go about those. And even like I'm saying on the spreads, did you spread the SPY put? I don't even think you did you? Yeah, so like one of those SPY, and again, I'm glad one of them hit, but I don't know if you monetized it when it went up, but like even that SPY May, those are, what's it called? Those were either hedges or, again, debit spreads, but I don't see the other side. I only see that you bought it. So yeah, and that's the other thing too. You don't know how to spread, then don't do it. You know what I'm saying, bro? So I would definitely slow down. Like I'm saying, if you're not paper trade these too, instead of putting your real money down if you're really not understanding. But yeah, like that will make a big difference as well too. So like even on those spreads, it's the difference between paying a couple hundred or nothing. 396 on Webull. He did it on Webull as well too. So his broker is Webull, and then he did 396 contracts on one of them. So yeah, like that one, I think I did 2 contracts each. I did 2 different plays, and then I made them free, and then I sold out all of them 2 days ago when they were up 50%, and then one of them went 100 something. Limit sell? Nah, so we're talking like spreads. Yeah, bro, slow down and make sure you're using 10% of your 10%. I don't know if you're following that rule. So like I'm saying, it's easy to blow up. It's easy to fuck around with it, but you know, there's a little bit, it's not just the plays we're calling out in the sense of, oh, everybody get it. It's like that's something that we've tried to avoid. April has been crazy. There's been a lot of good plays, but like I'm saying, if the ones that lose, and even then, even today, like the difference, they didn't close down too bad, but it's the difference between being down on both of those plays today, or like you literally, we had 2 moments to cash out and we called them out as well on both sides. So that makes the world's different too. But I'd keep it small. If you're not understanding the terminology, I wouldn't be trading them. I would just start with paper trading and get used to it above all else. And yeah, if you don't, the debit spread too, you're gonna need to know how to trade a debit spread and all of that. The Intels that I sold they were already up 300%. It depends. They might even be the same price or a little higher. Maybe go up another 50% or 100, but just depends where we open. I think Schwab is great to trade on, but like I'm saying too, like you, especially even for the locked in, like if you're not understanding some of the option strategy, what we're doing, and then if you're hearing the entry and not hearing an exit, that's one thing. And then that's the other part too. It's what I even said in the stream alerts video too. It's like if you're only looking to use me and like think I'm just going to copy every single play, and then you're getting them at later times and even missing them, that's already not a good idea. In the sense of like, if you could learn how to use my information and even some of my purchases as a signal in terms of like what a lot of people do back in the day, and even till this day, just like the long term, if I could give options on prices, I gave one out with the SPY put today, you wait till those go down or you track that option. And like I'm saying, I'm giving you a range and then some of these ideas, but even some of these too, like I think several of them, there was just some where we already got out of them. Like I'm saying, like even the Webull, and then sizing too though, that's the biggest difference, because we make a lot of plays. They're not all gonna win. It's really about a 20% success ratio. And then I mean this month we've done a lot better, but it's low success rate with high return. But and then also too making sure you monetize them when they go in your favor. But then if you go too big on the wrong ones and then you're going all over the place with that's how it's gonna backfire for you. So like I'm saying, unfortunately though, I'm not trying to, at this point, I'm not trying to walk beginners through options and gambling. That's why I said if you're gonna gamble on options, you could be in the locked in, but I'm assuming that you are playing the game with a level of knowledge. Like I wouldn't be on the locked in if you're a beginner. If you're trying to just figure out options, you're like, wow, these guys are making money, I want to do that, I want to learn it, I would chill in the other chat first, or at the very least be paper trading if you really want it on the AI stuff. But yeah, I do hope you feel me, man. I do hope you feel me. Or the trading fraternity, if you haven't gone through those videos as well too. I don't know if it's in the description. I mean, the second link has the Oracle video. But yeah, I'd slow it down. Paper trade a little bit. And then too, make sure you're using the right amount in terms of the budget. Like I'm telling you, your 10% of your 10%, that'll go a long way. Watch this. We didn't have a watch list last night. We should have one tonight, but I don't know, man. This leg day fucked me up for some reason, and I'm still gonna ball today. So maybe I'll have a pretty pictures watch list. And today was just bullshit, dude. All day today was all about the, all day was just the same thing as yesterday. So we'll see. Maybe we'll talk trading on the watch list then. Maybe we could use today's trades as an example. But yeah, like but like I'm saying, bro, I ain't trying to like, believe me, if you're not already up to speed with it, like I'm saying, I don't think it's, I don't think it's gonna, this isn't for beginners on the locked in. Okay, and if you are a little more advanced, I think you'll benefit off of the locked in, but that's what we try to avoid. And I'm not trying to have it where advanced people are even trying to take advantage of the beginners, you know what I'm saying? So it's you're PvPing and you're going through you're fighting against computers and millions of other people, all just back and forth, bro. So yalla. So yeah, man, it's good. I mean, you will learn with real money, but at the same time, we can make sure you could avoid this by going slower, and sometimes there'll be easier ones too. So that's why get the easy ones, call it a day. But especially too, if this is like, I have no idea what the fuck he's saying, I wouldn't play it at all. And again, there's always going to be another one. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. So, Chatadonia, on that being said, it's time to depart. I'm tired, bro. Dude, my ear is popped for like half of the day, bro. My left ear, I can't I could hear out of it, but it feels like I'm swimming. I don't know what happens. It was a day, bro. I have bullshit news, but I'm glad we were prepared. So, Chatadonia, God bless you all. Finger to the sky. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone, baby. Have a wonderful evening. I must depart from you now. And remember, too, like I'm saying, options, trading, just there's something better. You could ask Intel. You could make money on autopilot, bro. And this is a message brought to you by our sponsors. So have a wonderful evening, Chad. I will see you soon, and peace. Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly.